inclusivity, the insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the meat market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken this by before.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape. From the dream team, we can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, traders protest against Onitsha main market shutdown. Court orders FCTA workers to suspend ongoing strike. Nipah virus outbreak in India triggers Asia airport screenings. And US to send ICE agents to Winter Olympics, prompting Italian anger. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Traders at the Onitsha main market on Tuesday staged a protest against moves to enforce Governor Chukwuma Soludo's directive to shut the market. Large crowds of traders marched through the market, chanting songs in support of a detained leader of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. Despite the directive, some traders were seen opening their shops in open defiance of the order. Governor Soludo on Monday criticized the continued observance of a sit-at-home order, questioning why businesses remain closed despite what is described as relative peace and calm in the state. Following his remarks, the governor ordered the closure of the Onitsha main market until next Monday. A member of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations and Public Affairs analyst, Dennis Ekemeze, has called for dialogue in the handling of a Monday sit-at-home in Anambra State. Ekemeze, who was a guest on Signature Morning, noted that Monday's directive by Governor Chukwuma Soludo for a week-long closure of Onitsha main market were well-intentioned should have been preceded by stakeholder engagements. So the continued observance of a sit-at-home was fueled by fear of traders for their life and property rather than any other factor, and they needed to be assured of their safety and that of their investments.
And if you calculate the ratio of the loss of every Monday in terms of productivity management, you will see that a lot of money will be lost in terms of money making and then investment. But in other way, the traders are saying that the most important thing is the safety of their life and their property also, that they also needed to be safeguarded. In this scenario, you now try to balance the two sides of it. Is government punitive, or are the traders selfish or foolish? However, no matter the angle you see it, you will see that if you say safety, yes, safety is very important. Then if you say government being punitive, well, you may be right in one way or the other. But the bottom line is that has government been able to provide them with the required security? That is the point. If you go back to the just concluded Christmas period in Anambra State, you will see that it's a hitch-free, even violence-free Christmas period. And then less issues of, what do you call it, kidnapping and this other criminalities were less during this period. So it may be on that angle that the governor would, might have made up his mind that we have provided security for Anambra to start engaging in their legitimate businesses. I think that's the angle I'm seeing it. So it is for the government to say, yes. However, do you know in public relations or in public communication and issues management, there ought to have been a needed dialogue to bring conversation between the parties or the stakeholders so that critical decisions would have been taken than such what some call it impunitive pronouncement. However, it's our governor, and let's try to bear while negotiation and lobbying will be going on. You see, this is a time for dialogue and this is time for conversation so that we reach a point that will be profitable and manageable to both sides.
KBS have noted that there are indications that insecurity has significantly reduced in the state, going by the peaceful celebration of last year's Christmas and New Year festivities, when there were no major security breaches in the state. He noted that the state was losing a lot in terms of revenue as a result of the closure of the markets, which he noted does not augur well for the economy of the state. Public relations practitioner urged traditional rulers, business leaders, and other stakeholders to get involved in finding an amicable solution to the issue. A government on its part should come up with some confidence-building strategies.
But what my point here is that we need to resolve this situation. It's not too much a problem. We need to discuss about it. We need to dialogue about it. We need to have conversation about it with critical stakeholders, including the government and those in government and veterans of what do you call it, Omata Amalgamated Traders Association of Onitsha. This is time for them to come up. Of course, they have able people like, as I said earlier, GUOKK veteran. He knows what to do. And most of them should also listen to him for his expertise. But traditional rulers equally should also come up. Yes, the chairman of Anambra traditional rulers, this is an opportunity also for you because these are their children. Whether they're indigenous or not indigenous, they're your children. And this is an opportunity for you also for you to speak to them. Let us listen. And then also as chairman of Anambra traditional rulers, you will also have opportunity to reach the government and plead on behalf of your children. Yes, I use that word, pleading, so that you have a clemency for them and then reopen the market within the next few days. I'm not even looking at 1 week. 1 week is a gap. If a good discussion, a good lobby is done, a good conversation is had, a good dialogue is had, maybe within the next few days, governor will say, oh, my people, go back to your businesses. And the shame will shame the devil. I think that's the point.
A federal high court in Abuja has struck out an ex parte application filed by the detained leader of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, seeking his transfer from the Sokoto Correctional Facility after his court-appointed lawyer withdrew from the case. At Tuesday's hearing, Kanu's counsel, Demdo Hassan of the Legal Aid Council, told the court he could no longer continue with the matter due to irreconcilable differences. He said Kanu's relatives failed to appear to support the application, despite repeated assurances, while the defendant also attempted to dictate how the case should be conducted. Justice James Omotosho granted the lawyer's request to withdraw, commending him for maintaining professional standards. The judge ruled that the application was incompetent, noting that there was no proof of service on other parties since the last adjournment, subsequently struck out the motion. The Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the remand of the chairman of the Kano State Independent Electoral Commission, Kansiek Sani Malumfashi, and two other officials at the Kuje Correctional Center of alleged money laundering involving 1 billion naira. Justice James Omotosho gave the order on Tuesday after Malum Fashi and his co-defendants pleaded not guilty to a 6-count charge filed by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. The co-defendants are the Secretary of Kansiek, Anas Muhammadu Mustafa, and Deputy Director of the Commission's Accounts Department, Ado Gaba. The judge also ruled that the defendants should remain in custody pending the hearing and determination of their formal bail applications, and adjourn the case until January 28 for that purpose. According to the ICPC, the trial allegedly siphoned 450 million naira, 310 million naira, and 260 million naira between November and December 2024 through bank accounts linked to SLM Agro Global Farm. Commission said the funds were proceeds of unlawful activities, an offense punishable under the Money Laundering Act 2022. The National Industrial Court has ordered workers of the Federal Capital Territory Administration to suspend their ongoing industrial action pending the hearing and determination of the originating summons. Presiding Judge Justice Emmanuel Subelim gave the order on Tuesday following an application filed by the Minister of FCT Yesum Wike, seeking an order compelling striking FCT workers to return to work. Correspondent Chimezi Nzedema witnessed the proceedings.
The FCT Minister and the Federal Capital Territory Administration had approached the court challenging the legality of the strike called by the Joint Unions Action Committee. In his ruling on Tuesday, Justice Emmanuel Sublim held that the application had merit and ordered that all the strike actions against the minister and departmental heads be stopped. He made no further orders before adjourning the matter to March 30th, 2026 to enable mediation between the parties.
We commend the court for making an order for the stopping of the strike, restraining the workers from going on strike or continue with the strike. I think this is commendable because it's going to give the parties opportunity to discuss, and then the order is given according to the law. And then whether or not it's going to bind other unions, yes, other unions are there. There is always a process of commencing strike. This one commenced, there was negotiation going on, and they went on strike. And court has told them to go back.
Counsel to the FCT Minister, Ogu Onoja, described the ruling as an opportunity for dialogue, urging workers to return to work and allow mediation to resolve the dispute.
Our plea to the union is that they should allow industrial harmony, they should go back to work and give opportunity for mediation, because to me it's like a family matter, and this is an opportunity that the union should take this opportunity for settlement so that there will be industrial harmony.
But counsel to the workers, Maxwell Opara, questioned whether the order binds all employees. He noted that only 2 individuals were named in the suit. He said despite these concerns, workers will obey the court order while pursuing mediation, insisting that workers had resorted to strike action after repeated failed attempts at engagement.
I was asking when we said we want to join NLC and the 2 into the matter. So they objected to that. And we are saying that when you give an order, though it's only 2 parties that are in court, is the order binding on them or on every other persons? But they said their agent, their privy, who is their agent, who is their privy? But whatever that is the case, the workers are law-abiding citizens. We are going to advise them to respect the court. The one good thing is that the court has also mandated that we should commence. It's not as an advice that we should commence mediation in line with the law. Now that we are in court, we are going to do the formal application where the media will also be part of it, because they have been doing their best trying to reach out to the minister, but the minister refused to see them. And they went on strike, which is the only instrument a worker, an employee can use to express his grievances.
With the strike suspended and mediation now ordered by the court, attention shifts to whether dialogue will end the dispute or reopen questions about union representation and workers' rights in the FCT. In Abuja, Chimezi Izadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Chimezi Izadima also reports that a ruling by the National Industrial Court ordering striking FCTA workers to resume duties is eliciting mixed reactions outside the courtroom. Reactions range from willingness to comply to open disagreement.
Outside the court premises, the atmosphere quickly shifted as news of the ruling filtered through the crowd. Some workers accused their union leadership of compromise, alleging without evidence that the union leadership had been bribed to call off the strike. Others rejected an immediate return to work, insisting they would suspend protests but remain at home until the next court appearance, arguing that their rights remain unresolved.
But let them open all the gates. We are going back to do what? Relax and be praying. When they meet our demand, we will come. We will not struggle with them with the gate because the life of every staff matters to us. The life of every FCT staff counts. Nobody will struggle with them. They have the gun, they have the power, they have the resources. But the people's power is more than their own. So you will go home, you will conduct yourself, you are peaceful people. They will not make you do what you are not supposed to do. You are gallant FCT workers, you have a right to be respected. This is your land. You are not a second-hand citizen here. You can't be treated badly somewhere and then you come to your own country and suffer this. We say enough is enough. We remain in our houses, we are no more on strike.
Amid the divided positions, President of the Joint Unions Action Committee, Rifkatu Loitia, addressed the workers, announcing that the strike had been officially called off in compliance with the court order. She confirmed that workers will resume duties on Wednesday, while their legal representative pursue mediation as directed by the court ahead of the next hearing.
We are law-abiding citizens, and because they have said return to work, we are returning to work, pending our next appearance is in court. They say they are giving room for reconciliation. Our lawyers are going to meet and fix dates for reconciliation, pending when we all appear in court. I'm sure after that reconciliation is done, we'll come up with resolutions and then we'll get back to court. If they say call off strike, it means come to work. We usually come to work before we start embark on this strike. So if they say call off strike, we'll obey the court's ruling and get back to work while we continue to push for other things.
Lotier also disclosed that some payments had been effected by the authorities earlier in the day, describing the amount as substantial. She expressed optimism that more astounding demands would be addressed before the adjourned dates.
As of this morning, yes, I saw the payment of pension, which is a front burner on our agitation. They said they've sent it to our PFAs, which we will go back and make sure that they are there. They've sent me the schedules for payment as of this morning for 7 months.
With the strike suspended and mediation now underway, attention shifts to whether dialogue will resolve the workers' grievances before the court reconvenes on March 30th, 2026. In Abuja, Chimezi Izadima reporting for Signaturetv News.
Meanwhile, the Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) has expressed dismay over Tuesday's ruling of the National Industrial Court in a matter between the Minister of FCT and the workers and employees of Federal Capital Territory. A statement by the Acting General Secretary Benson Upa noted that the court's ruling suspending the strike action and adjournment of the matter to March 25, 2026 has not done justice to all parties in the dispute. Upa noted with regret that the court did not say anything about the continuous commission of offences against the teeming workers of FCT by the minister, such as the non-remittance of the National Housing Fund deductions to the appropriate authorities, which constitutes an offence among other infractions. He said the combined effects of a long adjournment and denial of an injunctive relief are irredeemably damaging to the cause of the workers and are suggestive of the interests of the court in this matter. Seba maintained that if the intention of the court is to break the strike as well as weaken the resolve of the injured workers, the hearts can never be broken. Workers are urged to remain resolute in their convictions. Up ahead, Falana Islam's military for not apologizing over coup plot denial. First Lady Oluremi Tinubu donates 3 mobile ambulances to Taraba government and NYSC. Stay with us.
Signature TV News. in your pocket.
Human rights lawyer Femi Falana-San has criticized the Nigerian military over its handling of allegations of a coup plot involving 7 officers, saying authorities misled the public and owe Nigerians an apology. Speaking during an interview, Falana said the military should have apologized to Nigerians after discovering the matter went beyond indiscipline, describing a reversal on such a serious issue without an apology as unacceptable. The military announced on Monday that some officers will be arraigned before a military judicial panel for an alleged attempt to overthrow the government, coming more than 3 months after it said 16 officers were arrested in October 2025 for acts of indiscipline and violations of service regulations. Falana also argued that the detained officers should not be tried by a court-martial, stressing that allegations of treason or treasonable felony can only be prosecuted before a federal or state high court. Further condemned what he described as a denial of access to lawyers, family members, and medical care for those detained, insisting such rights must be respected. First Lady of Nigeria and National Chairman of Renewed Hope Initiative, Senator Tinubu, has handed over 3 mobile clinics to boost healthcare delivery in underserved areas. 2 of the mobile clinics were pledged to the National Youth Service Corps on January 23, 2025, at the commissioning of the Nigerian Digital Museum in Abuja. Correspondent Favor Wachi has the details.
Speaking at the handover ceremony in Abuja, Tinubu said the initiative was designed to strengthen health care delivery beyond hospital walls, improve access and shorten response times, especially in emergencies and underserved areas through professional health caregivers. She explained that the delay in delivery stemmed from building the clinics from scratch to certification standards. The third clinic goes to the Taraba State government, promised during her official visit on April 11, 2025, amid a health program for frontline health workers. She highlighted that the handover to Taraba, then under a People's Democratic Party, emphasized the non-partisan nature of the scheme, saying that people come before party politics. The First Lady prayed for responsible use of the clinics to save lives and complement state efforts.
I am pleased to be here today to officially hand over 3 mobile clinics, a Love on Wheels project under the Renewed Hope Initiative Health Support Program. This event has been long anticipated, and I'm glad that it is a promise made and promise kept. Love on Wheels represents care in action, in motion to strengthening healthcare delivery beyond hospital walls, improve access, shorten response time, and support flexible and reliable health services, especially in emergencies and on underserved areas through professional healthcare givers. 2 of the mobile clinics being handed over today was promised to the National Youth Service Corps on the 23rd of January 2025 during the commissioning of the Nigerian Digital Museum here in Abuja. This is to support the various community health outreaches of our core members. And the 3rd mobile clinic was promised to Taraba State Government on the 11th April 2025 during an official visit to the state as an addition to mobile clinic I commissioned on behalf of the state government. This is to complement Taraba State government's effort in bringing health care closer to underserved communities. It is my prayer that our efforts through RHI Love on Wheels project will be used responsibly and effectively to help save lives, respond to emergencies, and bring relief to families and communities.
Taraba State Governor Agbu Kefas expressed profound gratitude to the First Lady for the mobile clinic donation, emphasizing its non-partisan impact during the handover ceremony. Kefas noted that the gift was his first gift as governor, which shows that it goes beyond party line. He urged other governors' wives to push for similar initiatives and press on their husband, the governors, to make sure they get these mobile hospitals in their states if they have not.
I'm only here to thank our mother, the First Lady, on behalf of the good people of Taraba State. As I stand here today with a heart full of gratitude to say thank you to our dear mother of the nation, Her Excellency Senator Tinubu, for this highly impactful donation of a high standard mobile hospital to Taraba State. Thank you, ma'am. Your Excellency, this is not just school or a facility. This is a hope on wheels, or as you said, love on wheels. It is a life-saving intervention that will reach communities that have waited for long. Communities where access to quality healthcare has remained a challenge, and we have that a lot in Taraba State. We are particularly grateful because this donation is a fulfillment of the promise Your Excellency made when you visited Taraba State last year. Thank you for fulfilling your promise. Today, I've shown once again that our leadership is not only in words, but in action. Passionate action that touches life directly. Excellency, this mobile hospital will strengthen our healthcare delivery system by supporting emergency response, maternal and child health care, outreach services, and improve access to medical care across our 16 local government areas in Taraba State.
The Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isaac Saloko, praised Mrs. Tinubu's Love on Wheels initiative, calling it a vital boost to Nigeria's health sector, describing her as a mother who understands the full importance of motherhood. Saloko urged sub-nationals to emulate the gesture to take health care much closer and further into the interiors of Nigeria.
Pledge on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare that this is something that we would love to see scale up to emulate what you have done. We, in the immediate, we offer to support the National Youth Service and the Taraba State Government in any way they may require. We can provide training, we can provide technical support, we can provide operational support to ensure that this functions optimally. Your Excellency, please permit me to also use this opportunity to recommend this initiative to our subnational governments. I hope Governor Kefas will take this to the Governors Forum so that the governors can also procure additional mobile clinics like this, so that in the spirit of Mr. President making public health and primary health care the cornerstone of the healthcare delivery in Nigeria, we can use these mobile structures to take healthcare much closer, further into the interiors of Nigeria.
Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, Brigadier General Olusheye Nafiu, called the two mobile clinics a strategic boost to reach underserved Nigerians. He noted that NYSC is the ideal partner, with its health initiative for the right to health providing quarterly rural outreach since 2014. Favor Wachi, Signature TV News.
Next is business news.
Workers across Nigeria say recent personal income tax reforms have barely eased financial pressure, with many describing salary increases as marginal. The new rules exempt minimum wage earners and those making up to 1.2 million naira annually from tax, reduce pay as you earn for incomes up to 20 million naira, and exempt gift. But for many employees, the impact is modest. Banker Adetunji Morgan said his salary rose by just 5,000 naira. Lagos civil servant Adedayo Lawal noted complications from partial volatile allowances made it hard to gauge any meaningful increase. Presidential Tax Reforms Committee Chairman Taiwo Oyedele said some workers have confirmed pay-as-you-earn reductions and promised a Wednesday session with HR and finance executives to ensure proper implementation. The federal government has allocated 149.24 billion naira to Nigeria's marine and blue economy in the 2026 budget, with over 91% earmarked for capital projects. Key initiatives include constructing 10-ton local fish feed mills across 6 geopolitical zones, dredging inland waterways, building jetties and harbors, revitalizing Sapele Seaport, and procuring patrol boats and safety equipment. Other allocations cover solar power for the ministry, a regional maritime development bank, marine conservation, fishery support, and Nigeria's participation in international maritime agreements. Employees of sachet alcohol companies and civil society groups have warned of a nationwide protest in the ban on sachet alcohol and PET bottles under 200 milliliters is not reversed. On Monday, protesters from Food, Beverages and Tobacco Senior Staff Association and the National Union of Food Beverages, joined by the Coalition of the Protection of Consumers' Rights, stormed NAFDAC's Lagos office 3 days after their previous demonstration. They argued the ban threatens jobs for millions and said they were excluded from Senate deliberations that led to factory closures. NAFDAC Director General Mojisola Adeyeye insists the ban will remain until legislation changes. Unions say they will not relent and are engaging lawmakers to develop a national alcohol policy that balances all stakeholders' interests. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority says Nigeria will soon stop fertilizer imports, citing growing local production. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority CEO Saidu Mohammed, during a visit to Indorama LM Fertilizer in Rivers State, said expansions by Indorama and Dangote Fertilizer will boost domestic outputs, positioning Nigeria as a hub for value-added petroleum products. He added that the country is on track to become a urea exporter within the next 2 years as the midstream sector attracts more investments. Trading on the Nigerian exchange closed mixed on Tuesday, January 27, 2026, with 483.04 million shares valued at 17.35 billion naira exchanged in 41,471 deals. This represented a 20% drop in volume and a 29% decline in deals compared with the previous session, while market capitalization stood at 106.1 trillion naira. A total of 130 equities were traded, with 33 gainers and 26 losers. Union Homes Real Estate Investment led the gainers with 9.94% share price appreciation, closing at 86 naira 25 kobo per share from an opening price at 78 naira 45 kobo per share, followed by Square Nigeria, which surged with 9.94% to close at 28 naira 75 kobo per share, while Deep Capital Management and Trust gained with 9.94% to close at 8 naira 63 kobo per share, and Morrison Industries ended Tuesday's trading session with 9.92% to close at 9 naira 9 kobo per share. On the losing side, Austin Lars and Company came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.96% at 4 naira 34 kobo per share from an opening price at 4 naira 82 kobo per share, followed by Niemet International Pharmaceutical declined with 9.62% to close at 10 naira 80 kobo per share from an opening price at 11 naira 95 kobo per share. Meanwhile, the benchmark Nigerian Exchange All Share Index increased with 196.26 points to close at 165,713.83. However, the Naira remained relatively stable in both official and informal foreign exchange markets on Tuesday, January 27, 2026. At the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the Naira traded at around 1,412 Naira per US dollar, with slightly intraday trade fluctuations as liquidity conditions stayed calm. While in major cities such as Lagos, Abuja, Kano, Bureau de Exchange dealers quoted the dollar between 1,475 and 1,485, reflecting a steady premium over the official rate but without sharp volatility. This is Business News in Global News. Chimezi is a Dima reporting for Signature TV News.
Still to come, Sweden moves to hold 13-year-olds criminally accountable amid child gang crisis. Chris Marble drops out of Minnesota governor race amid ICE controversy. More details in our foreign news. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is foreign news. Health authorities are on a high alert in Asia following an outbreak of the deadly Nipah virus in West Bengal, India. Thailand has begun screening passengers from West Bengal at 3 major airports, while Nepal is checking arrivals at Kathmandu Airport and land border points. At least 5 healthcare workers in West Bengal have been infected, 1 in critical condition, and over 100 people who had contacted with them are quarantined. The virus, which spreads from animals like bats and pigs to humans, has no vaccine and carries a death rate of 40 to 75%. Symptoms include fever, headaches, muscle pain, vomiting, and in severe cases, encephalitis, a life-threatening brain inflammation. The virus can also spread from person to person through contaminated food. Past outbreaks occurred in Malaysia, Singapore, Bangladesh, and parts of India, including Kerala and West Bengal, with high fatality rates and significant economic impacts. Currently, all reported cases are linked to a hospital in Barasat, West Bengal, with 2 nurses in intensive care. While no cases have been reported outside India, Asian countries are ramping up precautions, and Taiwan is considering listing Nipah as a Category 5 disease, requiring immediate control measures. Sweden is pressing ahead with plans to lower the age of criminal responsibility from 15 to 13 years old for serious offenses, as authorities battle a surge in gang violence involving children. Justice Minister Gunnar Stormare described the situation as an emergency, saying criminal networks are exploiting minors to carry out violent crimes. He stressed the proposal would apply only to the most serious cases, including murder, attempted murder, aggravated bombings, weapons offenses, and rape. If approved, the law could take effect as early as this summer, with some offenders potentially facing prison sentences. Government data shows offenses linked to the suspect under 15 have doubled over the past decade. The proposal has faced strong opposition from police, prison officials, and child rights groups, who warn it could push even younger children into crime and that the prison system is not equipped to handle such cases. Critics argue that children should receive care rather than punishment. Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson says the move is needed to protect both children and the public, but opponents insist lowering the age could worsen the problem. The bill will now be reviewed by Sweden's Council on Legislation before going to Parliament. The U.S. Immigration Agency, linked to 2 fatal shootings in Minneapolis, says it is sending agents to support American security operations at the Winter Olympics in Italy, which is to begin on February 6th. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, confirmed its role after reports triggered anger and concern in Italy. Milan's mayor, Beppe Sala, criticized the move, saying the agency was not welcome in the city. An ICE spokesperson said all security activities will remain under Italian authority, stressing that the agency will not carry out immigration enforcement outside the United States. Instead, ICE Homeland Security Investigations Unit will support U.S. diplomatic security and Italian authorities in accessing threats from transnational criminal networks. U.S. Embassy sources in Rome said American federal agencies have supported past Olympic Games, though it was unclear whether ICE had previously been involved. Italy's interior minister initially played down the issue, saying foreign delegations often arrange their own security. However, outrage in Italy intensified following the Minneapolis shootings and reports that Italian journalists were threatened by ICE agents while covering events there. The United States Department of Homeland Security has not yet responded to requests for comment. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced an increase in tariffs on South Korean imports, raising duties to 25% after accusing Seoul of failing to fully implement a trade agreement reached last year. In a post on social media, Trump said the tariffs, up from 15%, will apply to a wide range of goods, including automobiles, lumber, and pharmaceuticals. He blamed delays by South Korea's National Assembly in approving the deal, saying the United States had already acted to reduce its own tariffs under the agreement. South Korea responded by saying it had not received formal notification of the tariff increase and called for urgent consultations with Washington. Seoul confirmed that its industry minister will travel to the U.S. as soon as possible to meet American trade officials. The announcement briefly unsettled markets, with South Korea's benchmark stock index dipping before recovering later in the day as export shares rebounded. The tariff hike comes despite a deal reached last October that included a pledge by South Korea to invest $350 billion in the U.S., partly in shipbuilding. The move underscores President Trump's continued use of tariffs as a key tool in advancing his foreign and trade policy. A senior U.S. immigration official is expected to leave Minneapolis, signaling a possible shift in the White House approach after federal officers fatally shot a second U.S. citizen in the city over the weekend. Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino and some immigration agents are set to depart, while President Donald Trump's border advisor Tom Homan will take over on-the-ground coordination following the killing of Alex Prati on Saturday. The move suggests the administration may be easing its aggressive enforcement posture amid mounting public anger and political pressure. Despite this, immigration raids have continued, according to online tracking data. Federal authorities say agents shot Prati in self-defense after he allegedly resisted disarmament. However, eyewitnesses, local officials, and the victim's family dispute that account, insisting he was holding a phone and not a weapon. Prati's parents have accused the administration of spreading false information. Prati is the second Minneapolis resident killed by federal immigration agents this year. Renee Nicole Good was shot dead by an ICE officer in January. Tensions remain high, with citizens reporting fear and disruption, while protests and vigils continue across the city. President Trump has since spoken with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, with both sides describing the talks as positive and aimed at reducing federal presence and ensuring an independent investigation into the shooting. A Republican candidate for Minnesota governor has dropped out of the race after a second protester was killed by federal immigration agents. Chris Madell, a Minneapolis lawyer and political newcomer, announced on Monday that he is ending his campaign following the fatal shooting of a protester by federal authorities. Madell, who launched his bid in December as a pro-law enforcement outsider, recently represented an ICE agent involved in the killing of a 37-year-old woman earlier this month. In a statement, Madell criticized federal immigration operations, saying they have gone beyond public safety and left citizens, particularly people of color, living in fear. He accused ICE of detaining Americans based on race and condemned warrantless home entries, saying driving while Hispanic is not a crime. His decision comes after federal agents killed another protester, an intensive care nurse, during an immigration-related demonstration in Minneapolis. The move has shaken Minnesota's political landscape as Republicans face growing scrutiny over federal enforcement tactics ahead of the 2026 governor's race. Gunmen had opened fire at a football field in central Mexico, killing at least 11 people and injuring 12 others in one of the deadliest attacks in recent days. The shooting happened after a march at a private pitch in Salamanca, Guanajuato State. Local officials say an armed group arrived after the game and began firing indiscriminately. Salamanca's mayor, Cesar Prieto, described the incident as a cowardly and deplorable attack, adding that it reflects a serious breakdown of public safety. Prosecutors say 10 people died at the scene, while another later died in the hospital. Among the injured are a woman and a minor. Authorities are still investigating the motive. The attack follows a series of violent incidents in the area, including separate killings and a failed attempt to bomb a Pemex oil facility over the weekend. Mexico's president says federal and state security agencies are working together to identify and arrest those responsible as security is reinforced across the region. Guanajuato remains one of Mexico's most violent states, with organized crime driving high homicide rates despite a reported nationwide decline in killings. A former Canadian Olympic snowboarder has pleaded not guilty in a U.S. court to charges of running a $1 million cocaine trafficking ring and orchestrating multiple killings. U.S. authorities say Ryan Wedding, who represented Canada at the 2002 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City, was one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives before his arrest in Mexico last week and transferred to California. Investigators allege that Wedding led a vast drug network that moved up to 60 tons of cocaine between Colombia, Mexico, the United States, and Canada, operating with the protection of Mexico's powerful Sinaloa cartel. The group is accused of being the largest supplier of cocaine to Canada. Prosecutors also accuse Wedding of ordering several murders linked to drug disputes, including retaliatory killings and the murder of a witness to evade extradition. Wedding appeared in a federal court in California on Monday, where a judge ordered that he is held in custody, citing public safety concerns. He is scheduled to return to court in February, with his trial set for March. And that's the foreign news.
Sports news is next.
Director General of Nigeria's National Sports Commission, NSC, Bukola Olakbade, has confirmed that discussions to extend the contract of Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell will begin soon, following the team's impressive showing at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations AFCON. Chell's current contract with the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) expires in a few months, prompting early action from sport authorities keen to secure continuity. Chell's reputation has soared after guiding Nigeria to a third-place finish at AFCON in Morocco. Under his leadership, Nigeria scored 35 goals and conceded just 13, while setting a tournament record by netting 14 goals at a single AFCON. The team also kept 4 consecutive clean sheets in the knockout rounds. Reports linking Chell with national teams such as Tunisia, Gabon and Angola have been dismissed by Olakbade, who insists that Malian tactician is staying put. Nigeria's Falconets will host Senegal in a crucial FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup qualifying match in Ibadan on Saturday, 7 February, as they continue their push to reach the Poland 2026 finals. The match is the first leg of a third-round qualifier and will be played at the Lekon Salami Stadium. The return leg will take place in Dakar on February 14th. The winner over 2 legs will move one step away from the World Cup. Falconet head coach Moses Aduku says the team is in good shape after several weeks of training. All invited players have been in camp and have shown strong efforts and focus. The coaches have worked on team shape, movement and understanding between the players. Aduku is not new to this level. He was part of Nigeria's coaching crew at the 2022 World Cup, where the Falconets reached the quarter-finals. He now hopes to guide the team even further. Nigeria have a strong history in this competition. The Falconets have qualified for every edition of the Under-20 Women's World Cup. They finished second in 2010 and 2014 and reached the semi-finals in 2012. Senegal are aiming to secure their first ever qualification to the FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup. Senegalese Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko said on Monday in Rabat that ties with Morocco were stronger than emotion, days after chaotic scenes erupted when the two nations faced each other in the Africa Cup of Nations final. The January 18th match, which saw Senegal beat Morocco 1-0 on home turf, descended into turmoil after the Senegalese contingent protested a last-minute decision to award Morocco a penalty. Some Senegalese supporters attempted to storm the pitch as others threw objects onto the field, while the team halted the game for nearly 20 minutes by stepping out of play before resuming and winning the match. Speaking in Rabat during a joint Senegal-Morocco Commission meeting, Sonko said his visit was not meant to calm tempers, but to confirm the ties between the two nations. Morocco and Senegal cooperate in sectors including tourism, energy, infrastructure, and transport, in addition to sharing strong religious ties. 18 Senegalese supporters remain in pre-trial detention in Morocco, where they faced charges of hooliganism at the match. Their trial was postponed to next Thursday. Napoli are on the brink of being eliminated from the Champions League as the troubled Italian club faced Chelsea on Wednesday, racked by a deep injury crisis and a faltering Serie A title defense. Sat just inside the elimination zone on only 8 points from 7 matches after last week's miserable 1-1 draw at FC Copenhagen, Napoli must beat Chelsea to scrap a place in next month's playoffs. That will be no easy task with the Blues, Antonio Conte's former club, needing a win to stay in top 8 and back direct qualification for the last 16. Conte's bid to become the first Napoli coach to win back-to-back Serie A titles has been hampered by physical problems in his squad right from the start of the season. Bayern Munich sporting director Max Eberl on Monday confirmed the club are in talks to extend Harry Kane's deal at the club. The 32-year-old England forward, who joined Bayern in 2023, has a deal until 2027. Long without a team trophy, Kane broke his drought in 2025 when Bayern won the Bundesliga. This campaign, Bayern are 8 points clear in the league and sit second in the 36-team Champions League table. Speaking in October, Kane said he could definitely imagine extending his stay in Germany. Kane has scored 119 goals in 126 games for Bayern, while adding 30 assists. Former Spain coach Robert Moreno denied using artificial intelligence tool ChatGPT to prepare for games during his time in charge of Russian club Sochi on Monday. Moreno left top-flight side Sochi in September 2025. After a poor run of results, and reports emerged recently in Russia saying he had heavily relied on ChatGPT in his role, even using it to decide between potential signings. The 48-year-old said he used technology in his job but made his decisions himself and with his staff. Moreno, who has also coached Monaco and Granada, took over the Spanish national team on a temporary basis in 2019 from Luis Enrique. He was appointed on a full-time basis on June that year after Luis Enrique resigned because his daughter Zana was diagnosed with a rare bone cancer. Spain rehired Luis Enrique to replace Moreno in November 2019 after his daughter's death. The coach accused Moreno of being disloyal for trying to stay in charge for Euro 2020. In golf, world number 1 Scotty Scheffler secured his 20th PGA Tour title with a full shot victory at the American Express on his first start of the 2026 season. The American finished on 27 under par after a 6 under 66 in the final round, with a double bogey 5 at the par 3 17th after he found the waterproofing immaterial. Scheffler, who began the day 1 shot behind 54-hole leader Siwon Kim, registered 9 birdies on Sunday around the blunder on 17 and a dropped shot at 2. The 29-year-old joins Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods as the only players to have 20 PGA Tour titles and 4 majors before turning 30, with his victory earning him lifetime membership on the PGA Tour. That's Sports News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We come from a place of values. A place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention, our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
It's Wednesday, the 28th day of January 2026. Queensley, the month is slowly coming to an end.
Like I would say, this is the quickest and fastest January I have ever experienced all my life. And I'm so happy to have experienced this again. I mean, I can't believe that today is 28 already. And of course, we are getting used to the new year. We're already adjusting to the activities that we have. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Looking at what happened yesterday with the national grid and the collapse.
Did you notice it? Yesterday.
Not exactly.
Not exactly, right? Because I was surprised when I saw it this morning. I was just going through what's going on, and I saw that our electricity grid collapsed yesterday morning and caused blackouts across some parts of the country. And apparently this is not even the first electricity grid collapse this year. It has happened before this month, and I mean, I don't know if any other person noticed it, but I didn't.
I did notice it, but it's good that it has been fixed already. Thereby, I think that's why most people did not notice it. Or they just thought it was just the electricity going off and coming back after a while.
Well, this electricity grid collapse is something that always happens. I mean, there was a point where it was collapsing every 2 weeks.
That was last year.
Yeah, that was last year. And it was just like, what's wrong with it? Why can't it be fixed once and for all? Why are we having constant grid collapses continuously? Well, at least it's a good thing that, it did not affect some of us. Hopefully for those that were affected, I hope that, the situation was rectified and that they have lights in their various areas now. It's a pleasure to have you join us this morning on the program. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
I am Queensley Rowland. We'll go on a short break, and when we're back, we'll look into the papers we have this morning. Morning, welcome back. Signature Morning is starting right away. Nigerian Tribune has Tinubu seeks 110 justice for appeal courts, 90 for federal high court. Proposes electronic visual transmission of court proceedings in amendment bill. Wants Oyewole confirmed as justice of the Supreme Court.
All right, now on page 3, just above the mast, by-election, Fubara refutes allegation of supporting ADC candidates.
CBN rejects 4.9 trillion naira OMO bids to tighten liquidity, stabilize yields.
And LCCI laments as national grid collapses again, second time this year.
Nigeria's new economic model under Tinubu to drive higher GDP figures, says IMPI.
All right, now, Tinubu stumbles in Turkey. No cause for alarm. This is coming from the presidency with the riders. Explains he stepped on a metal on the floor, lost his balance briefly as he holds talks with President Erdogan.
Industrial court orders FCTA workers to suspend strike.
I'm still on the Onitsha main market shutdown. Protests rock Onitsha over main market shutdown. Soludo deploys security operatives to enforce order. Anambra lawmakers back the governor. Say state loses 19.6 billion naira every Monday.
Nigeria consumes over 2.5 billion liters of sachet water annually, and this is from the federal government.
And finally, on the Nigerian Tribune on page 7, NDLEA says why we are offering sustainable livelihood to illicit cannabis growers.
Over to the Guardian newspaper, boldly written, ADC hosts opposition show-off force and unity push ahead of 2027. This is on the page 6.
All right, now, Senate urged to treat food insecurity as national emergency, and just below that, 72% of Nigerian businesses tap AI to overhaul workforce.
National grid bounces back after crashing to 39 MW, and of course is on the news page 3.
Now on the coup, apologize to Nigerians for initial denial. Falana tells military.
Court suspends FCTA worker strike as Wike okays 12 billion naira for salaries.
More officials quit cabinet as Yusuf launches APC e-registration exercise.
Sit at home, traders protest as Soludo shuts down Onitsha markets.
Now let's look at the next newspaper, which is the Daily Trust. We see that just below the mast, primary school teacher awarded 50 million naira house car.
Questions as national grid collapses 3 times in 1 month.
Petrol hits 880 naira per litre as Dangote adjusts price.
Nigeria under Tinubu worse than military regime, and this is coming from Atiku.
Wow, suspected fraudster allegedly kills friend over $1,000.
Strike continues. FCTA workers tell Wike.
All right, now on the Punch newspaper, page 2, it says, investigation uncovers colonel who plotted Tinubu's ouster. Interim report reveals military officers targeted president, VP, ministers, and key installations. Arrests ongoing.
Presidency downplays Tinubu's stumble, says Turkey visit on course.
Discos blame low generation as grid collapses 3rd time.
Sowere's trial, court admits Omokburi's clip calling Tinubu drug lord.
How I lost 3-week-old daughter to Makoko demolition. This is coming from the Carpenter on page 4 and 5.
Over to the Vanguard newspaper, we have the World Bank offers $250 billion procurement window to Nigerian firms, and this is on the page 19.
And below that, FG, Northern leaders, lawyers defer on amnesty for terrorists. With Rider, governors have powers to grant such amnesty if, this is from the AGF, they can't grant amnesty offences under federal laws. ACF, CNG, CAN, MBF, Muslim clerics, others disagree. Say amnesty will compound insecurity in region.
LCCI and others lament losses as national grid collapses again.
Customs duty violation. Court orders for feature of private aircraft to federal government.
2027 polls won't be decided by incumbency. And this is coming from Atiku, Obi, Aragwo, Sola, and others.
Now, 2027, APC leaders receive Mutfwang, offer him automatic tickets.
Oshun local government tenure dispute. Adeleke and APC trade words.
Bandits kill 2, abduct over 50 women in Katsina community with rider. Terrorists demand 250 million naira, 20 motorcycles ransom from Kaguru church victims. We see demand 100 million naira for abducted pregnant woman, nursing mother in Ekiti.
Federal government raises 501 billion naira from bond market to settle Genco's debts. Okay, go ahead.
On sports, Adepoju Lawal hails Super Eagles' new team spirit.
I think that's all we have on the papers this morning. Uche was reading the ransom part and was really confused if she read it right.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Over to the Oracle for our newspaper review.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Christy. Good morning, Uche. Good morning, people of the world, and welcome to another day of Signature Newspaper Review and Signature Morning.
All right, so right into it. The national grid collapsed again, and of course it was restored in due time, but some other people have come out to say that this really spoiled a whole lot for them, and it's just the 28th of January and it's collapsed for the third time already. Do you see what happened in 2025 of the daily collapse of the grid happen again in 2026?
Quinsley, thank you. If what happened in recent past continues in recent future, the Nigerian grid will continue to collapse. And some newspapers say collapse twice in 1 month. They should have said collapse twice or 3 times in 3 days. It was collapsing first day, second day, third day in a row. Unlike 2025, 2026 has broken entered the Guinness Book of Records with the Nigerian grid. So Nigeria should be given an award. Where are you, Guinness Book? Nigeria grid system, I'm talking about electricity power supply in Nigeria, has broken your records. Why is it that Nigeria will deny such a record? We are scored high. We collapsed. We collapsed in a matter of, we collapsed on 20, I think it was 2050, 26, 27. And if by 28 you say restore, in their work, it means that they have established a pattern of collapse. So Nigerians should live up to it. We are used to living up to negativity. So now everybody has to sit up. And these are the same countries that are talking about economic increase in production. They tell you data, GDP, all those trash. And they will come up with power, which is the most essential thing for this GDP to rise, and is collapsing on a daily basis. So what are we? We are preparing good ground for failure, and we are making noise. So good luck to Nigeria.
All right, now another headline that has been recurring is Tinubu's visit to Turkey. And apart from, the pact that has been signed between Nigeria and Turkey, we see that the president also had a little, should I say, accident on his visit.
Yeah, when the president of a country stumbles in such high international community, internationally world, and the televised event, that is Nigeria that collapsed. Because if a Nigerian president stumbled and collapsed and fell down, not that he collapsed, and the presidency is here telling us in high spirit, nobody is wishing him low spirit. We are saying that what happens that make our president stumble and fall shouldn't repeat itself, because it's a national shame. We also, our heart goes to the man, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, Jagaban himself, GCFR, Commander of Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the Commander of the Commander-in-Chief. So once he stumbles and falls, significantly, Nigeria stumbled and falls. But Nigeria has been stumbling and falling. They say, what makes a strong man is when you stumble and fall, you get up again. We thank God he got up again. So our president is a strong man, and we believe the presidency that is in high spirit. Let it be that is in high spirit. Let you not be the Spartan spirit, because he's a human being. If he has an issue health-wise or anything, our president should go to any international event with such high spirit, high energy, high health, and all, so that we should always be proud of him appearing anywhere. But once you have a stumbling president, and people will say, please, let's watch it, or let it not go the next time, probably to America, and stumble again on a metal, or probably stumble on a banana peel and fall again. All the people should make sure our president do not stumble again. The hosting country, you people should not invite our president and put metals on his way for him to collapse. Saying it aloud, our president is not a 2-year-old boy. Age is also catching on him. And the Nigeria wahala, like, we sitting here talking about Nigerian wahala on the newspaper review every morning, know that Nigerian wahala is plenty. Now think about one man who carries it all. Of course, that proves that uneasy lies the head.
All right, so looking at the case in the Federal Capital Territory with the workers' strike that went on, although the court has suspended the strike, and Wiki okays about 12 billion naira for salaries. But this morning, strike continues, says FCTA workers, and so they tell Wiki as well.
Yeah, you can compare what's happening in FCT with what's happening in Anambra. You do not use paper to cure madness. The workers of FCTA said, we are being owed some of our allowances, salaries, and some outstanding things that are supposed to bear on their welfare. And you rush to court to stop them. How can you beat a child and say you should not cry? Well, for how long should we get to this point before? Where is the billions or trillions that Wike is approving before now? Why did he allow the workers go to the street? And there were a lot of viral videos where somebody was saying, hey, our FCT minister is running and we are pursuing him running, and whatever that means, it's not telling good of Nigeria. It's not telling good of Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria, FCTA. If it happens in a remote village, we can manage it. But it happened at the country where you have all the diplomatic and embassies and all the diplomatic convoys and all international community looking at Nigeria coming to do business. And when they enter to do business, you will see all the people working in Abuja in the street, especially people working for FCTA. And those boys know in the street, they will disrupt even the federal workers. They will disrupt other agencies and all that are centered in Abuja. Abuja is the heart of Nigeria. We shouldn't allow anything to get to this point where let's go and riot and pursue me and I run and until I rush back to the office to approve whatever money they are requesting for. But on the other side, they say the strike continues. So let's watch out for today. This is what happened in the headline. You still have the word of the FCTA workers against the minister of FCTA. So let them settle it amicably. That's what we ask for. You can't beat a child and say you shouldn't cry. When a child is crying, you do use the carrot and stick management system. I'm not a professional administrator, but I know that if I think something is wrong, you explain to the people and try to do what they call the assuaging. Try to do something like touching, they are human beings, dialogue with them. But when we start doing character, then people will show you that the majority will always, the Igbo say that, but when Ofonye say, if the crowd, if the community cook food for one man, he must be a witch to finish all the food. But if one man cook for the community, they will finish it and still ask for more. And that is what is playing out. It's also playing out. So before you ask me about Anambra, it's playing out in Anambra. Yes. And then you talk about Anambra where people came back and gave kudos to Soludo. That Anambra was quiet during Christmas. A lot of people came back from abroad that celebrated Christmas, and some of them on their way back to their destinations. And the next thing you hear is that the governor has come out to now this is the first time we're hearing they are losing 19-point-something billion. And the people will say, although so if the 4 remaining days, or because you say 5 remaining days, even some on the market, some of them trade on Sunday. So what are you losing? If you are getting that amount every day from Onitsha market, where has it been? What have you done even for the market with it? So the certain things will always, the air will always blow, for the nyash of chicken to be seen. So even Anambra State has been raising 19.something billion on daily basis from Onitsha main market. And we are not seeing it in anything happen in Anambra. This kind of clash has happened. Now listen again. If you see the viral video where armor tanks of army, police, security, all the security agencies have moved into Onitsha main market, how can somebody who makes this kind of money from this kind of establishment roll out tanks into those places? It's not rolling tanks in there, it's what comes out of it. Because you have opened up on the main market, and the traders who are majorly traders are not here to talk about their level of education. But the royal army, knowing what Nigerian security can do when they get to anywhere, for either peacekeeping or anything. We have had issues where people roll their police into communities. And at the end of every 3 months, you find the bastards dropped everywhere because they saw them impregnate women. But now you roll them into where money. One small shop in the main market where they load the less material, expensive things. You know what happens? So you are using this security. How did you trust them that they will not turn back to become the squirrel that will be eating the seed you are planting? It is a wrong decision from my own calculation, because look at what it has opened up. Even if you are afraid of people, whenever there's mob action, criminals, and those people we call disgruntled elements and all, we use this opportunity. Now, some people, I saw the very video of people rioting. It's not the billionaires who own shops in main market. It's unemployed urchins that are looking for where they will now loot and destroy things. It will be on record that Soludo, in effort to solve one problem, has caused multiple problems. So he has created more problems for himself. And we say it was a wrong decision. And let it not be what people say. Because there's Onyagwana, Nyocha Site Kotsiana Akwa. And I see what does that mean? A man who thinks he's a leader, but he believes he's all knowing, encyclopedia of wisdom, and he has retinue of advisors, which he doesn't take the advice. We always go and shame himself, and this is, I'm just using this an allusion. This is an example of what's happening, playing out in Onitsha main market. And by the way, if the whole market in Anambra, he said Oka is free, all of them might be free on Mondays. Why are you using mallets to kill an ant if it's only on the main market for one? There must be a way of playing it out so that they will become like ENUGU and other Southeast states. It's not something you do by force. ENUGU state governor tried this kind of move. People died. He pulled back and re-strategized. Now ENUGU is stable, and all the markets in ENUGU and all the civil servants go to work on Monday. We are living in ENUGU, and we know that on Mondays you move freely in ENUGU and go everywhere. But if it's Onitsha, and it's only Onitsha that Soludo had to deal with, he has failed in that regard as the leader. And with all the respect given to him as professor, that was wrong calculation.
All right, Chris, let's look at this other very interesting headline. Now, we see that the federal government, northern leaders and lawyers differ on this amnesty for terrorists. You know, some people are saying that this amnesty will compound insecurity. And speaking of terrorists, the one I read that I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Bandits have attacked a community and abducted over 50 women in Katsina community, demanding 250 million naira. And in Ekiti State, 100 million naira for abducted women. Yeah. So let's talk about all of them together.
The government should look at, since the issue of terrorism, banditry, and insecurity come up in Nigeria, when you have tried negotiating, you catch some terrorists, you capture them, put them in prison, they are waiting trial. Further, the other day on this city, we heard about over 5,000 terrorists who they are trying to do quicken their trials, and they've been being fed as awaiting trials in Nigerian correctional centers or under holding centers they are held under the expenses of Nigeria. Then you catch a bandit, and then instead of doing it, you negotiate and they go back, still continue on the operation, catching people and demanding this kind of money. Over time, if you see what Nigerians have paid as ransom, it's enough to cover almost a 20 states budget in Nigeria. And then they've seen it as big business because what you call hard decision to deal with hard issue like insecurity, banditry and terrorism has not been taken by the federal government. If you keep playing rubbing it to Kuma and Vaseline, and they don't do hard issues, because hard issues demand hard decisions. That's the only thing. I believe I've heard it for the first time in the world from America. American policy is that we do not negotiate with terrorists. So if terrorists have come to kill, to destroy and steal and mess up, rape, cut the head and all that, well, what do you ask them? The Bible says is the measure through which somebody has measured for another person, you measure for him. Why giving them another measure? That's my opinion. I'm not in government. At the point they take the decisions, the view is clearer for them. But they have tried it over time, it's not yielding result. Why keep negotiating? Why not, let's face it as a fact? Because somebody who come to kill, to steal, and then at the end of it all, keep some people as cover and demand billions, they are not thinking good for Nigeria. They are bent on destroying Nigeria. And the ones, it's like, you know, the tsetse fly that perched on the passport for a hunter. If you hit it, you leave it, it will suck your blood dry. So the best thing is hit it. Because the ones you leave it there, you'll be sucking you and sucking you. That is the best way to put this situation. Nigerian government are taking decisions on insecurity. We are not ruling that out. But they think they should strategize on how to get this to stop. We have seen some countries of the world where, if not totally eliminated, has brought very low. But Nigeria is escalating. And with what we find inconsistency in the policy about it, you see that they are being empowered one way or the other. They've seen the loophole. We talk from different sides, and we have not dealt the way we should deal with it. Otherwise, this thing will destroy Nigeria.
All right, so still on this Sowere's trial, the courts admits Omokri clip calling Tinubu a drug lord, and this trial has been going on for how long?
You are admitting clip where Omokri is calling Tinubu drug lord. Who was the first person who called Tinubu drug lord? Was it not Omokri? Where is all evidence? Out of all the people that should talk about Sowore, Omokri, Reno Omokri, is the wrongest person to speak about this issue, because he was on the other side before now. It will be like one day Sowore is appointed ambassador. For attacking government, they will reward him with the ambassador position, and he will come back and look for the next person who is activist against government, telling truth to government, that he has said one or two things. Omokri, even the Nigeria is messing themselves up by bringing Omokri as person who will say, we report that if court want to admit any evidence, let them. But they don't use Reko Omokri as a model, because he is on record and there are evidences of where he has called our president drug lord. And what has happened to him, he was rewarded. So what made the other people start calling president drug lord? Maybe because they've seen that Reko Omokri was rewarded with the ambassadorial position for having been against the Nigerian president for a long time. He has said some unprintable things against the president, and now he's an ambassador. So why would you know, because when the big goat is eating further, the small ones are watching the mouth, and they are learning. So Omokri were among the people who taught some activists in Nigeria how to call our president bad name. And he has been rewarded. Why not the people, instead of going to court, bringing evidence, reward others so that they will stop using such words against our president?
All right. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Chris.
We have to leave it at that.
Well, that is interesting that we have to leave it at that. Thank you for having me again here today. But the investigations uncovers Colonel who plotted Tinubu's ousting in Punch, the Punchy Punch. Now, Falana said Nigeria should apologize for having denied. So we said Falana is, and there are so many things federal government has said is not true and later agreed. So Nigeria is this particular government will find evidences where they will say one thing and come back and refute it and then take another step. So this issue about coup is not the coup against the federal government is not. We are saying let justice prevail. Let there not be selective discharge of justice in Nigeria. If we want to run a country that have rule of law, let's apply it on everything, on everybody, and that's the only way God we hear the Nigerian prayer. Otherwise, we should be praying to God to help us reorganize Nigeria and doing another thing, which is not good for us. we are not being sincere. And then a lot of evidences about insincerity as a country is haunting us. We need to rethink about it. So thank you. Since the time is up, thank you for having joined us this morning. It's another beautiful day having to be here. Remember that we are praying for God's blessing, God's blessing. God bless you. God bless me. God bless my angels. Yeah. But remember that God's blessings are meant for those who desire and deserve to be blessed.
Thank you once
Thank you,
again.
Chris.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go on a short break and we'll be back. Signature Morning continues.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Just finished the Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
This whole main market and all the adjoining these things will be locked down for the whole of this week. There will be no market anywhere here. Are you hearing me? Each Monday will come and inspect. If people are not in their respective shops, it will be shut down again. If you like, I don't mind shutting down the market for the remainder of this year. I'm just from Oka. Everywhere is open. And people are going about their businesses. Then you come down to Onisha. Come down to main market. The once reputed market as the largest market in West Africa. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I have just driven all the way from the junction with Ose to this place. Through much of Johnson, I've seen through Bright. And the shops locked up. I've peeped inside. A few persons here and there. I know that people have done this sit at home on Mondays for quite some time now. And as they say, an abomination that lasts a year becomes culture. No. This can no longer go on in Anambra.
Well, we just saw Governor Soludo talking about shutting down the market if the traders refuse to open their shops on Mondays. Well, that leads us to our first topic of discussion this morning on the closure of Onitsha Main Market. And we have on the phone with us this morning Alex Ejindu, who is a public affairs analyst, here to tell us what he thinks and what he knows about this development. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, my sister.
All right, Mr. Ejindu, can you tell us, what you know about this closure of Onitsha Main Market and what you think about it?
My dear governor sincerely threatened to carry out such an adverse action, and he succeeded in carrying out the action. Sit at home was almost dying a natural death. We had so many people, less people were observing it before. But he misfired. He could have allowed it that way, without interrupting, without force, without igniting any fire in any form. He could have allowed it that way. The thing was dying naturally, without a lot of people observing it. But a day to the sit-at-home Monday, he made an announcement that not even a day, within a week before that day, he was announcing that all schools will be open. The government workers, if you don't come to work, consider yourself, your salary withdrawn. The traders, you must open. That thing alone rekindled what was about to go down, and so eventually he carried out his actions, and you can see the result of it. It has backfired completely. He has not given them relevance again to continue with that sit-at-home action. He has just made it a new event now. People are not interested. All over Anambra State, all the traders are showing concern, showing solidarity to their colleagues that was their market was shut down. So that's what is happening in Anambra now.
All right, with this present situation in Anambra State, looking at the constitution, does the governor really have the right to tell an independent laborer, a business owner, or void of any attachment to the government, does he have the power to instruct them on when to open their stores and when not to open their stores?
He has no such right. Our constitution does not provide such right that you force people to do their business out of their will. Our fundamental right guarantees people freedom of life, freedom of association, freedom to do their own things, so long as it doesn't impede on another person's right. So he has no right to force somebody that you must do your business whether you like it or not. If you want to open your business on Sunday, if you want to open it on Monday, if you want to open it on Saturday, that is your business. Nobody has right by law to force you to come out whether you like it or not to do your business. It's completely wrong. In as much as the market belongs to the state. But you have right to say that I will not sit in my heart and rest if I decide to rest. You have no such right.
But the state government has also said that there have been repeated appeals, to the traders to reopen their shops on Mondays and resume their normal activities, which, the traders did not follow or did not heed to, which led to this shutdown of the Onitsha Main Market. So do you think that, from this information, do you think that the traders also have or are at fault in this situation for not adhering to the appeals earlier given by the government?
I expected a town hall meeting. He should have called, he should have invited all the market leaders for a meeting. They will discuss it. They will ask him questions. The only reason why they are running away from opening on Monday is insecurity. If you can assure them of security of environment, then everybody can as well open his market anywhere. Even when there is no assurance of proper security, then how can you risk your life when you are not sure of tomorrow what will happen? I expected a town hall meeting from him to have dialogue, to have discussion with these men. They are not children who you can order around. They are men of means. They are men that drive the economy. Anambra State is a trading environment, you know that. You should invite them for a discussion, for way forward. How do we approach this? How sure are we that we are secured? How sure are we that government will be interested? After they are running their business with hard money. Do you make them any? You didn't give them any. You didn't give them any grant. No subvention from government. Then how will you order them around? I expected a town hall meeting before such a thing would be done, and that was not done at all.
All right. You just talked about a town hall meeting, and there's a notice there's a memo that just circulated of a notice of a crucial meeting with Mr. Governor, and this meeting is supposed to hold on the 29th of January. That's tomorrow, Thursday. Are the people even aware of this particular meeting that is supposed to hold tomorrow, just so they could hold their horses and see what the outcome of this meeting would be?
Why will he begin to call for meeting now when things have damaged so very? A lot of things have been damaged. He would have called for this meeting earlier than now. This meeting could have been held like on Wednesday last week or Thursday last week, so that they would be assured of their security. So a lot of people that violated this order of Signaturetv order, some of them are still missing up to today. Why didn't you call a meeting, a town hall meeting with the traders and key holders or stakeholders? You could have called a meeting. If you had done that, I don't think we would experience this kind of actions. You would have called a meeting, and it would be discussed and find a solution, and find a way forward. He's not talking to children, he's talking to matured men with their families and their businesses. And I'm not sure that they will honor this 29th January meeting. Some of them may still, because the market leaders may still honor it, but I'm not sure they are now happy to attend such meeting.
Now, looking at this shutdown of the market for a week, what is your analysis on the immediate and long-term economic consequences of this? Do you think that this would have any form of impact, significant impact on Anambra State economy and the country as a whole?
You know that now. How can you close the market for a whole 1 week? It doesn't make meaning to anybody. And these are men that are coming out from holiday, Christmas holiday, and they have bills to pay, rent, children's school fees, and you want to close their means of livelihood. For what reason? I don't know how, he may have his reasons, I don't know. He may have his reasons, I don't know, but I don't like it personally. You should consider other people's feelings in your actions. You should remember the dependence of these people. Men are walking around not only for themselves, they are walking around for their dependents, their children, their family, their relations. These are serious-minded people. You cannot just close their means of livelihood and expect them to relax. A lot of things may happen. Other markets, other places are beginning to sympathize with them. Not only main market. In this environment, you have so many markets, more than 15, more than almost major markets, up to 20 of them. And if they join, it will reflect down to the local market association too, and there will be chaos everywhere. He should rethink this move and find a better solution to approach this issue.
All right. Earlier, you had talked about the state of security in Anambra State, of course. And over the festive period until now, people had really commended the work so far on security. Do you think that this particular development might heighten the state of insecurity in Anambra State?
Sincerely speaking, there have been calmness in Anambra as regards security. We experience less acts of insecurity. But now he is trying to put fire on a fuel. I don't know what will happen. This bandits and hoodlums or whatever they may be called that have been causing confusion. They're now trying to inform them that people are interested in them. They should come up again. You could have allowed a sleeping dog to lie. Within the next 6 months, you may, or before end of this year, this sit at home could have been a thing of the past without anybody knowing it. There are tactical ways of handling issues, and it will be effective much more than when you put crisis in it. But I believe governor should have known that he has capable advisors to rub minds and find a solution to issues.
Now, since we're talking about, the security situation in Anambra State, now in line with this closure and to make sure that it's being enforced, we see that there is a huge deployment of security operatives around the market area. Now, do you think that this move could have some potential risks to the area, to Onitsha generally, and also to Anambra State, seeing such number of security personnel being deployed specifically for this reason? Do you think this could turn around to become another problem for the state?
Why hasn't he been deploying such magnitude of security all along on Mondays? Could have done that on Mondays all along so that people would get used to it by now. He deployed them because he closed the market and because he expected reactions from people. We expected such maximum security on Mondays so that people will go about their business without being molested or fear of being molested. Because as I told you before, this Monday issue has been dying down gradually without him putting life to it again. This security, deploying security all over markets could have been done long time ago, and people will get used to it and believe that they are being secured maximally. I don't know his approach. His approach may not be very good result because people has been wrong. The people has been have been most traders have not been happy with this action, this particular action of the governor. He would have been doing similar thing to show seriousness about insecurity in the state all the while. Not because he closed the market and now he deployed all the security in the world to make sure the market is closed, not even to secure people. He was doing it to show strength that he can close every market and nothing will happen. So similar actions are what people expected from him all along, especially around Mondays and even before the Mondays. So I don't know if I'm going to approach me and not give you the better result.
All right. We had a situation in Anambra yesterday. People came out to protest within the markets. We also had that video displayed on our screen this morning. Do you see this particular incident happening again and again? I mean, even today, do you see it happening today?
I wish it doesn't happen because for the people are citing security men around the market, which has not been happening before. It may not all go well. People are not happy with that action. They expected governor to show concern. They expected governor to show strength in securing Anambra State. Not when he backfired wrongly, he will spread security operatives everywhere. We expected a more serious-minded action from the governor that will be regular. If you are securing Anambra, say deploy all the security apparatus all over Anambra so that people will be happy that you are doing the work. Not when you cause a little feelings and then you want to begin to show your strength that you can do this or that. Deploy those things. Show that you are a good leader by securing the primary function of government is secure lives and property of the people. If you are any governor that is not doing it effectively, is already failed. I believe let him do something about it and find a better solution to this confusion.
Now, you've mentioned, finding alternative solutions to this, but we see that even apart from this week-long closure, we also hear the governor saying that if the traders do not comply, that he would extend the closures to a month, and even he doesn't mind closing it down for the year if he has to, just so that they would comply with coming out on Mondays and not, following the sit-at-home orders. So what do you think about that in general? Do you think that that is something in practical terms, can be feasible for the state government to enforce such measures in the state?
I believe that's a main threat now for people to comply with his orders. I don't think he will go that far to close the market for 1 month to 1 year. It doesn't sound funny. It will bring chaos, it will bring confusion, it will bring riots, it will bring, he won't be comfortable with what he will say if he can. He can close the market. This 1 week, I don't even think it will be accepted that much. I don't know what will happen today. I've not gone out to see if they have continued again. He will let him know that when one market closes, they are in union, they are in association. When one market closes for 1, 2, 3 days, others may join in whatever thing to make sure they show solidarity to their colleagues. He will just let him remember that he's dealing with men, grown-up people, economic drivers, people that have dependency from here and there. I believe he will have a better solution to this than just showing all this kind of strength and threats. Threats are always can cause any kind of influence. I don't like so much threats like that because anything can happen. The person you are threatening may have his way out. He's not a moral, he's a human being.
All right. Knowing the fact that the Onitsha market is the biggest market in the whole of West Africa, how does this affect Anambra's image as a business hub? People from the international communities, international investors, and even the local ones.
Definitely, it doesn't show any positive effect. Most people that were supposed to come to Onitsha to buy now, they decide to divert to any other place. They decide to divert to any other area. There is Aba, there is Asaba, there is Bakleke, there are other places that they can buy. So it's not even helping the economy of Anambra State when customers are diverted to other areas. These are sensitive issues that need a good, reasonable handling, so that it doesn't backfire and mess up the entire system. Most of the people that are coming to Onitsha will definitely not come today, except if they want to go to buy papers or to electrical or to any other place. But other people that are supposed to go to main market will definitely not go there today. They would have had to in other cities and other markets. And it doesn't say well to Anambra State. It's not good for us. I wonder why he doesn't want to find a better approach to this.
So now, with everything that has happened following this directive to shut down, the traders are already protesting, saying that, you know, they want to reopen their shops, you know, protesting against that directive. And from what you've said now, how has this so far impacted on public confidence with the governor Soludo when it comes to, you know, public perception, public confidence and trust in his government, in his leadership so far?
Soludo, if he looks for reactions of people, he will know that he doesn't have up to 30% support. Most people do not like his actions. Yesterday, closing a market, nobody likes it. You know, nobody, completely nobody. I've gone around and everybody is talking against it. That's why I always say that he should, you know, move down his intelligence groups to know people's reactions. You cannot lose the only major means of livelihood of many people. You cannot. That's why I say that there should be a better alternative to what he's doing now. Let him look for an alternative. And the reason that a lot of people will suffer for his actions. And the people are not ready. If there is no proper security around Anambra, most people will not comply. Now he has given life to this Monday thing. People are now aware and more fear are being created. You know, so long as he has no better approach to this issue, it will backfire. I don't know what will happen within the next 2 days if that market still remain closed. I don't know actual reactions. But let us hope that people will keep calm and expect him to reason better and find a better approach to this issue.
But do you think that it could also affect his political standing?
He has got his second term already now. By March, either 15 or 16 will be sworn in for second term. And he's still going for a third term. He has achieved what he wanted now, except he wants to be president of Nigeria. So for now, he's on top of the whole thing. He has won. Within a short time now, he was sworn for the second term. And nothing. He may choose not to go for Senate or any other political appointment, political moves.
All right, to add to the question Uche just asked, if this had happened before the elections, would he have stood a chance against the other candidates?
I wouldn't say he would have lost, because the kind of money they deployed, no person can afford that kind of half of it, 1/3 of it. He deployed so much money, and people are transactional here. If you rob my pan, I'll rob yours. That's the system here, and I don't think much difference could have. But I know a local it would have brought more apathy. People may not come out at all to vote. And people could have been against him, but considering the fact that transactional thing will happen, a lot of people will come out and vote and still vote for him and take their money home.
All right, looking at the situation in every other southeastern state and the suspension of the sit-at-home culture what role should traders union and traditional rulers and also the community leaders play in trying to dissolve this practice of sit at home?
Has the reason for Monday sit at home, has it been addressed? It has not been addressed now. And people feel, you don't see if you watch the clip well, you shall be sure if you see people shouting Nandi Carlo somewhere, some say show me the law, that kind of thing. The thing has not been addressed. Why are you expecting compliance? Why are you expecting people to say they are happy? That people they assume that was in their mouthpiece as in a cage, and you expect them to comply with your. They will always tell you that the guy is innocent. If you go to the street, you listen to people. Even the elites are still having the same opinion. So they are assuming that somebody is being intimidated unjustly, that he is suffering unjustly. That's what they are assuming, not minding whatever the law has said. And they believe that the law has not even supported him being in prison. The kind of thing, that's the feelings of people. So has it been addressed? If it has not been addressed, why are you expecting compliance? It's not possible, man.
All right, now, Mr. Ejindu, you've expressed your displeasure with what is going on, alongside with most of the traders who are also expressing their displeasure with the protest. But we also see that some of the Anambra State lawmakers are supporting the governor, saying that the state loses about 8 billion naira every Monday, and when you look at the Southeast generally, it's about 19.6 billion naira. So when we see we're having clashing opinions on this, supports some of the lawmakers and the politicians in Anambra State are supporting Soludo's actions, and we see the lay people, the traders, and the people of Anambra criticizing Soludo's actions. So how do you interpret these conflicting and mixed reactions from the people? Mr. Ejindu, are you still there? Wow, it's quite unfortunate. It seems that our connection with Mr. Ejindu has gone off. Are you there, Mr. Emeka Ejindu?
I'm back. It's an interruption for calls.
All right. Did you get my question?
Please repeat it again, sorry.
Right. So you've expressed your displeasure as to what is happening in Anambra State alongside with the traders who are protesting. But we also see that some lawmakers in Anambra State are backing the governor and supporting his actions, saying that the state is losing quite a large amount of money from the sit at home on Mondays, about 8 billion naira in the state. So I'm asking, how do you, what is your view, or how do you interpret these mixed reactions? On one hand, the politicians and lawmakers in Anambra State are backing the governor's actions, and then we see traders and the people of Anambra, some of the people of Anambra, criticizing these actions. So we're having conflicting reactions and conflicting opinions as to what is going on in the state. So how do you see these mixed reactions?
That is policy now. That is democracy. Everybody will not agree all the time in a point. All I know that are you expecting the politicians and the lawmakers to go against the governor? It's not possible. The same thing now. All I know is that I know the economy is suffering. Everybody knows that. I know there is an adverse effect on the system, but that is the situation of things. I wish he has a better approach to these things. I believe in I believe in discussion. Let us discuss issues out and find a solution. All of us will agree this is our joint agreement and we're going to carry it. You don't sit down one place and decide people's fate like that, though. when it affects them directly. You should be having constant meeting to find a solution to a problem. And the problem is massive, it's big. When people can tune for a full one day, yes, I know the government is losing. I know the individuals are losing more. In as much as you have no right to force me to go open my business, so you have not such right. But I know the economy suffers. After all, they pay them yearly. And nobody owes them when they come for their revenue drive. You pay yearly now. If you are paying 20,000 annually, by the beginning of the year, you pay 20,000. Whether you earn it or not, the government has received theirs. But all I know about those in the street, like transportation and the other things, they cannot operate and collect their revenue on Mondays. But you talk it over with people, you discuss it and find a solution. You don't impose anything. Those people that are giving themselves pain not to earn money, they have their reasons, and their reason is that somebody is being incarcerated, somebody is being intimidated unjustly. They have their reasons and why they do what they do. I want to tell them that whether they like it or not, they must do their business. They will say, no, it's my right to do business or to sleep in my house. All I know is that I believe in dialogue. I believe in talking things out and having a joint agreement and finding a solution collectively. Implementation will be easy.
All right,
because the traders suffer more than the government in this situation.
Emeka, we really do appreciate you joining us this morning on the Signature Morning Show.
You're welcome, my sister.
Thank you so much for joining. Emeka Ejingo is a public analyst. Of course, we looked at the independent view, his view on the closure of the Onitsha main markets so far. Of course, this is all we have in the conversation. We'll go on a short break and we'll be back.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
This whole main market and all the adjoining these things will be locked down for the whole of this week. There will be no market anywhere here. Are you hearing me? each Monday will come and inspect. If people are not in their respective shops, it will be shut down again. If you like, I don't mind shutting down the market for the remainder of this year. I'm just from Oka. Everywhere is open. And people are going about their businesses. Then you come down to Onisha. Come down to Main Market. The once reputed market as the largest market in West Africa. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I have just driven all the way from the junction with Ose to this place. Through much of Johnson, I've seen through Bright, and the shops locked up. I've peeped inside, a few persons here and there. I know that people have done this sit at home on Mondays for quite some time now. And as they say, you know, an abomination that lasts a year becomes culture. No. This can no longer go on in Anambra.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Famous Nigerian Afrobeat star Davido has described being called out over the alleged $50,000 wedding planning debt as crazy. The singer said this while reacting to the allegation on Sunday evening. Funke Buckner Obruthi, the CEO of the company in charge of Davido and Chima's wedding, reportedly called the singer out over unpaid debt. The report that went viral on social media was accompanied with an alleged chat of the event planner threatening legal action. However, reacting to the development on X, Davido, who saw it as an insult, tagged it crazy. The singer wrote, "This is just crazy at the point." Nigerian singer Caesar Millie has claimed that he played a crucial role in discovering and nurturing his colleague Ira Star's talents. Speaking in a recent interview with Yanga FM Lagos, Millie explained that he discovered Ira Star when he was dating a lady who was her school mother. He also claimed that he accommodated Ira Star, emphasizing that the Rush hitmaker can't deny his impact on her career. Ira Star came into the spotlight with the release of her self-titled debut extended plays in January 2021 through Marvin Records. Star has previously revealed that Maven boss Don Jazzy contacted her in December 2019 after discovering her Instagram page where she shares her music. Controversial Nigerian singer Speed Darlington has disclosed that all he got from his 23 years in the United States is criminal records. The rapper made this known while comparing his achievements in Nigeria to the US. Speaking in a recent video, Darlington, who explained that he left America with nothing, stated that he built his mansion with the money he made in Nigeria. While narrating how the US took away his self-confidence because he's a black man, he said, "America did not favor me, although he has access to the United States. He does not want to be there all the time." He also emphasized that his experience there has been defined by repeated arrests and criminal records, not by opportunity, and that he is not ashamed to say it.
Man, I love having access to the USA, but I don't want to be in the USA all the time. America no favor me. I'm not ashamed to say it. America no favor me. Only thing I have is criminal records, arrest. It's all I got from USA. So after 23 years, bro, I have told myself, listen, man, it is better for me to have access to America. I can go whenever I want to go see my family, maybe 10 days. And the crazy part is that you would think that a society that hates black people, that hates foreigners, would be happy if a foreigner travel and stay gone for like, I don't know, 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, 2 years. You would think they would be happy. Less black people. But I love my mother. I love seeing my mother. She's getting older. She needs a little help here and there. I need to go see her every now and then.
Nollywood actor Gideon Okeke has criticized the Nigerian entertainment space for what he described as the neglect of the film industry, while Afrobeat stars continue to receive overwhelming praise and global recognition. In a video shared on his Instagram page on Sunday, Okeke questioned why Nigerian musicians are celebrated while actors, actresses, and filmmakers are rarely acknowledged in the same way. He named top Nigerian music stars such as Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, Rema, and others, and asked what would happen if they publicly acknowledged the talent within Nollywood. He further stated that despite the global attention Afrobeat receives, Nigerian films are not enjoying the same level of international exposure or endorsements, questioning if they don't watch Nigerian movies. The actor also referenced former US President Barack Obama, noting that his annual music endorsements have consistently boosted artists' visibility worldwide. He lamented that despite the volume of Nigerian films produced, they have not benefited from such high-profile endorsements. Okeke urged Nigerian musicians and influential figures to create similar platforms to promote Nollywood. He stressed that the entertainment industry thrives when creatives support one another, adding that celebrated entertainers should not chop all the glory alone. While acknowledging that no one owes anyone anything, Okeke argued that collective progress benefits everyone.
Yo, check this out. I just want to ask a question. You know how we carry our Afrobeat music on our head? We say big 3, big 5, big days. We almost don't they idolate, they worship ourselves, our own self. Yeah? Big 3, big 5, big 1, big. I come to pause and ask myself question. Say big 3, big 5, big 1, big Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, Rem, all of them. When I know they watch Nigerian film. Since Netflix come this country, when I know they watch Nigerian film. When I know if you talk say, when I know if you use on a mouth one day, come out to talk say, you see this actor over there, you see that actress over there, motherfuckers, they are badass motherfuckers. You guys watch their, what's going to happen if your big 3, your big 5, your whoever big for there, so that they always argue the big pass. But what's going to happen if big 5, big 3, big 1 come down from their elevated high horse to look around and see your cousins in the other side of the media hemisphere and say, you see that bros for that side, it is a motherfucker, it's bad. You see that babe there, bad. Because when I don't begin to turn to executive producer for inside movies, yeah, when I don't sneak into the cracks,
We are local.
The international community is
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Director General of Nigeria's National Sports Commission, NSC, Bukola Olakbade, has confirmed that discussions to extend the contract of Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell will begin soon, following the team's impressive showing at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations AFCON. Chell's current contract with the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) expires in a few months, prompting early action from sport authorities keen to secure continuity. Chell's reputation has soared after guiding Nigeria to a third-place finish at AFCON in Morocco. Under his leadership, Nigeria scored 35 goals and conceded just 13, while setting a tournament record by netting 14 goals at a single AFCON. The team also kept 4 consecutive clean sheets in the knockout rounds. Reports linking Chell with national teams such as Tunisia, Gabon and Angola have been dismissed by Olakbade, who insists that Malian tactician is staying put. Nigeria's Falconets will host Senegal in a crucial FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup qualifying match in Ibadan on Saturday, 7 February, as they continue their push to reach the Poland 2026 finals. The match is the first leg of a third-round qualifier and will be played at the Lekon Salami Stadium. The return leg will take place in Dakar on February 14th. The winner over 2 legs will move one step away from the World Cup. Falconet head coach Moses Aduku says the team is in good shape after several weeks of training. All invited players have been in camp and have shown strong effort and focus. The coaches have worked on team shape, movement and understanding between the players. Aduku is not new to this level. He was part of Nigeria's coaching crew at the 2022 World Cup, where the Falconets reached the quarter-finals. He now hopes to guide the team even further. Nigeria have a strong history in this competition. The Falconets have qualified for every edition of the Under-20 Women's World Cup. They finished second in 2010 and 2014 and reached the semi-finals in 2012. Senegal are aiming to secure their first ever qualification to the FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup. Senegalese Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko said on Monday in Rabat that ties with Morocco were stronger than emotion, days after chaotic scenes erupted when the two nations faced each other in the Africa Cup of Nations final. The January 18th match, which saw Senegal beat Morocco 1-0 on home turf, descended into turmoil after the Senegalese contingent protested a last-minute decision to award Morocco a penalty. Some Senegalese supporters attempted to storm the pitch as others threw objects onto the field, while the team halted the game for nearly 20 minutes by stepping out of play before resuming and winning the match. Speaking in Rabat during a joint Senegal-Morocco Commission meeting, Sonko said his visit was not meant to calm tempers, but to confirm the ties between the two nations. Morocco and Senegal cooperate in sectors including tourism, energy, infrastructure, and transport, in addition to sharing strong religious ties. 18 Senegalese supporters remain in pre-trial detention in Morocco, where they face charges of hooliganism at the match. Their trial was postponed to next Thursday. Napoli are on the brink of being eliminated from the Champions League as the troubled Italian club faced Chelsea on Wednesday, racked by a deep injury crisis and a faltering Serie A title defense. Sat just inside the elimination zone on only 8 points from 7 matches after last week's miserable 1-1 draw at FC Copenhagen, Napoli must beat Chelsea to scrap a place in next month's playoffs. That will be no easy task with the Blues, Antonio Conte's former club, needing a win to stay in top 8 and back direct qualification for the last 16. Conte's bid to become the first Napoli coach to win back-to-back Serie A titles has been hampered by physical problems in his squad right from the start of the season. Bayern Munich sporting director Max Eberl on Monday confirmed the club are in talks to extend Harry Kane's deal at the club. The 32-year-old England forward, who joined Bayern in 2023, has a deal until 2027. Long without a team trophy, Kane broke his drought in 2025 when Bayern won the Bundesliga. This campaign, Bayern are 8 points clear in the league and sit second in the 36-team Champions League table. Speaking in October, Kane said he could definitely imagine extending his stay in Germany. Kane has scored 119 goals in 126 games for Bayern, while adding 30 assists. Former Spain coach Robert Moreno denied using artificial intelligence tool ChatGPT to prepare for games during his time in charge of Russian club Sochi on Monday. Moreno left top-flight side Sochi in September 2025 after a poor run of results, and reports emerged recently in Russia saying he had heavily relied on ChatGPT in his role, even using it to decide between potential signings. The 48-year-old said he used technology in his job but made his decisions himself and with his staff. Moreno, who has also coached Monaco and Granada, took over the Spanish national team on a temporary basis in 2019 from Luis Enrique. He was appointed on a full-time basis on June that year after Luis Enrique resigned because his daughter Zana was diagnosed with a rare bone cancer. Spain rehired Luis Enrique to replace Moreno in November 2019 after his daughter's death. The coach accused Moreno of being disloyal for trying to stay in charge for Euro 2020. In golf, world number one Scotty Scheffler secured his 20th PGA Tour title with a full shot victory at the American Express on his first start of the 2026 season. The American finished on 27 under par after a 6 under 66 in the final round, with a double bogey 5 at the par 3 17th after he found the waterproofing immaterial. Scheffler, who began the day one shot behind 54-hole leader Siwon Kim, registered 9 birdies on Sunday around the blunder on 17 and a dropped shot at 2. The 29-year-old joins Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods as the only players to have 20 PGA Tour titles and 4 majors before turning 30, with his victory earning him lifetime membership on the PGA Tour. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
For staying with us. You're still watching Signature Morning on Signature TV. Now, news reaching us is that there is at the Akanwibiam International Airport in Enugu, something is going on at that location concerning the PPP concession by Festus Keyamo. Our reporter is at the location, but as we get updates on what is going on, we will definitely keep you informed. But right now, we have in the studio with us talking on Nigeria's political landscape and if Nigeria is sliding into a one-party state. Honorable Chidi Ofebu, who is a politician, here to do justice to the topic as always. You're very much welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Honorable.
Good morning.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. Now, looking at what is going on currently in Nigeria's political system, where we see that there has been defections recently moving to the ruling party, the APC. How do you interpret this trend currently among the politicians and how it could affect our democratic system?
Thank you. You see, Nigerians have been saying that the nation is sliding into one political party, but I don't believe in it. In 2023, Nigerians voted up to 5 political parties. You have Apuga governor, you have a Labour governor, you have a PDP governor, you have APC governor, and you have a NNPP governor. So you have up to 5 governors. But you see, you have a man who is at the helm of affairs, Jagaban, who is a planner, who doesn't want any opposition. He's not forcing anybody because Nigerians voted massively to various political parties. But the man at the helm of affairs is now bringing one-party system, which is his own strategy. He's bringing a new strategy to intimidate his opponents. You know, so Nigeria is not sliding into one political party. The only thing I have is that, you know, in 2014, when APC came up, the APC had a strategy. They didn't pretend about it. They came to remove Jonathan. And they told Nigerians that Nigerians will buy fuel for 40 naira. That any student who is not working will have 10,000 naira every month. And you know, Nigerians were happy. With harassment and every sort of things, they removed Jonathan. Now, the man who planned this is Jagaban, you know. Now, he is the one in charge. So he's bringing a system that nobody will challenge him. What is the opposition doing? Look at ADC. They are now fighting. But APC didn't fight in 2014. Till now, they are not fighting. It doesn't mean they don't have problems. They have issues. They have problems. So people will tell me that, look at Labour. Labour is fighting. ADC is fighting. PDP is fighting. And they said it is APC that is causing it. If APC is causing confusion in these political parties, why can't you still come with your own strategy and cause confusion in APC? So the opposition party, they are not serious. They are not planning. They are busy fighting. And President Tinubu is busy putting things in order. He's a man who doesn't want any opposition. He's a man who believes that 2027, he wants it to be him and him alone. And he's not forcing anybody to join APC. He's not forcing anybody. He's not doing it with gun. For example, Tunde Bakare. We know in Nigeria that Tunde Bakare has a voice. The last time I heard Tunde Bakare talking about APC, the next time, within few days, he went to see President Tinubu. And since then, Tunde Bakare has not said anything again. Look at Makinde. Makinde has been propelling PDP. Makinde has gone to see him. And since then, I have not heard Makinde said anything. So this is a man that has a strategy. Then what is the opposition doing to what his own strategy? They are not doing anything. So Nigeria is not sliding into one political party. It's just a system that a man brought up that is now happening.
All right, Honorable Ofebu, hold your thoughts. We'll come back to you on this conversation. But we have our reporter joining us via Zoom right now to give us an update on what is going on currently at the airport. Christopher, if you can hear me, good morning. Christopher, can you hear me? All right, it seems that while we're waiting for Christopher to connect with us and give us an update on what is going on at the airports, Quincy, please go ahead.
Okay, Honorable, does the dominance of a one party, both at the federal and at the state level, does this really weaken competition and accountability?
You know, in everything is a strategy. A strategy. It can weaken them, it might not weaken them. Do you understand me? It can create commotion, and the masses will say no to this, and they will come out in mass and vote against that party. At the same time, it can weaken the opposition, and they will not be able to do anything, because this is a strategy I think President Tinubu and APC is using. So, but the opposition, if they can come up with their own strategy, it will not weaken anybody.
All right, now there's this idea that Nigeria's party system lacks, deep ideological anchors, like when it comes to their ideology and, what they think and what they are moving for. So do you think that this could also be a problem within parties that contributes to this drift towards one particular party?
It depends on what you mean. by ideology. The most important thing in Nigeria is, as it stands now, is hunger. Did you understand me? And if a man is in the helm of affairs, he brings a strategy. So I don't think the ideology you are talking about in Nigerian context now is working. What everybody is interested in to feed, and everybody is going where the tap is running. So it makes, for now, ideology of political party will not work, because there are so many things going on in Nigeria now that people are looking for where to eat. And except people come out of it and rewrite the history of political parties in Nigeria, because the people in helm of affairs will always want to win. But it is the masses that will say no to it. And if they can understand it, they will stop it.
All right. Before now, Nigeria was more of a country dominated by by PDP, of course, and until after Jonathan, we had it shifted to the APC, and since then, even the likes of ENUGU State that has had PDP in power for over 16 years, losing to the APC. Then when it was happening with the PDP, it didn't seem like much of a problem. But now it's happening with APC. Everybody's talking about it shifting to a one-party system. Do you agree with that?
You see, I said it earlier. When APC came on board, they came with everything. They came with propaganda. They came, by then you will see them, they will gather in, I think, Ojota for days. They will be cooking, and they will say, Jonathan must go. They will be saying all manner of things. The opposition we have now, what are they doing? It has to do with opposition being strong. The opposition during APC, PDP can't do this. They will shout. They will bring all manner of propaganda against them, and they will withdraw. You remember, Jonathan wanted to do this subsidy. APC shouted, carried a coffin, that Jonathan wants to do this and do that. Jonathan withdrew from it. Today you see the whatever it is working in Nigeria, and nobody is talking. The opposition is not talking. So the problem that we are seeing today is that opposition is sleeping, and they are comfortable with what President Tinubu and APC is doing, except they rise up and they will say no to it, and it will stand. But if they didn't do anything, even councillors to downtrodden, everybody will join APC.
All right, Honorable Ofebu, let us connect with our correspondent at the airport, Christopher Lele. Christopher, are you with us? Now, looking at this issue of the opposition, like you made mention, you said that the opposition is not doing anything about what is going on. Why do you think that the opposition seems weak or seems not to be doing what they should do as an opposition party with what you've said?
That's when the issue you talked earlier about ideology comes in. It's like they don't have any ideology. Because if they have ideology, they will bring it up. And that is opposition. They don't have any. They are busy fighting themselves. You see, the only person who is standing is P2B. You know, in 2014, when APC came up, there's this shout, there's this noise they used in dealing with PDP and Jonathan. And after 2023 elections, they began to use it in P2B, that everybody is talking against P2B, everybody is shouting against P2B. But the reason why P2B is still standing is that man has grace. The more they talk about P2B, the more P2B is moving. The more they talk about him, the more him himself is talking. So, but a tree cannot make a forest. So the ruling party has a strategy that they are using, and the opposition doesn't have an answer to it. That's why it's like APC is dominating everywhere. That's the reason why you see, even you see the governors, they are withdrawing from their party, joining APC, because they are looking at their own party that my party is weak. They can't stand these people. Let me go to where I am sure they will give me ticket for my second tenure. So the ideology of APC is working for them. And the opposition, they are sleeping. Except they wake up. Look at the other day. P2B was annoyed with Articles 8, that they are assaulting his people. And you want to remove Jagaban. With this, your house is not in order. You want to remove a man who has a strategy, who knows how to do it. No, it might not be possible.
Looking at the structure now, do we still have strong opposition parties? Looking that if the people in the opposition parties are moving to the ruling party, leaving the opposition party really empty without much force in it.
If APC is bringing everybody, Dick, Tom, and Harry to APC, where is the opposition? And the opposition themselves, they don't have confidence in themselves. They are now fighting themselves. Who will bear the cat? Who will bear the cat? It's better they go and sit down and let's just crown Tinubu and say, you are the master strategy. Keep on. Because I'm not seeing anything from the opposition. I'm not seeing anything from them. The only person who talks, who stands and they couldn't shout him down is P2B. And P2B alone cannot do it. And that is where we, the Igbos, we need to, I don't believe in sentiment. This is where we now need to say, where are we going from here? I have said it before and I'm still saying it again. You look at Atiku. You look at Atiku. You look at Kwankwaso. In 2023, they contested. Why should they contest? And now they are still hammering that they want to contest. It is the tone of the South. And when it comes to South, it is the tone of the Southeast. And they are contesting. I was listening to one Alhaji last week. He said zoning is undemocratic. Now, because they want to contest. So, as far as I am concerned, they have destroyed the zoning. Igbos will say, only the Yawere. And that is what Tinubu did. So the opposition, I am not seeing them. They are not operating as far as I'm concerned. They are not serious. They are not putting anything on ground to prove that they want to remove Tinubu. Because as the day goes by, you'll find out that Tinubu is gaining ground. APC is gaining ground. There is a place I want to talk. I don't know if you have anything to ask me, but if you don't, I'll still come back to it.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, looking, just as you had mentioned, 2023 election, they had lots of Nigerians come out in their numbers to vote for the opposition parties, not just the Labour Party, but other parties as well. Looking at the road to 2027 now, would you say that the opposition parties are failing Nigerians?
They are really, really failing Nigerians. They are really... You see, when you look at 2014 and look at the way APC came up, you will understand that opposition must stand firm, must stand strong, must have what it takes. But today's opposition, they don't have it. They're busy fighting for who will get the ticket.
All right, Christopher Lele has joined us now to give us an update on what is going on. Good morning, Christopher. Tell us what is happening at the airport right now.
We're talking about the actual and the annual. I am currently speaking. That's the party president that's talking about they are rejecting concession from the federal government. Federal government. They are not following the right process. And with workers protesting perspective, they need all the union leaders, immigration leaders, and also and carry they don't want to lose any staff, members what's happening right now, we
entitled to pressure and gratuity entitlement at the point of prison. Those the people say, those that can say, The eyes have the next one is all and certain records under the new arrangement starting the constitution law should be allowed to join trade unions of their choice, specifically those operating within the aviation industry. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. And after all before the handover of our airports, and that's what we are talking about, that we will write it down. The minister or the government will sign. ENUGU will sign. We will sign. Is there anything we are missing or is so that we add it? And that's why this exercise is very, very important. So protect you. Okay. We have our secretaries, we have their every union leader. From now to tomorrow, take it and please send it before this document will be finalized. Because it's not only ENUGU airport, other airports will also make it. It's only that time we cannot say we are ready. And without this being signed, anybody that enters here to say he wants to take over the airport, what do we say? In fact, if the management repents, I mean the airport management and start giving us information, give us 3 days, all of us will apply for the worker from Owerri, Calabar, all of us from all of us enter place. We will shut down the airport. And even if they stop here, there was a time we have challenges in our airport. We shut our airport down from Lagos. Shut them down from Lagos. No plan. It's entering your airport again. Lagos, we are ready for the fight. That's why they ask you, are you ready? I don't want to hear that they have promised me a militant brother. Sometimes people want to come action for crime is what we can solve. Why is it that it's there for me to for us to turn action like NATO? If I wake up and say, NATO, let go. Because of this, no work, immediately is activated. They will not give you this, thoroughly. No arrow. They want us to talk. They don't waste time. Please, let's get that credit. And that's why you're saying that to support. They're saying it's just the book. It's just the negotiate the book. Because they know, what? Shut up. I can't put a possibility. You don't have to. Anything as a class for the place, they don't push it at all up. We don't walk in. We don't stop. If we don't have that spirit, we will not win this fight. And let me take you. So what I'm saying is, please, let us work together. Management has a practice. Some practice is to divide us. When I go now, say this government are taking money.
Well, that was Christopher Lele coming to us live from the airport, Akanu Ibiam International Airport in Enugu, giving us an update on what is going on. And we'll continue with that update during our global news at 12. So make sure to stay tuned and keep watching Signature TV. Now, back to our conversation with Honorable Chidi Ofebu. We're talking on Nigeria being a one-party state. Now, before we cut off to join our correspondent at the location, you were responding to a question that Quincy asked you earlier. Please go ahead.
You know, because of the way the opposition is packaging themselves, they are not strong. Like I said earlier, in 2014, APC, they were together. That even if anybody sinned against the party, they don't talk about it. They came with every strength to fight the ruling party. But the opposition of today, they are not doing it. They are busy fighting themselves. A house divided against itself will not stand. You want to go and take what belongs to you that the lion is holding, and you are not prepared. You can't. So for me, as far as 2027 is concerned, except they change tomorrow, I mean the opposition. But with what they have now, they are not showing character. They are not showing strength, because the man in the helm of affairs is a planner. And for you to bring him down, you must plan very well. You must be united amongst yourselves. By now, they're not supposed to be talking about who will be our candidate. In 2014, when they came to fight PDP, you know, they didn't have any other candidate except from Buhari. They just have one candidate. And everybody was channeling his effort, his finances, his everything towards it. But look at the opposition today. Atiku is vying because it is not the turn of the north. Amechi is vying. It is not the turn of the south. All these people, it is the turn of the east. And they want to fight. And you want to remove Tinubu, who is a master planner. No, Nigerians should just forget about the coalition they are talking about. They are not serious.
Right. Now, while we're talking about, Nigeria moving to a one-party state, there is also this argument about the defection of politicians and governors while they are still in their parties, their previous parties' mandate. Like a party elected them into governance, and then when they get there, they move to another party. What do you think about that dynamic?
You see, when you know who you are, you can't be pushed around. You look at Oti. Oti said, I will never leave Labour. It is Labour that made me what I am. He's standing strong. And let me tell you, President Tinubu is a man that has brain. Go to them now, you will see that they value Oti. Because Oti says, I will never leave Labour. Despite that Labour is having problem. When Peter Obi was leaving Labour to ADC, he told Peter Obi, I'm not going with you. I will still be in Labour. Except we could not sort the problem of Labour. Look at the governor of Bauchi. He said he will be the last man standing, even if everybody leaves. That he will still be PDP. That is the kind of people I want to associate with. People who knows what they want. People who will stand, no matter what it is. Because today you leave the party. Tomorrow, if there is any problem, you still leave that one. I don't like such attitude. I love people who, when they stand, they take decision. If they are dying, let them die. If they are succeeding, let them succeed. So this issue of tomorrow, you see this person, he wins. By next tomorrow, he leaves the party, he enters another party. I think Nigerians, we have not really matured in the political system.
All right. Can democracy really thrive in a system where elections appear predictable, where we have the overwhelming ruling party influence on even the opposition party as well?
You see, everybody wants to win. So, and those people who are winning, when you go to them, they will tell you that that is the best democracy. So everybody wants to win, everybody wants to be a winner. And when your party is winning, you are happy. You don't even want to know what the opposition is doing because you have won. So the only thing, as far as Nigeria is concerned, the system will be growing small. It will be growing. You know, I could remember in those days, there was the period you see people will burn houses when they are doing campaign, but no, today it has ceased. You don't more see those things. So we are growing, we are maturing. A time will come that the political parties will be matured enough, and you will see the system, growing very well. It's a matter of time. We will get there.
Now, I understand you saying it's a matter of time, but considering that we've practiced democracy for a very long time now, and you said earlier that Nigeria has actually not matured when it comes to, democracy and democratic system, why is it that up to this moment we're still maturing, we're still trying to get there? What is the problem? What can we do to get there?
We are still maturing. Why? You look at President Tinubu now. Everything President Tinubu does is right in the eyes of the Yorubas. Do you understand me? They don't see any fault. By the time we grow out of this, Nigerian political system will be matured. You know, that is why you see it's like these people will say Tinubu is not doing well. His brothers, the Yorubas, will say he is doing well. You are castigating him because he's not from your tribe. So we are still playing regional politics. By the time we will grow out of regional politics, these things you are saying will just die a natural death. The problem we have now is regional politics.
All right, looking at the independence of the Nigerian Democratic Institute, the INEC, is it really independent and void of corruption in order to have the election that will be carried out to, come out the way the citizens that had voted, the way it should? Using 2023 as an example, that most people really disagreed with the results that was presented by INEC.
You see, like I said, we are still playing regional politics until we get out of it. Because when the vote was coming in, the INEC was releasing it. So what they are releasing, is it really what the people voted for? And you know that as far as that result is concerned, the region that produced the president must be happy. And the region who felt that they didn't vote the president will be complaining. And the region that won will tell them, forget it, is because it is not your candidate. So we have not grown to a situation whereby an Hausa man will come out, a Yoruba man will vote him, an Igbo man will vote him. When we get to that level, you see, most of these things will just die. Look at 1993 election, Abiola. Nigerians voted for Abiola, irrespective of where you're coming from. And they were very happy. It was the military that stopped that. So I don't know why we drifted out of that achievement that we have made. A situation whereby Mr. A will come out, irrespective of where you're coming from. People will vote you. And when you are doing the wrong thing, your people themselves will condemn you. If we get to that level, things will change. But for now, we are still playing regional politics. And that's why INEC, no matter the result they gave, people must agitate, people must cry, people must celebrate. So we have not really dealt with regional sentiment.
Now, speaking of this regional politics, is there a possibility of this this idea of playing regional politics? Is there a possibility of it changing? Do you see that? Do you see that potential that Nigeria can move from regional politics to a state like you explained, how an Igbo man can come out and an Hausa man will vote him? Do you see that happening? What can we do to make that happen?
We'll get to that level. It's gradually coming up. We'll get to that level. Because in 2023, there are so many things that happen. There are so many things that happen. And if we sustain it, it will come to that level. Before now, many people are not going to school, but people are going to school. People are learning. People are studying. And by the time we have 85% of Nigerians being educated, that nonsense will stop.
So now talking this brings me to talk about public perception and how the public engage with democratic processes. Now, looking at the wave of defections and also this regional politics issue that you've mentioned, do you think that this could be the reason why there seems to be high level of political apathy among Nigerians?
You see, one thing I talked about APC, they know how to defend themselves. They know how to protect themselves. Oshemole once said, if you enter APC, your sins are forgiven. Let's use Nwike as an example. Nwike was having problems with the PDP and with his governor. And before you know it, Fubara joined APC. And Nwike said no. And the national secretary told Nwike that Fubara is APC. You are not a member of APC. And Nwike told him that you didn't deliver your state, so you don't talk. And APC in general gathered and told Nwike that Fubara is #1 as far as Rivers is concerned. And you are not a member of PDP. You are not a member of APC. I don't know if you are getting what I'm saying. Now they have gone to protect their own. And the moment we live this kind of life, things will not move. We will be drawing ourselves back. But one thing I like APC, they know their own. They defend their own. They stand by their own. When Wike was busy dealing with PDP, APC people were clapping for him. They were hailing him. But the moment Fubara joined APC, Wike came to fight Fubara. They told Wike, look, this is not PDP. You don't have hands in APC. You are not a member of APC. Allow us to build our party. And that's why I told you, the opposition, what I'm seeing from them, the way they are operating, this APC is united. And you can never break them. So the one you talk about apathy, what I'm looking at is the attitude of the APC. They are strong, they are united. That's why I don't know who gave them the idea of umbrella. You know, the idea of a broom. You know, when you get one broom, you can, destroy it. But when you get the bunch, you can't. And that is the spirit of APC. And that is the reason why I'm not a member of APC. But what I'm not a sentimental person. I always want to tell you the facts. These people are united. Look at what they are doing to Fubara now. They have rallied him round immediately because he has joined APC. What stops other parties from doing that? Put yourselves together and put things in order. And you will see Nigeria will begin to move. But the situation of my sister, we still have a long way to go, but God will help us.
Well, what are some of the qualities that the opposition party should look out for in the ruling party and also adopt that in order to put their parties together?
When APC came up, they zoned in 2014, they zoned it to the north. They were specific. And everybody was towards that. By then, Tinubu has the right to contest. But he didn't. They supported Buhari. In 2023, it is the turn of the Southeast. Atiku came up. And that is the reason why he had problem with Wike. And that's why the PDP was destroyed. Now they have joined ADC. Instead of them to say from ab initio that the ticket must be for the South, Atiku is contesting. Before time, they have already destroyed themselves. But APC doesn't do it. They believe if we are zoning it, this is where it is, and everybody will agree to it, and they will face it. So the opposition has not really come to understand what they have come to do.
So now, as we're looking ahead into the 2027 elections, because as the election approaches, we are still seeing more defections to the ruling party. How would you explain or analyze, the strategic positioning and the strategic priorities of the ruling party as opposed to what the opposition is doing? And what would you say are the gaps that the opposition has that is currently making them look weak as when faced with the ruling party?
The gap is like APC is here, PDP is in London. The gap is too much. The opposition, no. They don't know what they are. They are first of all fighting for tickets. You can't be an opposition and you're fighting for tickets. Before you become a opposition coalition, you have sorted this out and said this is our candidate. And when you're coming with all alacrity, all strength, everything in you. But now they are fighting themselves, and APC is busy. Look at it now in 2027. Today, this year is primaries. You will see that nobody will come to contest with Tinubu. By the time Atiku contest, Obi contest, and both in Yoruba land, both in Hausa land, both in the East, they believe in Obi. And at the end of the day, if they didn't get it right, ADC was scattered.
All right, good. We'll have to, Honorable, please hold your thoughts. Let's connect with our correspondent that is at the Akanibiam International Airport. Christopher, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so what is the current situation at the Akanibiam International Airport right now?
All right, so it's crowded here where we have the union, the three standing union leaders that are, with other aviation staff members that are also coming out for this protest regarding the concession. They are concerned, according to them, they say the agreement, the meetings that the body, the federal government, had with the concessionaire was shrouded, was done in secrecy, bypassing the labor unions and the agenda and the plans they have for the body. And according to them, this doesn't, represent the interest of the union. We have the ADSAN, we have the NOATE, we have the ANAP president, their leaders, they're all here saying that they are not aware of the meeting. That's talking about the Air Alliance that the government had with Air Alliance, and they are not in support of the process they're following, neglecting or shall I say, not recognizing the three leading unions, the aviation unions, secretariats, not carrying to also bring out the interest. So that is the major concern here. That's what this is all about so far.
All right, now that they've expressed their displeasure at what happened, what exactly are they demanding, or what exactly are their requests now with this protests?
Yes, they have according to them, they're looking forward to having a sit down, right, with the government, the three unions, with the federal government. The labor unions had listed challenges that they needed the federal government to sort out, and they don't want the case whereby staff will suffer, and then if they are transferring the airports to a private union, what happens to the staff? These are one out of the many things that they were looking out for that they've not really gotten a good answer to.
All right, Christopher, thank you for joining us on Signature Morning. We'll still get more information from you during our intervention in the news. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thank you for having me.
All right then, Honorable, over to you. What steps must be taken by citizens, by civil society, and even political actors to preserve the multi-party system that we have in Nigeria?
Well, I think it is the duty of the opposition. It's the duty of the opposition. You look at Tinubu today, his government. He has increased the salary of workers. No president has done that to the level he increased it. So I don't think when you're talking against Tinubu, if the government workers are involved, because they feel that he is taking good care of them. So, but there are things, I think, like what you're talking about, the airport, Akanibian Airport. You see, these are the things I don't like, the way Igbos are being treated. Do you understand me? We need a solid Igbo front. If they are doing this, did they do it in other states? Is it the only Akanibiam Airport that they have chosen? If they are doing it, they should do it in Kano, the airport in Kano, the airport in Lagos, the airport in Rivers, the airport in ENUGU. We know that it is uniformed. But picking ENUGU alone, that makes us feel somehow. And I want to digress a little bit, because one thing I think is that Igbos should come together. I have always said it. There's an organization now, EU, Eastern Union Mandate. we are coming up, want to come up with ideas that will make an Igbo man has voice, that will make an Igbo man know that, look, Nigeria is for all of us. You know, this issue of fighting, for example, you look at what happened in Anambra yesterday when Soludo closed the market. It's unnecessary. No Yoruba man will do that. No governor in Yoruba land will do that. No governor in the north will do that. They are very strategic. They are very sensible. Look at on Sunday. Sunday, Iboye went and paid a visit to the Olu of Ibadan, thanking him that the federal government has removed all charges on him. They gathered together to do that. They gathered together to succeed in that. But look at ourselves. We keep on fighting. Look at Wike. Wike and Fubara is fighting. Why should they be fighting? Wike, you are close to Tinubu. Wike and Senator Mbata, who is the president of Ohanes Ndigo, they are fighting. Why should you people fight? Why can't Wike take Mbata to Tinubu and they will negotiate? Things will come to Igbo land. They are busy fighting. Look at Wike. Wike and Hope Uzodinma is fighting. Hope Uzodinma is the chairman of APC, Governors Forum. Wike, you are close to the president. Why can't you people come together? The other day, I saw Wike and Umahi quarreling. Why can't, do you know that Wike, Dave Umahi, Oji Zokano, Senator Mbata, all these people coming together will form a front, go to Mr. President and talk about the Igbos. They will not, but all of them are busy fighting themselves. Okay, look at Oti. Oti is doing well, and Oji Zokano came with the former governors and said that they are going to remove Oti. Then when they remove Oti, they will bring in a puppet who, when their location comes, they will tell him that who made you governor. Okay, give us this, give us this. But instead of them to come together, Oji, you are a classmate to Tinubu. What do I mean by classmate? You are the 1999 governors. You have his ears. Why not take Oti to him and see what you can do to bring, you know, things that will make Igbos to be happy? All of them are busy fighting. Okay, look at the airport now. Nobody is talking about it because they are busy fighting. They are not strategic. They are not planners. They are not putting things together for the Igbos. We should come together and fight for, you know, a common things that will make Igbos to be Igbos. And that is what I'm talking about. So the issue of Nigeria, something is wrong, and we need to correct the foundation so that the Igbos will be happy, Yorubas will be happy, Hausas will be happy.
Now, I mean, that was quite a strong one. When we talk about this one party, drifting to one party state, what would you advise should be the major reform that will strengthen the multi-party democracy that Nigeria has and prevent any drift towards this dominance of one party?
You see, let me tell you, for these things to stop, it is the opposition's duty. It is the opposition that will stop it. Who will come and put it in order when the ruling party is there enjoying themselves? It is the opposition that will say no to this, and the masses will stand by it. As far as it is concerned, I want to tell you that nothing can be done if the opposition didn't rise up to say no to it.
All right then, Honorable. Moving forward, you just talked about the Igbo nation as not being in unity. What should be put in place in order to have at least unity among the southeastern states?
You know, they are recruiting in police now. And even the police officers are shouting that the Igbos are not coming up. What is the problem? An Igbo man is a businessman. An Igbo man can start selling granite. Before you know it, he will start packaging it in a different form and start exporting it. With that granite, he becomes a billionaire. That is the advantage Igbo man has in business. But when you look at the nation now, you'll find out that the Igbos don't enter police again, army, customs. But you look at the north, that is where they have advantage. Their people, you know, organize them, pack all of them into all these paramilitaries. And that's why you see, before you know it, you have 50 generals from the north. You have 2. So these are things I am talking about the EU coming up to change most of these things, to educate our people, to talk to our people, so that we can be united. United will stand, divided will fall. And you know that that is the strategy they have used against the Igbos, so that we will not be in unity. If we are united, I tell you, there is nothing we will not achieve. This issue of marginalization will stop. You know, you talk about marginalization because we are not united. If we are united, there are things they will do. Before they do it, they will consult us because they know that we are united, that we will not agree to it. But because we are not united, they wake up, they do whatever they want to do, and we keep on complaining, we keep on crying. You go to EFCC, you will see those that are in EFCC. They are young boys from the north and from the west. You see a lawyer who has put in 25 years in the bar. You see a small boy who is about 3-4 years in EFCC, who is a young boy. He will just be messing them up. Because why? We are not united. We don't understand all this political system. We don't understand it. Our leaders politically in the East, there are things they are not doing. There are things their eyes are not seeing. And we keep on, when you go to EFCC now, you say they are marginalizing us. How many people, how many of our leaders has grouped people and say, look, we are going to EFCC, you must recruit these people. These people are part of Nigerians. How many of our leaders are doing it? And these people you are seeing from the north, from the west, it is their leaders that are packaging them and putting them there. And our people, there are things we are not doing. Everybody is interested in his business. And by the time you finish your business, these people occupy sensitive positions. One decree, one law, we are crying. So we need, everybody need this orientation of coming together in Igbo land, so that we can now begin to occupy space, occupy what belongs to us. The advantage we have as people who are educated, the advantage we have as business people, we are not using it, we are not putting it in place. By the time we begin to put it in place, I tell you, we will gather respect from our neighbors.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Chidi, for joining us this
Thank you
morning.
for joining us on
Thank
Signature
you.
Morning.
Of course, the question that we just got answers to is Nigeria sliding into a one-party state. This conversation will be available on our YouTube page, so that way you could also engage and let us know what your answer to this question of conversation is all about. Honorable Chidi Ofwebu is a politician and of course joined us this morning to give answers to this said question. And of course, Signature Morning will continue after now as we connect to our Abuja studios. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. We are always live on YouTube and on SLTV channel 265. I am Queensley Roland.
And I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Have a nice day.
Comes back. I alluded to, pardon me, Agberoism. If a tax officer, special tax officer, can enter my premises, seize my vehicles, seize my tables, maybe dismantle my air conditioners, seize my cameras, and without an order of the court, of what use are the courts if the courts cannot protect me? Because it means this law has ousted the authority of the courts. I can only run to the courts, but the courts will refer me to the law, that they have right under the law to seize those things without the order of the court.
That is the issue.
Did the National Assembly see this?
That is the surprising part of it.
But the irony is that they are all going to be victims, and they will start shouting. Just like the previous Attorney General of the Federation is now shouting. I was surprised that what he brought out, the precedents he set, he's been called to follow it, and he's complaining. Everybody, in fact, most of these persons that took part in passing this law, I'm sure they never knew what they were doing. They never knew what they are doing. The law is unfortunately obnoxious. And I don't think it's even those who signed.
Yeah, but even those who signed, even the presidency, even the office of the Accountant General of this federation is allowing a clause on this train to be inserted in modern law, tax law in Nigeria.
It violates the constitution. The right to fair hearing is being violated. The various conventions, AU conventions, UN convention, they are all violated by this law. So you don't go all out straight to collect what you call revenue. Revenue for what? Is it not you collect revenue for our welfare? And in the process, you have created serious disenchantment and impoverishment in the law. And I'm so surprised the level of campaign that is even going on to tell us how good the law is. Do you need to do all that?
Anyway, this part of it, please, I think those of them, because they have created a them and us, those of them in National Assembly, those of them in law practice, should please look at this again, and maybe, since it has already been signed, they may ask for amendment, because I would not want somebody to barge into my house to come away my TV while I'm watching something with my grandchildren, because I've not paid tax. When there should be a procedure. Take me to court if that is the case, and then let the court force me. Now let me look at the next section 62. Now, following from the powers to restrain, that is this enforcement of powers.
Yes, it's the same thing. It's enforcement, very, very obnoxious, very, very violent, and in fact, they need to recruit those of them that you think are in the forest now to do these things, because that section is actually formalizing the activities of the forest difficult people. I don't want to start. You get the point? Because if you look at that law, then you wonder how a tax official paid by taxpayers' money will now be constituted into a special purpose tax officer who has the power of the police and who can enlist the services of the security agency at any time. I mean, are we at war? I mean, Nigerians have a limit of endurance. The lessons from history it does not appear that those who took part in this law participated. And that was why during the public hearing, those that were allowed to speak were predetermined. You can't just walk in and talk. Some of them they will have even told you to remove certain things and all that. So that enforcement powers and the tax investigation itself, the tax investigation, it means for 6 years anybody can swoop into your books and all that and use it to justify every of those other actions. But the problem is, if you are crediting the professional that should serve me and I'm paying for it, he is loyal to you, how do you come back to talk of investigations going forward? And it's a 6-year period. Your books can be, you can investigate.
It was you who accredited who assessed
that is the
and
point.
caused me to pay or not to pay.
Then within 6 years, you are still open for a reassessment, a revisitation. And there's another provision there where the revenue itself can appoint an agent who will take possession of your funds, take possession of the resources, and pay the tax. It's allowed by law. You can have access to your resources, have access to your funds, and use it to pay the law under the provision that deals with substitution. There's a substitution provision, which perhaps they might have copied from the France, the Yellow Vest campaign. That is a provision that caused public protest that has been dropped in France. That is what they brought there. Now, that is also a provision that caused a major riot in 2024 in Kenya. That set Kenya very hot, which was also dropped by the current Ruto administration. This is the same provision that the MPP government in Ghana introduced towards the end of that tenure. That was one of the reasons why he has to lose the election. The levy and all that. They've all been dropped. So now, how do you talk of investigation? The investigation can go on for the last 6 years and all that. While the tax authority itself, when you talk of accountability, is given a window of 6 months between which the FIRS now, which will be the revenue service late from January, should submit an account 6 months. And the depth of accountability required of the current day FIR is so weak that they are not even made to be accountable. In same jurisdictions, like the US and other, you are required to also, beyond submitting audited accounts, you submit what we call domestic reports. That is the unpainted reality of the status of your financial transaction before the final audit, which will now be a painted, it's like a painted house. The letter of exception, otherwise known as domestic report, is seeing the house when it's under construction, the kind of road, this are beyond the painting. Now the audited report, in simple language, is the painted version. It's actually a 2-page paper. Then I was shocked that the tax law did not require long form audit reports instead of the short form. Long form audit report, that is, you go via the trial balance, bring all the charts of account, bring the issues you have raised as the auditor, the report of the management, and your final position as a professional on each item on the account, on the chart of account, not a global, usually repetitive language. This kind of tax law goes with long form audit reports. It does not go with short form audit reports.
So that the picture is clear.
Both ways. So that I can allow you to, it's like a father who has a stringent rule on alcohol and tobacco, yet in his own room he has bottles of whiskey. No, it can't work. That's the situation we are now. That's the situation we are. If you are to exhibit that level of discipline, such level of misfeasance should not be found among you. We want to see a legal framework that will move from short form audit reports to long form audit reports, so that if I pay you and you have all the leverages and leeway to get the money, it should be judiciously applied. Therefore, the audited reports must be clear, transparent, and open to rigorous engagement on both ways, because nobody is an angel. Because angels live in the terrestrial plane. This is a mortal arrangement.
And here we are talking about a Nigerian mortal situation.
Yes.
This earth in Nigeria.
There is no angel here. And the earlier we understand that, the better. The only thing that can force you to behave like an angel is where the repercussion for being a devil is so heavy. Then that becomes the singular disincentive to committing malfeasance and becoming a nuisance.
And that's why there's hell.
To humanity.
That's why there's hell.
That's the problem. So that's because when you look at the weight of engagement, tightening the news on the taxpayer, the tax collector news is being wide and open. His belly will be getting fatter by the day.
Our president calls it widening the tax net for national development.
No, it doesn't develop. After all, what is development? There's also a counterfactual argument. While in some jurisdictions, people are now saying, paying tax, what is the ultimate objective? Is it not to improve the well-being of the citizens? Now, where you are not, you have shown that you are not competent, in quotes, in providing that level of livelihood, then you allow the people,
morally speaking,
yes, you allow them to actually make it organic. Because for every 1 naira you live in the hands of a household, it is an organic development. The children will be well fed, schools, then the father can really discipline the children. Because if you cannot provide certain things, there's a level of indiscipline that you must allow. But once you have more disposable income,
to take care of a
you are
family,
in a more position to sit down here, do that. That's the point we're making. It's not the objective of tax actually to make well-being more reasonable.
Then, Prof, I have a bigger fear. That's a bigger fear. If my producer can once again bring up those sections, there's one that makes me a little bit uncomfortable, and that is section 78, who says the power of the president to exempt companies from income tax. If in the layman's language, if I understand it, the president can say, Mwabweze and Mwabweze multinational, Mwabweze and Mwabweze Street Sweepers Limited, you should not pay income tax. Is that what that law is saying?
Yes. And it's so, I read it 5 times. Very short provision. But I want to be sure. Then I went to collect another act, another copy, to check whether it's a printer's devil. And I saw that that is the provision. Why on earth can that provision be there? There is no such example anywhere in the world where the president himself is taxpayer. Even if you himself a taxpayer, he has income.
Yes, he is.
So he has capital gains before becoming president, or even as president. He has interest here and there that will be paying taxes. Now, how can you put that kind of law there? These are the kind of provisions that will propel an appetite that will become unquenchable going forward. Because when the perquisites and the privileges are so massive, a man will start thinking, am I not God? Don't you know I'm not God? When I can say, you don't pay tax, subject to, according to the provision, approval by National Assembly. And you can see how National Assembly approves. You can see it, subject to the approval. When they feel it is expedient, how do you define expediency? I mean, if the president is saying don't pay tax, is it not already expedient? It's already expedient. So that section is a very dangerous section. Believe you me, it's a very dangerous. Even if you have an angel today, that's a mistake we make. You say it is a.
Yeah, but we've established that there are no angels here. Yeah?
Yes.
There are no angels.
Okay,
here.
good.
There should be laws.
Yes. So this provision is very dangerous because it nullifies the entire law. And you dare not do that. It nullifies the entire hurdles we're all going through. If at the end, a person, an individual, can say, don't pay tax.
In other words, in fact, don't obey this law.
Haba, don't pay tax. I'm not sure whether, I don't know, I'm still not at peace with myself that what I read is correct. But that is what it is. Because I read it 5 times. So there is nowhere in the world where a president can say you should not pay tax. Meanwhile, the power of this train is there. Some people's property can be seized because they've not paid up to what they're supposed to pay.
My door can be broken and people enter.
And the assessment. Even in law, you have layers of appellate courts. So that even you can start a matter in the magistrate court and you end up in the Supreme Court. So even the judicial system, the people that feel they are experts in law, are not even arrogating to themselves the ultimate power of finality. Whenever they take a decision, they still allow it to go to another level. And that is why from the magistrate court, 1 person, high courts, 1. From appeal, it's no more 1 person. It's no more 1 person. So why is that provision there? That is why I'm saying this law is not yet ready for implementation. It has to be looked into seriously, because there are serious draconian provisions there that will even embarrass the presidency. How can that section 8 be in a law that we are saying is a reform? Because before reform, you must have performed. This is a situation where apparently where we are looks better than where we want to enter. After all, when you say multiple taxation, this and that, layers of people still go to court and challenge them. A lot of people still win cases, just like the VIO have been asked not to seize anybody's vehicle again and all that without an order of a court. But the Revenue Board is asking the jurisdiction of the court.
You can move and seize my
property. And nobody is talking about it. Whoever must have found himself by accident of employment as a staff of FIRS is now a super police officer. In fact, he has powers more than a court. That anybody in a sane society can carry out any enforcement that is above the court is a big question. It is an abuse of the Constitution, but whatever law you are making must be in line with the constitutional provision for fundamental right for fair hearing. So now, the law did not go further in this section 78. It did not go to specify the requirements and the procedures, the audit processes that must go through, who should recommend to the president, under what condition can that happen. It means if I'm in competition with you, and perhaps the president sees you don't pay tax, when you are liable to billions. How can we be talking of all the royalties, everything coming, and you are even in foreign currency, and you are saying the president can say somebody should not pay tax if and is subject to approval by National Assembly. And you know the way the National Assembly does their approvals. You will just come and bow and go. This time you may not even be allowed to come in. As you are coming, they will say just go from the gate.
You've done well.
They will make it, and they will just send you. You go, you turn back, turn and go. From bow and go, we get to turn and go. That's what this thing will lead to. Because if this type of law can be passed in this country, and they forgot there is cross comparison of fiscal legislations, they've forgotten that. They've forgotten that this law have subjugated the monetary authority 100% to the fiscal authority. We're talking of recapitalization of banks from next year. We're introducing that. It's also coming up with this new tax law, and people are already having a perception that their banking transactions may be jeopardized, because the power of this train actually relates to your bank account being torpedoed. That is the truth. These powers of investigation with the extensive provision of special purpose tax officers who have powers of a police officer. Remember, a police officer can get to a bank and issue an order.
Without waiting for a court?
Yes, that your account is under investigation. They will block your account. The timing is wrong. It may be subject to misinterpretation. It may be subject to misinterpretation in view of where we're entering in 2026. It is an election year. You cannot create such a scenario and you want everybody to believe that, it is not, it cannot be related to something. Just like when the currency was being changed during the last election. All our funds were seized and all that. You cannot provide a formal, seemingly legal way of stupefying the free flow of resources to the common man in on the street who have labored to buy orange, suffer through. So that is an issue. It could be an honest provision, but it is dangerous. It's not supposed to be there. I mean, our laws are being checked by others too. We engage in analysis, we engage in cross-country comparison, and you make yourself look like a laughingstock. I was at a session somewhere in Boston in August, and we are reviewing the global tax economic history of countries, just the history of taxation, to see how taxation has helped development. The findings were horrible. More developments were recorded in countries that seemingly do not emphasize this issue of come and pay, because the come and pay people put the thing in their pockets, especially in developing countries.
Very quickly, Prof, my producer is giving me a signal. There are some provisions of this law that will also be effective from January. Yeah. Let me just take one that bothers me, and that is the 5% hydrocarbon tax. 5% on petrol, on diesel, on aviation fuel, on industrial oils, but not on kerosene, domestic kerosene, not on CNG and LPG. Nigeria's transport system, vehicular motor transport system, is still heavily dependent on diesel and petrol. With additional 5% tax on it, the industrial oils, industries are folding because they say cost of business is high. You put extra 5% tax on it. The airlines, Nigerian air travelers are already complaining of cost of flight tickets, and they put 5% tax on aviation fuel. In economic terms, what economic outlook can this mean from January?
Yeah, it's just like most other issues around what we're expecting. The manner and the content of this law have generated a lot of tensions. Most people are tensed up, and people are just waiting to say, okay, let the January come, let us see what it looks like. But for me, those nitty-gritty details of percentages are usually not object of law specifications. They're operational issues, which the minister, the dynamics of the environment can even adjust. Even Trump changes. You see how many times he has changed his tariffs there and there eventually. So it's not supposed to be a provision of law that will now require you coming to amend the law for it to have a redress. There could be some redress that you will require in 2 days if it is purely policy level at the threshold of the minister and all that. You can always issue directive on. So those percentages makes little or no sense.
Being part of law.
Being part of law.
But they are part of law.
They are now part of law now. They are supposed to, the law is supposed to have macro provisions for which the details, the exact operational details will derive from the law, so that the action will be subject to legal interpretation. That is how you link up the three arms of government. But by the time you say this and that should be 15%, so whatever I do 15% on, it's already legal, without looking at the substance of how we came to that. So that is the question with that. The idea is to get more money and all that for the government, but as you can see, it's obviously going to lead to higher costs, which the Lafarge curve have already explained. It's a French economist, Philippe Lafarge, that at a point, when you keep on increasing the tax rates, it will be rising. When it gets to the peak, it goes negative. It must hit the zero vertex and go to negative range. So by the time you over militarize tax collection and revenue generation, eventually you may be worse off. That is what the experience of history have shown. That when you over militarize collection, when you are so aggressive on collecting without the quality of what you have collected before without also matching it to the quality of life and well-being of the citizens, you will misfire, because what are you basing tax on? Is it not an economic activity? Businesses are folding up, no jobs are not there, people cannot move freely. The farmers, I used to know a very big farm, 70% of our earlier farming capacity have gone down, zero. Now the importation that was done have further destroyed all the effort of the farmers. They can't make any profit out of it. So what tax are you talking about? And it is the agri sector that provides the real input for industry. And that is why, if you look around our state governors, nobody is talking of industrialization. Nobody is talking of production. Government is telling you that their business is not to do business. But so their business is to collect money from business. They do business. Do business so that I have a feel of what it looks like. Most jurisdictions are engaging in businesses. British Airways, go to all these same countries. The Chinese, most of these construction firms and all this then are owned by government. Why can't we have a hybrid? So that if you, who is approving, awarding contracts,
you know the pain of it,
you come and have a small pain so that you can understand what we're talking about. Pay tax from where? Where would the money come from? The prices are skyrocketing. The NEPA utilities are charging all kinds of things and you must pay. You spend an average of 20,000 in 4 days under band A, for which you have no control. People are paying through their nose.
And the income is not coming in that way.
It's not coming in. Then you spend a hell on security. As it is now, security is purely a private matter. You have to pay for your security. Now, that's the point we're making. Now, it doesn't mean that the 11,170 policemen that were withdrawn from VIPs will be deployed into FIRS as special purpose officers. Yes. And when that happens, you can imagine what Nigerians will see.
Well, if I allow Prof, there's so much more to talk about this new tax law. January 1, 2026. Is it the coming of doomsday, Armageddon? Or can we listen to the government that says, not to worry, it is in fact the coming of boomsday, because the tax is going to create so much wealth that the government will be enabled to meet its obligations to the people. But are you obliged to the debt? Well, I don't want to quote Charles Dickens this morning because I've asked questions. But, hello, Mr. Government. Charles Dickens says, ask no questions and you'll be told no lies. But I've asked Prof questions. And January 1 doesn't seem to have a lot of sunshine in it. But let's see. Let us see. All I can do is to thank Prof. Prof, thank you very much for coming to the program.
Thank you very much.
Well, this conversation is serious. I'm sure there'll be more episodes on this tax matter because the Northern Elders Forum or the Arewa Consultative Forum is raising issues about the Memorandum of Understanding between the Federal Inland Revenue Service, as it is now, and the French tax authorities. And from what Prof has said this morning, the history of taxation in France is not one to be emulated. We don't want no riots, as Americans will say it here. We want harmony. We want development. We want peace. My name is Mwabo Zenjako. For January 1, get ready to pay your tax. And good morning.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You're welcome to Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Obani. We are going to take you through major developments, major events in our country. And I wish you, once again, a happy and prosperous new year, even though the month of January has gone very far. But as long as we have January, we'll still continue to wish you a happy and prosperous new year. Once again, my name is Mike Obani. We're going to take you through some of the major events in our country. And we're looking at the development in Rivers State. Rivers State politics, Rivers State judiciary. The impeachment process of the governor of Rivers State has just been put on hold through the action of the court. We look at the developments. We also look at the development in Kano State, where the Kano State governor, Abbas Yusuf, has resigned from the New Nigerian People's Party. He has not made his new party known. And, this is a season of defection. Well, we look at that too. Then the abduction that took place in Kaduna State. The abduction of worshippers that took place in Kaduna State. First of all, the security agencies denied that nothing of such took place. But later, they accepted the fact that there was actually an abduction. And it comes at a time when Nigeria has paid so much money to an American lobbyist, to launder the image of Nigeria. With me in the studio this morning is Dr. Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje is a seasoned economist. Dr. Ukeje, you are welcome to the program.
Good morning, Mike.
Thank you very much. Mr. Martin Ani is a seasoned public affairs analyst. Mr. Ani, you're welcome to the program. Good morning. Good morning. You shake him on my behalf because he's tired. Thank you very much. It's like we are meeting for the first time since the year. You are welcome. You are welcome. Yes. Thank you very much for coming, and we wish you a happy and prosperous new year. It's like we have all stayed long in ENUGU state, really. And I want to take you to the center. Okay. I want to take you to the center of Nigerian politics. I don't know whether you agree for us to go to the center, because all these governors that have defected, they want to be at the center. In fact, that's the reason, major reason that they are giving for defection. They want to bring their people to the center. In ENUGU, for instance, the governor of ENUGU State, Dr. Peter Mbam, when he defected from the People's Democratic Party to APC, he said his major reason was to bring ENUGU State and Southeast to the center. Let's look at this center thing. We've been, the Southeast, for instance, ENUGU State has been in the center of politics, for 24 years since inception of this, democracy experiment in 1999. 24 years of PDP rule in ENUGU State. 24 years of PDP rule in Abia State. People are still talking about going to the, what is the essence of going to the center? Really, when you look at the whole thing, is it profitable? We were there for 24 years. What are we going to do there?
These are remarks by, let's say, Johnny Ben. You don't take what they are saying for political party or our constitution, or the constitution of Nigeria, assumes representative participation in government. But those people are not representing, they are representing themselves. So don't bother yourself about what they said or what they didn't say. But unity does not mean uniformity. Three of us here can see him very young and agile, can see me old and declining. But we are united, but we are not uniform. Anybody who tells you that he's going to the center for something, he's going for himself. Before you go anywhere, you will be delegated. That's why people are called delegates. The one of Kano is most interesting. But they say that those who forget history will leave it again. Abubakar Remi was well educated, he was a foreign service officer. But when he came into politics, he followed Aminu Kano, who was not as, you can't call him a polished man in terms of, but he had a heart for the ordinary people.
Yes.
That was his effort. So he joined him because that was the winning framework.
Yeah.
Of course, when things fell apart between the two of them, he moved to MPP at that time. That change created a problem that eventually led to the loss of his life. Kano is a very large community, but let us see how this one goes. No, we shouldn't be wasting our time about.
Yeah, it's not really a question of wasting our time. It's a question. That question is relevant.
We are talking about how long the PDP, before now, PDP has stayed in ENUGU before this vote phase. Okay, the point here is this. You can agree with me that since 1999, apart from the Second Republic, and then up to, then when we had parties that had ideology, these days parties do not have ideology. So parties do not maintain left or right, or center left or center right. There are no conservatives, there are no liberals, there is no little to the left and little to the right and center. So what people do is to have a purpose vehicle, a means to get to power. They just see politics since 1999 as a means to hold on to power. And that was what coincidentally PDP did. It wasn't as if PDP had any ideology. Could you term them liberalists? Could you tell them conservative? No. Could you tell them welfarists? No. Could you say they are center left or center right? No. Anything that could enable them survive was what they welcomed, whether it was conservative or liberal, it doesn't matter. So the point here is that it was just a mere coincidence that had PDP run till 24 years that I just mentioned, and then capitulated under Goodluck Jonathan, because he wasn't forceful about the election, he wasn't determined to run with it, to hold it and catch it at all means. So that was why PDP lost. If not, PDP would have seen how got to power, assuming they had a leader who was more forceful and all that. So the point here is that ENUGU leaving PDP, just like you mentioned. Last year when we were discussing in this forum, I mentioned about popular politics and then elitist politics. These are people playing elitist politics. I want to move to the center to make the place better. What has changed since moving? Apart from possibly Uchenna losing his seat at the Senate and then being the leader of APC. He nominated someone from his cabinet, who was the former commissioner of Attorney General, to replace the Minister of Science and Technology.
Uchenna losing his position.
Yes, because
of the executive.
Exactly. So what has changed? Nothing. Nothing has changed. The allocation is still the same. If he has the zeal to work for ENUGU, it's still the same zeal, assuming he's still pushful. If he wants to work for the people, he will still work for the people. But if he wants to work for some persons at the expense of the people in order to have opportunity to be at the center for protection against certain things that may be undemocratic, that is also personal to him. So for us, it is his personal decision to move to the center, but we are yet to see the import of that movement. So, like I stated, ENUGU being in PDP for the past 24 years just a mere coincidence. Even ruling Nigeria.
Marty, I think I knew one day that PDP was one political party that was formed by consensus. Regardless of the fact that Obasanjo was jump-started into it, he wasn't a member of the organization. It was Kwame that was leading them. But if you look at the character of the people who were chairman of the party, Kwame, Solomon La, you know, they were people who were open.
Focused.
They were open to dialogue.
Exactly.
If you remember, throughout the time that the PDP was in office at the federal level, Borno State, Oyo State, Yobe State, Lagos State, I can't remember any other state now, continued to be governed by parties that are not members of the People Democratic Party. And I don't think anybody went to jail for that reason. Actually, what is called APC now was a patchwork of people who left PDP in opposition to Jonathan running for president in 2015. So they were quite different, but what we should focus on is representative governance. If you follow international developments now, you see the UK Prime Minister was even talking about Trump as if they were mates. But Trump represents some solid interest in the United States. People who believe that the US is being taken as big for nothing. And that is why much of what he does is carried forward because he represents some people. But this one we are seeing in Nigeria is following one man.
Yes.
Even when your family members do not know him or are against him. In other words, it's like Amakeku. There's a music that we used to call Amakeku. Whatever you are told, you ignore it and you do whatever you like. But like it happened in the First Republic, when you build a pyramid, when you build a steel structure, one leader, one person, everybody's following him. When he's not there, things will fall apart and there will be, the center has fallen and nobody will know where to go. It will be like Israel that said everybody to your own home. But it's not good because people's life has been wasted.
Then that brings us to the issue of what we should do at this moment to reverse the situation. Because, I mean, power belongs to the people. If I am a governor, I am moving from one particular party, a party that elected me into office. Okay? The implication is that I should first of all get support from those who elected me. Throw the issue before that. I said, look, I am going there. You know,
but don't need to belabor the point. Edward the Seventh in England up to today, being a Catholic is a no-go area for the kingship. When he fell in love with a Catholic, a divorcee, he abdicated the kingdom and went to the United States to marry the person he loved. Can you imagine anybody who is Sultan in Sokoto converting to Christianity and remaining a Sultan? It's just that these people are private and they're engaged in private business. So whatever they say has nothing to do with the people.
Just to take it up from there, have you seen APC since the emergence of Tinubu? What are the ingredients? What can you say is a democratic party? Where are the organs? Are they functioning? You can see what is going on in Rivers. One man is not in PDP, one man is not in APC, one man is also in Tinubu's government, commanding certain things, dictating certain things within PDP and APC at the same time. That is not normal in a democracy. The party will call a meeting and then sanction you.
You are going far. in ENUGU here now,
So-
if you go around the town,
so what
you will
exactly
see
is going on?
billboards,
Yeah.
where local government chairman and the governor are calling people to come and register.
Register,
in APC.
exactly. What
But
is
the
happening?
party has
The organ,
chairman
the structure.
and the executive.
Exactly.
But public resources are
Are
being
being
used to.
So,
and once they do it, once they do e-registration, they will nominate people without people voting. That was what
So that's
Tinubu
not how
used
party
to
is
remove
run.
Ambode. The party sent people to go and conduct the nomination. Adam Soshomole was the chairman that time. He said no, the nomination had not been done, but Tinubu insisted that it had been done.
Exactly.
Civil servants, local government
Yeah.
employees are now being registered
Yeah.
as members of APC.
The last neck that APC had held in the presidency. So it looks as if, okay, at the moment, Professor Yewatide or whatever, the APC chairman, is trying to rein in the skirmish going on in Rivers as the leader of the APC. I said, the governor of the state, who is now a member, is the leader. But some people are doing things different from what they. So you can see that this is not how a political party is run. Where is the neck? Where is the organs? Where are the structures? That determine the president is just a member of the party.
No, you are. Like I said, you are going too far. There is a crime.
So
that
it's
is called,
unfortunate. So there's no party in Nigeria.
I first saw it in Port Harcourt.
There's no party, political
Some
party.
criminals will announce that there is other fire or something. People will start running. When they run away, they will stay there. So if the main man is against what is happening in the river, he will speak. All this,
He's deliberate.
He's just
been exactly. He's been deliberate. It's a political strategy to pretend as if you don't know what's going on, so that nobody will say I said. Nobody will say, oh, I didn't say. At the same time, things are going wrong, and you are the leader. So, can you tell me that's how the Labour Party in UK run? Can you tell me that's what Bednock is doing? The Nigerian woman.
So the issue really, gentlemen, is that we don't have political parties.
What we have is amalgamation
we don't
of
have
interest.
political parties at the
People
moment.
who have interest, temporary,
special purpose vehicle.
Just
we don't
to
have
capture
political parties
power
at the moment, and that is very regrettable, because I remember that in the Second Republic we have the Unity Party of Nigeria. If you are a member of Unity Party of Nigeria, you know why. You know the ideology of UPN. You know the ideology of MPP. You know the ideology of MPM. But these days, people anything goes. But that's quite unfortunate for the development of democracy and party politics in our country. But that takes us to Rivers State, where there is the impeachment process of Fubara has been stalled. Temporarily, of course, temporarily, because the judge of Rivers State, Justice Simeon Amade, says it's no longer going to entertain any the impeachment process because of a court order restraining him from receiving documents about the impeachment from the legislature in Rivers State. And of course, the Amewule faction of the legislature has gone on an appeal over this issue, and the judge says until there is a determination of this case, I'll no longer touch the case, the matter, even with a long spoon. So what does that say to democracy? What does that say to democracy in Rivers State? What does that say to the government's objective of working for the people, working for the problem? Because it seems as if there is no governance in Rivers State.
No,
there's no governance.
Money, traveling anywhere he likes. His wife is spending money, going anywhere she likes. His son is going around. So he says, how can he be working for the people? The judiciary already has announced that they are standing on one man's mandate. I said, these things are just jokes. The impeachment process, in fact, impeachment means accusation. That's what it means. The vote to remove somebody from office is a different thing. But you cannot go to equity with unclean hands. It's only in Nigeria that judges pretend to be deaf when they like. If you accuse people, if you impeach them, you send the accusations to them and they respond. Fubara and the deputy governor have not responded, yet the thing was sent to the chief judge. The chief judge, knowing the law, should have said, cannot be treated because the response of the accused is not attached.
Yeah, but the Constitution gives you 7 days, gives the governor, the deputy, 7 days to respond. And I think in this case, the intention to impeach the governor, a letter was sent to the governor, was served to the governor.
The governor said he didn't receive
it. He didn't receive it.
It should be attached.
Okay.
To that accusation, because once you accuse, you get members to sign, they agree, they list the accusations and send it to the accused. He responds. You now vote again after that. This response is not satisfactory. You attach the vote, attach the response, and send to the chief judge, pleading with. But the chief judge also has a duty to read what you have written. And if it doesn't make sense, it's only in Nigeria that people go to court to say preliminary objection. So in other jurisdictions that are republics, in US, if you accuse somebody of something, the clerk of court will read it. And if it is not to be determined, it will be thrown out. You don't waste people's, because it costs money for a court to sit. There is a case reported in Abuja. The People's Democratic Party requested the court to grant them authority to enter their compound, which had been occupied by police and weekend. The judge said, I will not issue it, and I will not strike it out. I will dismiss it. What does he mean? It's just psychologically hurting the party. But even the law of physics said that if you have a center of gravity, once it tips, there will be a crash. In the 1960s, the Northern People's Party tried it. People like J.O.J. Okeze, who is not from the north, joined the party. Memphis Okilo formed a small party that has aligned with it. Eventually, where did we end up? But it appears the lesson of that period is only for the Igbos. But I think sooner than later, other people are going to learn the lesson.
Mr. Martin, really, as you make contribution, you should also look at the issue of governance. Is governance taking place?
That's exactly what I'm about saying. One, it is good you're trying to, walk us through how impeachment works and all that, and then the procedure it takes, documents that are required before the process goes. The point here is that, is it not becoming very infantile, very childish, and very frivolous that impeachment is now used as a tool, a political tool, a kind of witch hunt in Rivers State? These are political parties. These are a set of people whom we know how they emerged in the political force of that state. And we know the man who said he actually made all of them. And the same man now says, since you are not going against what I want, I'm going to deal with you. The last time president had to intervene, and then we thought it was all over. Then what is going on in Rivers is unfortunate. Under any president, that shouldn't happen. In fact, under the current administration, with what has happened in Rivers State, it has been a mockery of democracy in Nigeria. The world is laughing at us. Look at governance is suffering in that state. Because, okay, now look at the point. You said Fubara is working with a budget that is not approved by lawmakers. Now, which budget was approved for the military man?
Yes.
The military man. Look, the state local government allocation was seized at the suspension of democracy in Rivers. Both the governor, deputy, and the House of Assembly. But the moment the military administrator came to power, that allocation was released the next day. So under what condition was it released? There was no elected chairman in the council areas. There was no democratic institutions anywhere. And then the money was released. So it is a show of shame that is going on because, like you said, Rivers people are suffering. Development is stalled. All they are doing there is how to get the money out of that state, possibly to the center. The one that the military administrators pretended over for 9 months, 6 months. This Ameule led whatever said, come and account.
Yeah.
Did he follow that through? No. The man didn't come to account, and we've not heard anything about it again for 6 months.
An ambassador.
Yeah.
To put him beyond
For 6 months. So what kind of system is that?
Yeah, but the governor is still receiving his allocation.
Sure. But what we are saying
so
is
what
that,
happens with the money that
no,
he
he's
receives?
working. No, he has been going about commissioning a few things, working. No, we've been watching him.
Yeah.
But the point here is that he is not operating optimally because of these troubles here and there, orchestrated by.
Like I said, it is,
before why is it that what makes it difficult for Mr. President to rein in yes, Wike?
No.
Because I mean it's a public knowledge.
It's simple.
Unless you want me to say that.
It's politics.
It. Look.
What does he stand to gain? By causing
personal
division.
power.
All right.
Personal power.
Yeah. Let me not hurt this man. Let me not hurt the other man. Let's see how we continue.
Since the military rule. This didn't start in 1999. In the old Anambra State, the word dichotomy was introduced by political philosopher Dr. Chuboka Debo. He did not consider anything beyond him to wreck Anambra State for his personal benefit and the benefit of his paymasters. He was a member of NCNC as a young man. But the moment he joined MPN. And Zik was in MPP.
He did what he called political arithmetic.
He did not spare anybody, even calling Zik an ant. And it's not just, look at his home, look at Onitsha.
Yeah.
He was a member of NCNC when Zik was the leader.
Yeah.
Zik was president of Nigeria. He did, but where is he today? He followed the Buhari, who locked him up.
Yeah.
They say he was tear gassed. Everybody, young Martin, yourself, myself, we must stand for something. Politics without principle, according to Mahatma Gandhi, is the problem that we are having. Yusuf in Kano have been following Kwankwaso.
Yeah, Kwankwasia movement
for a long time. What is it that has happened after he had won? And that election would have been taken from him.
Yes.
But for supporters of Kwankwaso, particularly one sheikh, somebody Bauchi, who threatened the Supreme Court that if they annul his election, then there will be consequences. Of course, they know the people who can cause riots. Now, he is against his master. If you go to scripture, you will see what happened to those who betray their master. Interestingly, I saw on television where he and his group were still wearing
the Kwankwasia cap. All over, They didn't discard it.
You carry your father's house to another person's place and say we have come as slaves.
Now you ask yourself, what exactly is the Kano governor going to lose staying put in the party that made him?
Yeah.
Nothing. Because the entire local government is still run by them. The entire House of Reps, the senators.
Is he afraid that we will not be given a second
term
there
is something,
ticket to run for second
term? They are not telling us.
Yes.
Possibly they want to tell us that if we are not here, even when we win in our place, it will be taken away from us. Maybe they are not telling us that is what they've been told. Maybe there's something they've been told behind the scene that they need to tell us. Because what exactly is the gain?
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that we have politicians of this ilk and those who are averse to standing for any principle, any ideology, and we hoping and praying that that day will come when the political parties in Nigeria will be built around principles, will be built around ideology, and of course have followers, strong followers who know where they are going. It's not when the leader, like what we are experiencing at the moment, if the leader defects to party A, then everybody will follow him to party A without asking questions. Gentlemen, something happened, in Kaduna at a time that the federal government, put up a stiff denial to the fact that Christians are not being, persecuted or there's no genocide against Christians in Nigeria. And even at a point when we were told that the federal government had hired a lobbyist in the United States, which of course the government has not come out clearly to tell us what happened. And so much amount of money, public payers' money, has been paid to the lobbyist. We had this incident in Kaduna last week where about 160, is it 170 church worshippers, were abducted. And the initial reaction of the government, the initial reaction of security agents was that nothing of such happened.
Yeah,
they can insist that something happened. We're happy that today, So what would make a government act that
Let me
way?
just weigh in quickly. The point here is this: America, the Congress committee, and all that reported to Donald Trump, said there is persecution of Christians in Nigeria, and the Nigerians said no, that is both Christian, Muslim, and all that. But the point here is this: in fact, the very day this news broke out, after 2 or 3 days before Nigeria started admitting it, I was watching Al Jazeera and they carried it. I said, wow. The next thing, CNN carried it. So the point here is, what would that lobbyist or that company be telling President Trump now? That he will also be reading, or he would also be privileged to be watching, that a whole parishioners, in fact, that foreign television showed the entire church how the system, music equipment were scattered. I don't know whether you watched the video, how the entire building was wrecked, slippers, shoes, people's head gears, everything, everywhere, on the bags and everything. In fact, the church was a mess. So the point here is, what kind of state are we running that will rather, instead of dealing with our internal affairs, domestic affairs, squarely, firm, as a government that has all the apparatus to deal with it, and we're not able to deal with it, and then we're going to pay 9 million to lobbyists to go and sell a wrong narrative? Is that what it means? Or when they see this one, they will hide it? Unfortunately, they cannot hide it because it's all over the news. So the point I'm trying to make here is that Nigeria is putting their money where it doesn't matter. We have quite a lot of ungoverned spaces. In fact, I was watching that news on telly with all the video and all that. And with my wife, I told my wife, what it means now is that wherever the terrorists or Lakarua or wherever they strike, then the governor was saying there is need for military, what is it called? Military facility installation. So I asked my wife, does it mean that every part of Nigeria will now be, there will be military installation in every part for us to remain secure? That is not the way to go in this digital era. Where are the technologies? Where are the other AI devices and all that, drone, blah, 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 that you can actually deploy to monitor what is going on in the 30 states and report to a single command and control center? We're not going to invest in that. Rather, we're getting 9 million to give to a lobbyist to go and start lobbying and laundering. What image are we going to launder?
He asked that question, Doctor. What image are we trying to launder? What image?
Forget that one. Because if you are looking for big law firms in Nigeria, I don't think they are in Kaduna.
Exactly.
For the National Security Advisor to rent a lawyer in Kaduna, to rent somebody in Washington. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Federal Ministry of Information, the National Orientation Agency, the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, all these are bodies that are supposed to relate with people abroad.
Yeah.
So, and you know that the NSA wants to run for governor of Adamawa State. There was a time they wanted to impose some tax on bank transactions to be remitted to him. That one entered cold water. He is now spending money that is not budgeted. But more to the point is that when you hear that, like I use the word Amakebu, when you hear that some youths in an area are terrorizing, it is their father that have ignored them.
Exactly.
What they are doing. When people said you should have balance in the presidential tickets, the Muslim combination the person who originated it is Tinubu. He wanted to run with Buhari, but Buhari felt that it would be like scandalous.
Yeah.
Now he has enacted it. His vice presidential candidate was governor in Borno State. When there was a cartoon in Denmark, this Denmark that is involved in a Greenland problem against the prophet of Islam. There was a reverend father who is in charge of St. Michael's in Meduguri, who was very generous and was feeding destitutes. They killed him and burnt him. Up to today, I'm a Catholic, the body has not been buried because they seized it that somebody killed in the pursuit of religion cannot be given honorable burial. This is the people who are governing us. It took the intervention of people like Shobowale, who writes in the Vanguard, to get Ambode to be governor of Lagos State, because it said they were tired of having only Muslims being elected, Tinubu, Fashola, and they were going to get another Muslim. It was that upset that brought Ambode. But Ambode was a trained accountant, a chartered accountant. So all the mago they do in politics, his knowledge affected him. He cannot say, carry cash and give this man. You must prepare voucher.
Yeah.
You write something. And they didn't like that kind of thing. So they engineered him out. Are you following?
Yes.
It's the same thing that is happening to Fubara. Fubara is an accountant. He was a civil servant. He knows that when he was working on that weekend, they could bring out the money. He will write what he will write. If they ignore it, he has his own record. Now that he's the main man, he will not do the same thing. So the people we call bandits and terrorists, the people know them. They know them. It doesn't happen. Have they kidnapped any of their own children or their family members and they didn't see what will happen? So the way the police, the local government chairman and the Kaduna State government vigorously denied the announcement by CAN was an embarrassment. But you know that there's a Chinese proverb that says a time of crisis is a time of opportunity. You can see what's happening in Greenland, Ukraine, NATO. They believe that Trump's attention has shifted and they are continuing with what they are doing. It's a word in the wilderness. We're in the wilderness. Because what provokes the Muslim antagonists is preached every day in mosques. Go to the road, highway now, and you watch trucks moving from the north. You will see things like sword, drawn on bodies of men. And some of the things they write there show the orientation. The Nigerian Army logo has something written in Arabic. Are we an Arabic country? Some people don't understand what it means, but what does it mean to me? I don't know. So the government has been promoting Islamic religion. It's in the constitution. They talk about Sharia, they talk about this, talk about that. My problem is that the people who are in office now kept drumming restructuring when they were out of office. Now that the new mantra is on my mandate. When will you restructure? Because if there are people who think that Christianity is a challenge to their tradition, you should separate yourself from such people. You can't insist that you will be with them and then impose the Islamic tax on them.
The question again is this: how was it possible for that number of worshippers to have been abducted, in broad daylight and taken away without the security agencies? Without the security agencies knowing.
It's not today that it started.
And
the Chibok girls. How were they taken? The ones that have been happening. It's not even the Niger. So many of them that have been happening. Look, that's why I said that we don't have a security architecture that covers Nigeria. What we have is...
No, even if we don't have a security architecture that covers Nigeria, what about the will to act when necessary? Because right now, we are told that the kidnappers
are
demanding for is it 19 million?
Also for bike.
To replace their bikes. To replace them. And also to feed to feed those that they abducted.
Now, ask me, why is it that we don't have the drones that will be able to detect where these people are?
Don't manufacture drones.
No,
but we can buy drones.
Why is it that we can't use it to detect these movements?
That is existing in Nigeria. That's why you have police and police division. Once you say that somebody is DPO or he has an area that he covers. He will now request for police posts in different places. Fine. And they have signal which they keep in those posts. Every inspector in any post has a duty to rotate, to inspect, to go around. The earliest, as soon as something happens, he hears it. He goes to the radio room.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
No, the DPO will call.
That's exactly. There should be a command and control.
They will call the mobile police. They will move easily. This one you're talking about drone.
No, I'm only telling you that. Like, I want to take it up from there. You have the division, you have the police post, you have even sometimes you have in schools and all that. The idea is something is happening. The radio here, the radio there. We have been privileged to watch certain developments overseas where there is a manhunt for a criminal. We know what the radio does. We know what we see on air. We see helicopters. We see drones. Then we keep tracking the thief. The man trying to escape.
That is not happen. But what happens in Nigeria is that you will find, say, Mike joined the police in, say, year 2000. This is 2026. Somebody who joined at the same rank you joined in
later
2024.
Well, you got your head. I understand you.
You have no incentive to work.
No, those ones are it's on the other side.
It is so generalized.
No, that is corruption.
Can that be part of the reason why you said, some time ago that Nigeria was not structured to?
That is corruption. We are talking about corruption now. The impact of corruption in police.
Yeah.
Because in a republic, if he is a deputy superintendent of police, and somebody joins the police after him as assistant superintendent, but because his father is emir.
No, we are talking. That is the impact of corruption.
Is a commoner.
Favoritism.
And he should not be the boss of the son of an emir.
That's the issue.
Without going through the due process,
I agree with you.
Assistant commissioner of police. I mean,
I agree with you. There are disincentives.
Hopefully, a brigadier or colonel who was ADC to the president was to be
elevated,
promoted. Just 1 year on the rank. Why the rule says
you must stay on this rank,
you must attend leadership courses and pass them.
But you see it happening every day in Nigeria. It is just favoritism. It is just
all part of the things that
corruption.
Make the system not to work.
Okay.
Because if the system was designed to work, the Inspector General of Police, who has exceeded his time, should have even voluntarily resigned. That I am here to help, but I can't help. Therefore, I go. Get somebody else who can do the job.
So the point here is that people are taken into the bushes and we cannot account for them. We don't even know whether they took north, south, east, or west.
No, but they have been communicating with
they will start making
agencies of government.
Yeah,
yes, and we ought to know the.
Remember that when Patami was minister, we spent
so
much money
in ICT
linking NIN to
with that phone that they told us a lot.
Backbone and the satellite to spot where people are.
Making
calls they are involved, they know where to get them because you can track those numbers.
Okay.
So if somebody makes a call, even if it is with the victim's phone, the police can track it. But they are not interested because the police itself is not organized for
exactly
working for the people.
The policing system, the security system makes it easy for another kidnap to happen tomorrow, even without us dealing with the one that just happened. I'm not trying to be a prophet of doom, but this is what we are seeing every day.
Are we enjoying the scenario?
We are not enjoying
the
scenario
because is there nothing?
It looks like we are handicapped.
Assuming that the government was representative.
Okay. We are handicapped.
That the Kaduna State government and the police in Kaduna should have done is to apologize for making the wrong call.
Yeah.
But they are not apologizing. Who are you?
Exactly.
They should apologize to you.
Kidnapping is going on everywhere in the streets.
They are going to
the
demand
road,
money to
and
settle
then
those people.
People are paying ransom.
If you give them 10 million to settle them, they will take 4.
Exactly. I mean, so what kind of policing system is that?
Yeah, where does that take
and
us?
These are the things.
Where does that take us?
These are the things.
Where does that take us
the current
to
leadership,
as a country?
These are the things the current leadership promised to deal with. Don't forget the attack of this leadership on the past administration. Yes. That give us this number of ways we're going to do away with this. Give us this. We're going to provide light. Fashola even mentioned that when he was campaigning with Buhari, that 1 year a serious government will fix the energy system, the electricity. But he was part of the Buhari government. He fixed nothing. Today, the grid has collapsed. Are you aware? I don't know whether you have light in your area. In ENUGU.
No.
Today, the grid has collapsed. 24th January 2026. First collapse. We'll have less than how many megawatts for the nation? Because of this insincerity, because of this lack of focus and corruption.
They talk. Look at what many people don't like Trump. Or at least some Nigerians who are not concerned, but they keep talking about Trump.
Because Trump he says what he does.
Davos and said what he has found out is that the Europeans are not interested in American security.
Exactly.
That they want America to secure them, but they don't want America to be secure. Because in almost all European countries, there are American troops to help secure
those.
Therefore, they reduce their defense expenditure. Yeah. Assuming that the US were to withdraw its troops from Germany, which has a border with Russia and Poland, and move them to Greenland, they will panic.
You know how much they voted for African security under Africa? 430 million.
Because they don't allow Germany to have nuclear weapons.
430 million for Africa. That's what they voted. So you can see that America is actually doing a lot, and the good thing is that the president is saying what he wants to do and doing what he's saying, and that's what the hallmark of a leader.
Yeah. You talked about ideology.
In as much as we may not like him,
I will make America great again.
Even if he's not
whether
you like it or not, he's still doing it.
Trump and America have become the issue throughout the world.
All over the world. You are talking about them in the Middle East, even in Nigeria, you're talking about them. NATO is panicking about them. The president, Britain said, we are not going to be part of your board of peace. They are still angry. Over the provocation of Trump.
Gentlemen, I just wish that we have more time to discuss these issues and more of that. My producer is warning me that our time is up, and it's nice having you today, and we'll keep looking at Nigeria's problems and offering solutions as much as we can. It's been an exciting moment, Dr. KJ. Once again, I thank you for coming.
You, Mike, for your leadership. This is what a leader should be. Politicians should come and borrow from you. Go and train them to be representative.
Mr. Martin, can you offer him a handshake on my behalf? Mr. Martin, thank you for coming. Really, we'll do it another day.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Obani. Thank you for being there for us. Keep watching Signature Television. Thank you and happy weekend.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signaturetv, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signaturetv.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
When the meat market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Nigeria and Turkey to fast-track trade, energy, defense ties, says Tinubu. Looming industrial crisis over concessioning of the Akanri-Biam airport. Trump says to de-escalate Minnesota crisis after Alex Pretty shooting. Gaza desperate as Israel aid blocks hits children hardest. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria and Turkey have agreed to fast-track cooperation in trade, energy, and defense to boost jobs, investment, and shared prosperity. Tinubu, who spoke at a joint press conference with the Turkish leader in the course of his state visit to Ankara, stated that his discussions with Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan focused on deepening bilateral relations and delivering tangible economic benefits for citizens of both countries. He said both leaders agreed on the need to expand trade volumes and remove structural barriers limiting business growth between Nigeria and Turkey. The president described the talks as practical and forward-looking, driven by mutual interests and shared regional and global responsibilities.
Effort at terrorism, it discussed how we could defeat elements of destabilization, banditry, and horror. We will work together to achieve that. Take it to the bank. You can bet on me that I will be there with you for democracy, freedom,
Turkish President Recep Erdogan says his country will support Nigeria's fight against terrorism, expressing readiness to deepen cooperation in military training and intelligence. Erdogan said that under Tinubu's leadership, Nigeria is taking firm steps against terrorism and that Turkey stands by the Nigerian people in the struggle.
We stand by the friendly people of Nigeria in their fight against terrorism under the leadership of President Tinubu. In fact, today we addressed opportunities for closer cooperation in the fields of military training and intelligence. We stated that we are ready to share our country's significant experience in the fight against terrorism.
Both countries announced the establishment of a joint economy and trade committee to drive the implementation of agreements and attract fresh investments. They also signed 9 bilateral agreements in the areas of diaspora policy, media and communication, higher education, infrastructure development, military and defense, as well as diplomatic training and social development cooperation. Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Bianca Ojukwu, spoke on key aspects of the bilateral engagements.
This meeting gave both countries an opportunity to strengthen, to deepen their bilateral connections, to strengthen various other sectors of cooperation, particularly in defense, in intelligence, sharing in counterterrorism measures. Turkey is committed to Nigeria's fight against terror. The
Despite the trending video that captured the moment President Tinubu stumbled during a welcome ceremony in Ankara, raising concerns about the Nigerian leader, Presidential Advisor Sunday Dare said the president is proceeding with his engagements. The Senate on Tuesday resumed plenary from the Christmas and New Year recess, with a promise to intensify work on pending legislations and other matters of national importance. Welcoming his colleagues back to the chamber, Senate President Godswill Akpabio emphasized the need for urgent legislative interventions to address rising insecurity and hunger across the country. He commended ongoing military cooperation between Nigeria and the United States, while expressing condolences to families who have lost loved ones to insecurity. Akpabio warned that worsening food shortages demand immediate attention, referencing projections that millions of Nigerians could face severe hunger in 2026 if proactive steps are not taken.
The expectations have not diminished. They have grown more urgent. As we return, we are mindful that events did not pause in our absence, neither must our sense of duty pause. In this regard, we commend the continued military collaboration between Nigeria and the United States in the fight against terrorism. Such partnerships reinforce our national security efforts and affirm that Nigeria stands with allies in confronting forces that threaten peace and stability. At the same time, This Senate extends its deepest sympathies to the families who have lost their sons and daughters to insecurity across our dear nation. Their grief reminds us that security is not an abstract concept, and it's about lives, homes, and futures that must be protected. So, distinguished colleagues, we must also respond with urgency to the warning by the United Nations that as many as 35 million Nigerians may face hunger this year. This sobering reality demands the doubling of efforts through legislation, oversight, and collaboration to strengthen food security, protect the vulnerables, and ensure that no Nigerian is abandoned to despair.
During the plenary, the Senate President read 3 communications from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, including the increased number of appeal court justices from 70 to 110, clarification of judicial structure and seniority, and the establishment of an alternative dispute resolution center within the Court of Appeal to handle matters that may be settled out of court.
The major amendments proposed in the bill include the following: increase in the number of justices of the Court of Appeal. The bill seeks to increase the number of justices of the Court of Appeal, including the President of the Court, from 70 to 110. B, clarification of judicial structure and seniority. The bill seeks restructure provisions relating to the composition, precedence, and ranking of justices of the Court of Appeal, including the ranking of the President of the Court and the determination of the seniority among justices. Modernization through the introduction of virtual court proceedings. The bill provides for the conduct of proceedings of the Court of Appeal through electronic and audio-visual means. Establishment of Alternative Dispute Resolution ADR Center. The bill seeks to establish an Alternative Dispute Resolution Center within the Court of Appeal to which appellate matters may be referred for settlement. It further empowers the President of the Court of Appeal to issue regulations and practice directions for its effective operation.
In another correspondence, the President requested Senate confirmation of the appointment of Honorable Justice Oyewole Kayode as a Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, while the third communication conveyed the President's request for the Senate's consideration of 24 health sector bills aimed at reforming existing health laws. The Senate subsequently adjourned plenary to January 28, 2026. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, says any worker of the Federal Capital Territory Administration who fails to resume work from Wednesday, January 28th, would face disciplinary action. Wike stated this on Tuesday while briefing journalists at his office in Abuja, shortly after the National Industrial Court in the nation's capital ordered the workers to suspend their ongoing strike. Wike disclosed that his administration has met with the unions and all their grievances have also been tabled. He stated that the security agencies and the FCT management have tried to dialogue with the unions but to no avail, asserting that there is more to it than just their demands. FCTA workers began an indefinite strike last week over authorities' failure to address long-standing labor and welfare demands. The strike has led to the shutdown of activities across major government offices in Abuja. Subsequently, Wike sued the Joint Unions Action Committee over the industrial action. On Tuesday, the National Industrial Court in Abuja ordered the workers to suspend their strike. Delivering the ruling, the presiding judge, Emmanuel Subilim, held that although the matter before the court amounted to a trade dispute, the defendant's right to embark on industrial action was not absolute. He said once a dispute has been referred to the National Industrial Court, any ongoing strike must cease pending the determination of the case. Still to come, Actors Guild to immortalize late actor Junior Pope in ENUGU. Abia State government embarks on urban renewal program and road rehabilitation. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Three major aviation unions have formally rejected the federal government's decision to concession the Akanwibiam International Airport in Enugu, raising fears of possible industrial action that could disrupt flight operations nationwide. The three leading aviation unions at the airport say they were sidelined in the process and have officially written to the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, rejecting the deal. One of the union leaders, President Ben Nnabwe, said there was a lack of transparency surrounding the agreement with the concessionaire. Correspondent Christopher Lele, who was at the Akanwibiam International Airport to witness the protest by the aviation workers, joins us now in the studio to give us an update. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV, Christopher. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here. It's such a great thing to be here with you.
All right, so tell us what exactly happened, at the airport today.
Wow. Today, the airport was, of course, activities were still going on. It's not like the grounded activities. People were still flying and coming in. Everything was normal in the airport. Activities were going on. People need to understand that. According to one of the union leaders, he said it's not a protest, it's a rally. They want to create awareness, formally bring it to the knowledge of the government and everyone that they're rejecting the concession of the government, the deal that they had. According to them, they feel the meetings were shrouded in privacy, in secrecy, without their knowledge. The three leading unions, talk about the ATSAN, the ENUGU, and the APNAN, they all said they are not aware of the engagement. And then, according to them, if you're striking a deal, what happens to the labor union's agenda? Why not carry the unions along so that they can also state their interest? And then they will show that everything is working accordingly. They're not against private partnership, but they trust that it's lacked in the process. That's the major concern.
So from this rally now, what was their aim, or what were they aiming to achieve with this rally? Is it to take for that concession to be taken back, or what were they gunning for?
The main aim of the rally was to get the attention of the government. They need a sit down, a one-on-one conversation. Let's talk. Let's understand. Put whatever deal you have on the table. Make it transparent. Let both parties see what exactly you're talking about. And if it doesn't favor the aviation workers or the union, then they say, this doesn't work for us. How about we do it this way? Let there be some sort of understanding. It's called memorandum of understanding. They should have this understanding before you exchange power, right? Before the concession. But so far, since that was not done earlier on, that's why they're having the rally, to get their attention, and hopefully they believe that the government will get back to them and they go into a proper conversation and strike a deal.
All right, so from your interaction with the people there, is this rally just holding in ENUGU, or is it something that is being done in other areas as well?
Yeah, it's in ENUGU for a start, whereby we have the heads of other unions, that are also based in Lagos and what have you. They all came to ENUGU to support and be part of the organization, the rally. That also tells that they were not aware as well, because according to the Minister of Aviation, he said this was carried out, in transparency and understanding of the institution, the union. But they are saying this was done behind us. We want everything on the table. Let us see what is going on. So they were not aware. But the ATSAN union leader made a statement. He said that if from now to 21 days, the government does not get to them, then there will be a total shutdown. A strike will commence from now to 21 days.
Now, when you joined us earlier in Signature Morning, I heard when the person speaking was saying all in favor, say aye, the ayes have it. Can you tell us what that was about?
That was a very fun moment, because everybody was saying all in favor. If you agree to this, say hi, whatever, and they all agreed. And he said, if you're against it, say nay. Somebody say nay. And he said, no, go back to school. Go back to school to learn more. So they all agreed. They're in unison, agreeing to this. So it's a collective rally. So they did not impose it on anyone. It is for the good of the workers. One of the workers that I interviewed was concerned, because they are saying that this was almost the same thing that happened to NEPA. How they said they are doing concession, and the next minute they lay off staff, and they're trying to avoid things like that. So they also want to air their opinion and be sure that it's in favor of this aviation workers.
Aviation workers, yes. All right. So in 21 days, if their demands are not met, they are planning to go on a strike.
Yes.
Well, that's quite an informative session with you, Christopher. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope you keep us updated on what happens from now till 21 days, so that we know if...
Of course. I am in talk with some of the presidents of the union leaders. Hopefully we'll be getting feedback as time goes by, and our viewers will definitely get exclusive information firsthand.
Of course. Thank you, Christopher, for joining us on Global News.
Yeah.
The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has advised the Edo State government to respect the country's labor laws as regards the recognized leadership of the union in the state. The Edo State Council of the body gave the advice in a statement on Tuesday in Benin City. The statement, signed by the acting caretaker committee chairman of NLC in the state, Professor Monday Imafen, urged Governor Monday Obebolo to resist selfish and subterranean pressure that would rob the state government of robust engagement and industrial relations with the legitimate leadership of NLC in the state. The union also cautioned the general public to be wary of any unauthorized person or group of persons masquerading as the acting chairman or leadership of the Edo State Council of the NLC. It said the legitimate leadership of the Edo Council of the NLC is the one led by Professor Monday Igbafen, which was legally constituted by the National Central Working Committee, CWC, of the body. The statement opined that the clarification had become necessary in order not to allow a continuation of deceit aimed at misinforming and misguiding the public and the Edo State government about the true position of the leadership of the NLC in the state. The Abia State government says it has initiated plans for urban renewals of the state in line with the recently unveiled 2025 to 2050 development plan with standardized street naming and house numbering. The Commissioner for Information, Prince Oke Kanu, disclosed this at Government House, Umuahia, while briefing journalists on the outcome of this week's Executive Council meeting, chaired by Governor Alex Oti. Kanu, who said the plan would be championed by the Umuahia Capital Development Authority, the Greater Aba Development Authority, and the Greater Ohafia Development Authority, said the initiative would address the infrastructure program and ensure order and all-round economic growth of the state. The commissioner also stated that the state government would be establishing an industrial policy in the state as part of its strategic move to boost the ease of doing business in the state. Prince Kanu also spoke on the roads recently embarked upon by the state government in about 49 locations across the state.
Of president of every roads layer over today, there it's not a particularly long street. It's a strategic about 270 meters length. The second one is the reconstruction of Legacy Road, local government, phase one. That's a 1 kilometer road. And the third one is construction of Kena here, Abbey Gang. The other short stretch, the strategic one, 270 meters length. Part of the direct level works around Grade involves not just road construction, but laying the silting of some of the major roads in Aba. And when that's done in Aba, we focus on things like many other in the state. Quite a lot of work has been done in that. But we know that our people from time to time have the work in all these grades. So we'll continue to keep grades as we are waiting ready season. Roads on contract. A total of 31 road projects are presently on contract, and work is going on very well at different locations. The national government continues to march towards the full commencement of the electric bus service scheme. It is important to note that the pilot rollout services are running very smoothly as Abians and residents continue to enjoy the bus rides for now. So far, 77,774 persons have benefited from these free bus rides. Counting if you record the last time we agreed, about 31,300 4 people thereabout at the very instances that commenced on the 24th of December. So barely 1 month after, we've gone about 7,000.
Former Director of Army Public Relations, retired Brigadier General Sani Kukasheka Usman, has said that officers accused of plotting a coup will be tried by court-martial under civilian administration. Kukasheka Usman, in an interview, stated that the offense was serious and required strict compliance with both military and civilian legal procedures. Kukasheka Usman further explained that under military regulations, serving personnel cannot be tried until their commanders establish that an offense has been committed and due process has been followed. According to him, members of the armed forces are subject to military, civil, and international laws, noting that the Armed Forces Act provides for court-martial in cases involving service members. The retired general also commended the military and the government for following due process in handling the case, urging the public to allow the authorities to complete the legal procedures. Efforts to reposition Enugu State as a major hub for Nigeria's film industry have gained fresh momentum with the decision of the Enugu chapter of the Actors Guild of Nigeria to immortalize late Nollywood actor Junior Pope Odonwodo. This followed the official groundbreaking ceremony for the proposed Junior Pope Nollywood City at Akonike in Enugu East local government area of Enugu State. Correspondent Victoria Kano reports.
The atmosphere in Enugu was one of solemn reflection and renewed determination as members of the Actors Guild of Nigeria gathered to honor the memory and legacy of late Nollywood actor Junior Pope Odonwodo, who passed away on April 10, 2024. The event drew members of the Guild's national executives, veterans, actors, and family of late actor, traditional rulers, and key stakeholders from within and outside the Nigerian film industry. Proceedings began with the traditional breaking of kola nuts and prayers led by the traditional ruler of Akonike, the host community, for the proposed Nollywood City project.
The contact here, the relationship here, transaction here, now wisdom here, identity, again, it's way to develop paper. Okay, now question a minute, I will question our community, so I will question the crimes. Okay, now question our community, start about the crimes. Pico, and put back my hands to
Addressing guests at the ceremony, the national president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Dr. Emeka Rollers, described the project as a deliberate effort to preserve legacy, expand film production infrastructure, and enhance the welfare of actors and practitioners. He also acknowledged the support of the Enugu State government towards the realization of the project.
Today is not just the beginning of a construction project, it is the beginning of a legacy. It is the planting of a seed that will grow into shelter, opportunity, unity, and remembrance. This project is dedicated to the memory of our brother and colleague, the late Junior Pope Odowodo, a man whose life embodied discipline, excellence, and deep love for the Nigerian film industry. I wish to sincerely commend the leadership of Actors Guild of Nigeria ENUGU State Chapter for the vision, discipline, and unity that brought this project to life. This leadership is under Prince Brown Ene and his executives. I also thank our partners, Cool Brains Real Estate, and the people of Akko community, Akonike community, for their trust and cooperation. I want to inform you that we were here last year, few months before we went to South Africa for our creative roundtable, and I met the Igwe, and this conversation continued, and today it has come to reality. On behalf of the National Executive Council of the Actors Guild of Nigeria and the incoming government, I hereby reaffirm our full support for Junior Pope Nollywood City, and I pledge that the Guild will continue to pursue projects that will uplift our members and strengthen the Nigerian creativity industry. Today, we want to say unequivocally that the three sons of Junior Pope, our late member and brother, already has 3 plots of land in this place.
Speaking on behalf of the family, the late actor's wife, Mrs. Jennifer Odowodo, expressed appreciation to the Guild for what she described as a lasting tribute to her husband's dedication and impact within the Nigerian film industry.
I thank the Actors Guild of Nigeria, outgoing president, Mr. Emeka Rolas, and the incoming president as well, because they were the ones that called me here. So I thank them. I also thank every other person that brought up the idea. Thank God for deeming it necessary to honor and immortalize Junior Pope.
The ceremony reached its peak with the official groundbreaking of the Junior Pope Nollywood City, performed by the traditional ruler of Akonike, alongside members of the Guild's National Working Committee.
Actors Guild of Nigeria, National and the ENUGU State Chapter, and the Akko community that the Igwe is here. I lay this foundation, Lord of the Junior Pope Nollywood City, ENUGU, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost.
A special prayer section was later led by the national president of the Guild, focusing on the safety, welfare, and well-being of actors and practitioners amid renewed calls for improved standards and protection within the industry. The incoming national president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Abubakar Yakubu, commended the outgoing leadership for what he described as purposeful stewardship, while assuring members of continuity and institutional strengthening.
I made a statement that we have a series of things to make us immortalize him, and today one of them has manifested, and it will continue to grow at the national level. I thank you without taking much of your time. To my president, thank you. You've done well, and we need your prayers to be able to meet where he stopped.
Okay.
A member of the ENUGU State Chapter of the Guild, Dr. Benjamin Emeka, expressed optimism that the project would further strengthen ENUGU State's position as a key center for Nollywood film production in Nigeria.
Today we unveiled the Nollywood estate that we tag Junior Pope City. With this, we believe that Nollywood is going to come back to ENUGU State. Formerly they were here, Nollywood started here and every other places, but ENUGU is the best. But everybody went back to Lagos and that's about. But with this, everybody's coming back to ENUGU.
With the commencement of the Junior Pope Nollywood City project, stakeholders say the initiative stands as both a tribute to a fallen Nollywood icon and a strategic investment in the long-term growth of Nigerian's film industry. In ENUGU, Victoria Kano, Signature TV News.
Trump promises to de-escalate Minnesota crisis after Alex Pretty shooting. Gaza desperate as Israel aid blocks hits children hardest. These and more on our foreign news.
U.S. President Donald Trump said his administration intends to de-escalate the spiraling crisis in the state of Minnesota after federal agents killed 2 United States citizens, including intensive care nurse Alex Pretty, who was shot by 2 Border Patrol officers over the weekend. Top Trump officials, including Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, are under fire from Democrats and a growing number of Republicans over how they responded to Pretty's shooting. Pretty was filming Border Patrol officers with his phone when he was shot and killed on Saturday. He was also a licensed gun owner with a permit to carry a weapon in public, which he was wearing at the time of the shooting, and which appears to have been confiscated by officers before he was killed. Trump said he still had confidence in Noem despite calls for her resignation. Noem, who oversees both Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and Customs and Border Protection, CBP, responded to the killing by accusing Pretty of engaging in domestic terrorism and suggested the ICU nurse had brandished his weapon at Border Patrol agents during an altercation. Noem's remarks preceded any investigation findings and broke with the long-standing protocols of how U.S. officials discuss a civilian shooting by law enforcement. Her characterization of events also conflicted with preliminary video evidence showing that Pretty did not take out his weapon at any time while he was tackled and later shot and killed by officers. U.S. forces will conduct a multi-day air exercise in the Middle East as Washington bolsters its military presence in the region amid tensions with Iran. A statement from Lieutenant General Derek France, U.S. Central Command AFCENT commander and Combined Forces Air Component commander, said the exercise would allow airmen to prove they can disperse, operate, and generate combat sorties under demanding conditions. The announcement comes after President Donald Trump warned that an armada is heading toward Iran and threatened possible military action against the regime, which has launched a brutal crackdown against a wave of anti-government protests. The USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group has already arrived, according to a Monday post by Central Command, CENTCOM, which oversees U.S. forces in the Middle East and West and Central Asia. The CENTCOM announcement did not specify the exact location or duration of the drills or what assets will be taking part. The humanitarian situation in Gaza remains dire, with children among those worst affected by shortages of shelter, food, water, and medicine, says the United Nations. Briefing reporters in New York City on Tuesday, UN spokesperson Stefan Dujarric said hundreds of thousands of families across the Strip continue to face urgent needs, despite a modest expansion in aid deliveries. Children remain particularly affected. UN health partners have scaled up basic services, including a catch-up vaccination campaign launched last week. More than 6,000 children under the age of 3 have now received routine immunizations. Daily bread rations are now rushing at least 43% of Gaza's population. Monthly wheat flour distributions reached 1.2 million people this month. However, More than 1 million people still require urgent shelter support during the winter cold and rain, Dujarric said, underscoring the need for longer-term solutions such as home repair toolkits, communal heating spaces, and equipment to remove the vast piles of debris. A plane crash has killed the Deputy Chief Minister of India's Maharashtra state, Ajit Pawar, the country's aviation regulator said. The plane, which took off from Mumbai on Wednesday, crash-landed at the airport in Pawar's constituency of Baramati, according to the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. 2 members of the prominent politician's staff and 2 crew members were also reported to have been killed. The cause of the crash has not yet been officially confirmed. Flight Radar, an online flight tracking service, said the aircraft was attempting a second approach to Baramati Airport when it crashed. The newspaper said Pawar, the nephew of veteran politician Sharad Pawar, who founded the Nationalist Congress Party (NCP), was on his way to attend a public rally for the Zilla Parishad elections. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said on X that Pawar's untimely demise was very shocking and saddening. Kim Kin-hee, the wife of former President Yoon Suk-yeol, was sentenced to 1 year and 8 months in prison on Wednesday for bribery in just one of 3 criminal trials she is facing. The court found Kim guilty of accepting bribes from the controversial religious sect Unification Church, including a Chanel bag and a Graf diamond necklace. But it found her not guilty of stock manipulation and conspiring with her husband to receive free public opinion polls, citing lack of sufficient evidence and expired statute of limitations, and also cleared her for receiving a second Chanel bag. Prosecutors had estimated that the stocks, bribes, and polls altogether were worth 1.15 billion Korean won. Kim was arrested last August by a special counsel, with prosecutors requesting 15 years in prison for the various crimes the court ruled on Wednesday. And that's the foreign news.
King Kosoko royal family declares Jide Kosoko Oloja of Lagos elect. Wishing people dead in the name of supporting me is evil, Judy Austin warns fans. After watching Aisho Speed's journey, Nigeria is the worst on my own list, Kunle Remi. FG celebrates Toyi Abraham as Ovasabi Auntie hits 1 billion naira in Nigerian cinemas. These and more on the entertainment news with Queeneth Mokonta.
The King Kosoko royal family has announced veteran Nollywood actor and filmmaker Jide Kosoko as the Oloja of Lagos elect, following the death of Chief Adebola Ige on December 23, 2017. Kosoko was formally presented at the Lagos Kosoko Palace in Ereko, Lagos Island, where the Olori-Ebi General, Mrs. Mutiat Ali Balogun, affirmed her selection in line with Palace customs, supported by Deputy Olori-Ebi General Oyindamola Ayepola. The announcement comes amid an ongoing succession dispute. Another branch of the dynasty, the Akinsoya Oloja family, has urged Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to approve the installation of Abiola Oloja Kosoko, whom they claim was duly selected as Oloja-elect on December 12, 2020. After a formal screening process. The family says repeated appeals to the state government since then have yet to yield an installation. Despite the dispute, Jide Kosoko is expected to undergo traditional installation and capping by the Oba of Lagos, Oba Rewanu Akiolu, in accordance with palace and state protocols. A Yaba College of Technology Business Administration graduate, Kosoko began acting in 1964 and remains one of Nigeria's most respected screen veterans. Judy Austin, a Nigerian actress popularly known for her controversial marriage to actor Yul Edochie, has warned her supporters to stop wishing death on people. She gave the warning in an Instagram video on Tuesday while reacting to death flyers in which her fans appeared to be wishing death on some individuals whom they tagged as her opponents. Judy condemned the circulation of disturbing images showing people in caskets accompanied by death wishes, describing the act as heartbreaking and completely unacceptable. She said that such actions do not represent her, stressing that they are neither an expression of love nor support. Judy urged supporters to immediately desist from such conduct, running against defending anyone at the expense of basic human values. Famous Nigerian movie star Kunle Remi has expressed disappointment over what he described as Nigeria's poor showing following the recent visit of popular streamer iShowSpeed. Popular American streamer iShowSpeed visited Nigeria last week following his ongoing Africa tour. Actor Kunle Remi, in a statement shared via his Instagram story, said the experience placed Nigeria, particularly Lagos, at the bottom of his personal assessment, noting that the city was left overly exposed rather than authentically represented. He lamented what he sees as a loss of cultural essence and truth, arguing that genuine Nigerian culture was overshadowed by a focus on nightlife, counterfeit displays, and excessive attention-seeking. According to Remy, the situation reflects a deeper problem of misplaced priorities and a growing disconnect from the country's true cultural values. The Nigeria government has celebrated actress Toyin Abraham after her newly released movie Obasabi Aunty grossed 1 billion naira in Nigerian cinemas. The movie, which was released December 19, 2025, grossed 1 billion naira on Monday. Reacting to Toyin Abraham's achievement, the federal government, through the Nigeria Film Corporation, described the new record as another strong signal of progress for the nation's creative economy. The corporation, through its managing director Ali Nuhu, has praised the achievement, noting that it places Ms. Abraham among a select group of filmmakers whose work successfully combine cultural resonance with strong commercial performance in an increasingly competitive cinema market. According to the statement, Obasabi Aunty exemplifies how locally grounded stories, when well produced and strategically marketed, can attain remarkable reach and influence. The corporation added that the film's success highlights a keen understanding of the Nigerian audience, an effective distribution approach, and the continued growth of cinema going cultural in the country. Nollywood actress Nkechi Blessing has publicly apologized to Big Brother Naija winner Imisi and her fans following criticism over a sensitive question she asked about Imisi's mother during her birthday celebration. In her apology, Nkechi Blessing acknowledged that raising such a personal issue at a celebratory event was inappropriate and hurtful. She expressed remorse for the discomfort her comment caused, especially given the significance of the occasion, and stated that it was never her intention to offend or embarrass the reality's TV star. The actress also extended her apology to Imisi's fans and supporters, taking responsibility for her actions and appealing for understanding. She emphasized the need for empathy and sensitivity when discussing personal matters, particularly in public spaces. Nkechi Blessing concluded by wishing Imisi well and urging the public to promote kindness, respect, and compassion in their interactions.
I sincerely want to apologize to anybody who got offended with the question that I asked Imisi some couple of hours ago at her party. I want to trend in for the wrong reasons this year. So if you find my question offensive, I am sorry. Find a place in your heart to forgive me. I know I'll make you rich tomorrow. So whoever is dragging me, whoever is fighting me, whoever is abusing me, ejo, ejibure, ejo, edakun, ema. To all the misters, I'm sorry. It wasn't intended. At least you all can testify that when the whole thing was trending, I didn't come out to talk about it. I'm not someone who chased this clout.
And that's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokonta, Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv. We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm
build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience. Our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Today is the 27th day of January 2026. The month is finally coming to an end. All right, here we tend to give you interesting stories, top chatting, drama, and of course, conversation segments and other segments. And I have interesting stories for you today, and I also have Celebrity Peak. I also have guests who we'll be having a conversation with. But first of all, let's talk about what's trending. Famous Nigerian Afrobeat star Davido has described being called out over the alleged $50,000 wedding planning debt as crazy. The singer said this while reacting to the allegation on Sunday evening. Funke Buckner Obruthi, the CEO of the company is in charge of Davido and Chiama's wedding, reportedly called the singer out over unpaid debts. The report that went viral on social media was accompanied with an alleged chat of the event planner threatening legal action. However, reacting to the development on X, Davido, who saw it as an insult, tagged it crazy. The singer wrote, "This is just crazy at this point," because I don't know how Davido will be owing $50,000 for a wedding that happened since last year, like how many months ago, right? All right, moving forward, Nigerian singer Sis Amili has claimed that he played a crucial role in discovering and nurturing his colleague Ira Star's talent. Speaking in a recent interview with Yanga FM Lagos, Millie explained that he discovered Ira Star when he was dating a lady who was her school mother. He also claimed that he accommodated Ira Star, emphasizing that the Rush hitmaker can't deny his impact on her career. Ira Star came into the spotlight with the release of her self-titled debut Extended Plays in January 2021 through Maven Records. Star has previously revealed that Maven boss Don Jazzy contacted her in December 2019 after discovering her Instagram page where she shares her music. Sizamili was with her and helped her discover her talent and all because her school mother was his girlfriend, so to say, and all that. He accommodated her. I mean, yes, everybody has a beginning story, and if people tend to start sharing people they met before they got to the top, I don't think there'll be a whole lot of journals, right? There'll be a whole lot of journals, but it's quite interesting and impressive that, oh, she can count you as part of people that you saw something in me and you helped me get to this point even before Don Jazzy could, oh, wow, I love this girl's talent, I can work with her, right? Okay. Controversial Nigerian singer Speed Darlington has disclosed that all he got from his 23 years in the United States is criminal records. The rapper made this known while comparing his achievements in Nigeria to the US. Speaking in a recent video, Darlington, who explained that he left America with nothing, stated that he built his mansion with the money he made in Nigeria, while narrating how the US took away his self-confidence because he's a black man. He said America did not favor him. Although he has access to United States, he does not want to be there all the time. He also emphasized that his experience there has been defined by repeated arrests and criminal records, not by opportunity, and that he is not ashamed to say it. So let's listen to what he said.
Of having access to the USA, but I don't want to be in the USA all the time. America no favor me. I'm not ashamed to say it. America no favor me. Only thing I have is criminal records, arrest. It's all I got from USA. So after 23 years, bro, I have told myself, listen, man, it is better for me to have access to America. I can go whenever I want to go see my family. Maybe 10 days, 2 weeks, or maybe 4 days later, I turn around and come back to the zoo, honestly, because the American society is now conducive for my mental well-being and my physical well-being. You understand me? In America, my self-confidence is in the gutter. I can't even talk to girls. I lack confidence when I'm in America. I lack confidence. I can't talk to girls. I'm always lonely. If I spend 9 months, I'm lonely for 9 months. If I spend 2 years, I'm lonely for 2 years. This means endless masturbation. It gets tiring. You feel me? If you want to talk to a girl, first I'm worrying about my accent. Is she gonna laugh at me? Am I adequate? You know, like the society has an atmosphere where a black man is worth nothing. He has to overprove himself before he can get any ounce of respect. This is not how I want to live my life. Out here, I'm worth something. Everybody's black. Everybody's dark skinned. You feel me? Yes. And also, the society is not good for my physical well-being because, bro, if you see what's going on these days, you go vomit. I even see blonde white woman being manhandled by ICE. You feel me? And I was shocked, bro. If they treat white woman like this, me we get accent, me we come from Africa, bro. So all these things is what I'm thinking, man. For real, I love having access to USA, coming to you.
That was a good laugh. I mean, one thing I love so much about Speed Darlington is the fact that he's so fluent with his English, even though he's sometimes very funny and blunt, right? He just tends to say things however he feels. Okay, Nollywood actor Gideon Okeke has criticized the Nigerian entertainment space for what he described as the neglect of the film industry, while Afrobeat stars continue to receive overwhelming praise and global recognition. In a video shared on his Instagram page on Sunday, Okeke questioned why Nigerian musicians are celebrated while actors, actresses, and filmmakers are rarely acknowledged in the same way. He named top Nigerian music stars such as Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, Rema, and others, and asked what would happen if they publicly acknowledged the talent within Nollywood. He further stated that despite the global attention Afrobeat receives, Nigerian films are not enjoying the same level of international exposure or endorsement, questioning if they don't watch Nigerian movies. The actor referenced former US President Barack Obama, noting that his annual music endorsements have consistently boosted artists' visibility worldwide. He lamented that despite the volume of Nigerian films produced, they have not benefited from such high-profile endorsements. Okeke urged Nigerian musicians and influential figures to create similar platforms to promote Nollywood. He stressed that the entertainment industry thrives when creatives support one another, adding that celebrated entertainers should not chop all the glory alone. While acknowledging that no one owes anyone anything, Okeke argued that collective progress benefits everybody. So let's listen to what he said.
Check this out. I just want to ask a question. You know how we carry our Afrobeat music on our head. We say big 3, big 5, big days. We almost don't they idolate, they worship ourselves, our own self. Yeah, big 3, big 5, big 1, big. I come to pause and ask myself question. Say big 3, big 5, big 1, big Burna Boy, Whiskey, Davido, Rem, all of them. I know they watch Nigerian film. Since Netflix come this country, when I know they watch Nigerian film, when I know if you talk say, when I know if you use a mouth one day, come out or talk say, you see this actor over there, you see that actress over there, motherfuckers, they are badass motherfuckers. You guys watch that, what's going to happen if your big 3, your big 5, your whoever big for there, so that they always argue the big pass. But what's going to happen if big 5, big 3, big 1 come down from their elevated high horse to look around and see your cousins in the other side of the media hemisphere and say, you see that bros for that side, it is a motherfucker, it's bad. You see that babe there, bad. Because I don't begin to turn to executive producer for inside movies. Yeah? When I don't sneak into the cracks, into crevices, now don't sneak in now, begin to turn executive producer of movies. Yeah? But what's going to happen if you use your mouth and draw one producer and say, that guy film bad, that actor there bad, that actress there bad, this cameraman crazy nigga. What's going to happen? But with they carry on our music, they worship on like say, almost like say with the worship. My question is, when I know they watch Nigerian film, all of now, if you know yourself, beat yourself on the chest. All of now, I know they watch Nigerian film. Good job. If you check things, since where Obama sit down for presidential seat, since where Obama sit down there, now every year now Obama they endorse on normally every year he go come out, he go publish in best music on a name before.
Whatever he said, he's actually right. The question is, don't you guys watch Nigerian movie? I do, right? I watch Nigerian movie. I mean, even though we are fixed in one particular genre of movie production, but I still watch Nigerian movies the same way I watch American movie, Korean movie, Indian movie. So I think they should put more work to Nollywood too, the same way they're doing for the music industry. Now, on January 26th at Independence Square, the 21-year-old streamer Darren Watkins Jr., widely known as Speed, surprised fans by backflipping into a large pot of Ghanaian jollof rice during his Africa tour. Subsequent clips circulating online showed local vendors calmly scooping and packaging rice from the same pot. Unfazed by the incident, the scene sparked widespread laughter and memes across social media. Afterward, Speed sampled the jollof and jokingly declared Nigeria's version superior, reigniting the long-standing but light-hearted rivalry between the two countries. No illness were reported, and the moment became one of the most talked about highlights of his tour, capturing its chaotic but yet celebratory cultural energy. Take a look.
The winner is It might be because I'm hungry as hell. What's up? Ghana? Oh. It might be because I'm hungry.
It's not. Kofi is fine.
But I think. I don't know, bro.
Wipe your mouth.
I think it might be a tie, bro.
Did the back flip. It's done.
I don't know. I think it's partly because I'm hungry as hell. I don't know.
Nigeria.
Yeah. Ghana or Niger, Jolo. Ghana or Niger. The moment of truth, bro.
Said it already, man.
You said it already? What do you think?
Nah, Chad, I might have to go with. Oh, Chad, no, Chad, I might have to go with Nigeria. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, as a proud Nigerian citizen, I know that, of course, when it comes to that jollof rice thingy, the whole fight, banter, rivalry, and everything, I know that Nigeria would always top the charts for jollof rice. Like, there's no comparison. Like, there's no comparison. So, we won. They should just rest in Jesus' name. Okay, finally, famous American singer Kanye West has again made a public apology over his anti-Semitic rant. The apology, titled "To Those I Have Hurt," was published in the Wall Street Journal's print edition on Monday. Also, the singer attributed his outburst to brain injury he sustained when involved in a car accident 2.5 decades ago. The apology, signed by Kanye West, indicated that the publication was paid for by Yeezy. Kanye said 25 years ago, he was in a car accident that broke his jaw and injured the right frontal lobe of his brain. At the time, no comprehensive scans were performed because neurological examinations were limited and the possibility of a frontal lobe injury was very considered. The injury was only properly diagnosed in 2023. The medical oversight caused serious harm to his mental health and ultimately led to a diagnosis of bipolar disorder. Developments came nearly 3 years after a Jewish organization, Stop Anti-Semitism, rejected Kanye West's first apology. So at the end of the day, everything that happened last year on Twitter from Kanye, he's here to give us a broad apology and tell us that, oh, there was something wrong with him up there. It wasn't really normal, right? So I hope this apology is accepted by every person that he hurt, physically, emotionally, psychologically, mentally, and otherwise. Okay, that's all I have for you in the news segment. I'll go on a short break. I'm so sorry, I'm not going to be doing Celebrity Pick today. I will do that tomorrow. So right now, after the break, we are going to be having the conversation segment. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights.
We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigitia and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. In case you missed, we had interesting stories. Yeah. Right now, this is the conversation segment, and today on the show, we're joined by an inspired force redefining passion, purpose, and perseverance. She is a media professional and Guinness World Record contender, currently attempting the record for the most interviews conducted in 12 hours on Valentine's Day. Joining her is a key member of her support team, Alfred, who plays an important role behind the scenes of this historic journey. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Chiki and Alfred. Drums rolling. Alfred, you seem so tired. What's up?
We are preparing.
You're preparing, right?
That's all I can say. We are preparing.
You allow the camera to see your
We are preparing. We are preparing.
And you, Dr. Chigi, how are you?
I'm good. You know me now. Taking it a day at a time. But
I think we have like 10 to 12 days, 19 days.
19, 18, 19 days, yeah.
19 days.
19 days.
From today,
Give or
19
take. So
days.
it's here. Yeah, it's here.
Whether the devil like it or not, you're already bringing that Guinness World Record.
It is a done deal.
I mean, so Dr. Chigi,
yeah.
What first sparked this bold Guinness record attempt, and why did you pick for Valentine's Day?
Maybe they want to kill me with too large,
Too
large questions.
Aside from the viewers, I want to know why you picked Valentine's Day to do your Guinness World Record.
Okay, so first of all, what inspired the Guinness World Records attempt? Okay, a couple of things.
All right.
Inspired, and there are still other things as I progress towards the attempt. There are things that are inspiring me the more. So 3 basic things. Things I love most. Well, I may not say most, but the things I love, 3 of them are embodied in the Guinness World Record attempt. ENUGU State. I love the state. I was born in this state. I'm from ENUGU State. I was born in ENUGU State, raised in ENUGU State, got married in ENUGU State, had my kids in ENUGU State. I'm working in ENUGU State.
Wow.
Come on! Like I rep over to.
Yeah.
And the Guinness World Record gave me a platform where I can give back to my state. You know, without having to, well, I'm not a government official, right?
Yeah.
But it gave me a platform where I can give back to my state. I know it sounds foreign, because people are like, what can my state do for me? But sometimes it's about what can you do for your state, really? Because at the end of the day, it's a matter of contributions from A, B, and C that gives rise to growth of the whole. So yeah, my love for ENUGU State inspired me. Secondly, my love for healthcare profession. I'm a healthcare professional. I'm a medical laboratory scientist, and I just love taking care of people. Somehow, people who are not winchins.
Emphasis
Don't
on
mind me.
winchins.
Don't mind me, but I love taking care of people.
Yeah.
I love talking about healthcare, well-being. I love to talk about the fact that ENUGU, given what the government is doing, the current administration is doing, I want to talk about it to say, okay, we are working on 260 units of primary healthcare units in ENUGU State, in all local governments. I want an ENUGU where I can be able to start conversations around having a framework around first responders and first aid. We watch it all the time on American, movies where in 8 minutes, the ambulance is already on its way and it saves life. I want an ENUGU where I can talk about medical tourism, where the market woman, the Mama Nkechi, I always use Mama Nkechi as an archetype. The Mama Nkechi in the market has access to medical insurance. I want the fintech to come into healthcare payments to pay for healthcare. You can stay in your house and pay for healthcare wherever. I want to talk about telemedicine, where geriatrics, people who are too old to come out, can stay in the house and make a phone call, and the government and the doctor will say, oh, I'll schedule you in the next 1 hour or tomorrow or whenever, and they will have a consultation and it settles that. So I want to talk about that, and it's also in the Guinness World Record attempt because we are predominantly discussing healthcare and healthcare infrastructure. Thirdly, love for journalism, as you can tell. I love to talk.
She's on your personality.
She can talk.
She's already talking.
She can talk.
She talk for a living, actually.
So, but I'm not a talkative.
Really?
Okay. So, my love for journalism, right? My journey into journalism actually started 5 years ago. Okay, so let me give this background story. When I was younger, much younger, I was boisterous. Not in a bad way, but I always wanted to, if I make up my mind to do something, I don't know that thing that will stop me except I say I don't want. So it got to that point in my life where I had this young man that I liked who wanted to marry me.
Aww.
But I was too young. I was too young. So my parents packaged me and sent me somewhere to cool off. But while I was there, I started developing love for talk show. I could watch opera, I could watch Gail King, then Nigeria Mo Abudu. And at the end of the day, I would jot down the end credits and say, okay, so there's a set designer, there's a director, there's a producer. But after a while, all those things fizzled out. But I guess it was tucked, in my brain somewhere. So fast forward 2019, just before COVID, I saw an advertisement where WABMA was advertising for presentation skills and things like that. And I was like, why not? So I went there. So to cut a long story short, once the training was done, they, onboarded me to do their fake news debunker, just like that. And from there, Signaturetv came calling. So my love for journalism is also encapsulated in the Guinness World Record attempt. And the twist is the fact that it is fast-paced, so it's going to test your ability to interview a large number of persons within a stipulated, time frame. So it's the challenge, it's the adrenaline rush. Those are my motivations. ENUGU State, healthcare, journalism.
Okay, so why Valentine's Day though?
Jeez.
Love.
So isn't it? Yeah,
Alfred, why Valentine's Day?
Love.
And just before we stepped in, he was playing one love music like that.
Love. Love.
Okay, let's bring you in, Alfred, right? Yeah. Tell us how she has said a whole lot. Love for ENUGU State, journalism, healthcare, and all, and love, right? Yeah. So how is it like behind the scene, doing everything, the whole buhaha, the whole moving from one place to another, conversations, interviews, and all? How has it been since?
Well, I would say that it has been, I think the right word would be interesting and full of challenges and plans to make sure that we sort out those challenges. Because for something as big as this, you should expect that people should, come running, say, you people are doing Guinness World Record. Let's join, let's sponsor, let's bring money, let's do that, and all of that. And you're expecting things like that to happen, but you kind of start hearing things like, Guinness World Record, Onyoza Potago. And as discouraging as that can be, you try as much as possible. It's my job to try as much as possible that as many people that have said it, right, to me or to, we will find that positive energy to give back. You understand? And also try as much as possible that she does not hear those kind of things. But yeah, people are saying it. But,
yeah, I do hear it, by the way.
people are saying it. And the plan is not to shut those people up. The plan is to kind of show them that it doesn't matter whether Onye Oza Potago, it matters the amount of support that you can give to Onye Potara Pota, Onye Nkegi. Yeah. We are not being tribalistic, but there is something about brother supporting brother, sister supporting. There's this tendency it gives to motivate, you know. So yeah, it has been a bit interesting, challenging, and trying to. I think our biggest fight is against time, right? It's something that is time based, and that's one. Secondly, you can't make a mistake. Not one, not a single mistake. So you need to have plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. You need to have like 3 plans for whatever nonsense that is about to happen. So while planning for that, you also need a working team. And I think I can say that the Guinness World Record Dream Team they are doing an amazing job. Everybody is putting in their best. Everybody is putting in their efforts to ensure that we bring this to ENUGU State. Like she said, she's a very big fan of ENUGU State. I was born in ENUGU State, so I grew up in ENUGU State, apart from every other state I've been to. And if I can say anything about ENUGU State, right, I would say that ENUGU State is a state of low-key businessmen, low-key billionaires, low-key millionaires.
I thought they're still low-key.
They don't make noise.
Till dates, they don't. The world, right? We're bringing them out.
Till dates, they don't make noise.
They don't.
Like,
like
the Anambra State guys, or Abia State guys.
I know you're speaking for yourself, but that's
fine.
All right, back to you.
But I wanted to. So sorry, before you ask your question, I just want to balance things up. Yeah, we might not be getting as much, attention as we want to hear, but that's what comes with being the first. I'm not really the first person to attempt this, but prophetically speaking, I will be the first person to bring this record and bring it home to ENUGU. So people are skeptical. This is new. But what I can tell you is that once we bring this record home, there will be a plethora of people from ENUGU attempting this. So I'm not saying that we've not had support. There have been people that have been wonderful. I mean, we've gotten to a reasonable stage because we had some sort of support. Maybe not from the government yet, but there's been people, there have been people at the background supporting us and urging us on with networks. Let me put this out there. Signaturetv has given us a lot of support that my money might not even be able to cover. So these are the people I'm talking about. That being said, why Valentine's Day?
I'm still very, very...
So why Valentine's Day? Okay, so first, two reasons. First is because we are discussing matters of state development. A lot of professionals will take the stand as interviewees, government officials, captains of industry, CEOs, GMDs, and we needed to put it on a weekend. So that's why it fell on a Saturday when obviously everybody will be not in the office. But we had to put it on Valentine's Day because Valentine is significant of love, sharing, giving. Love is an action word. You can't say you love someone and there's nothing to show for it. So if I say I love ENUGU State,
I love you before, I love you more now.
I can attest to it. Right? So if you say you love ENUGU State, and I say I love ENUGU State, and I have Guinness World Record attempt, what better day to put it out there significantly, if not on Valentine's Day? So,
all right.
Come to ICC 14th February. Don't go anywhere else.
Don't go doing other things.
Don't go any other place.
Don't do those things.
Don't do something that Mama will not be happy.
Things.
All right, so we've emphasized on a whole lot of things and what you should be expecting. And yes, Valentine's Day is a very significant day. So aside, I know we have to beat time, 12 hours. and there are lots of people to interview, right?
Yeah.
Are there other things that people would say, oh, I had fun, aside from listening to talk?
Absolutely. Okay, but as a background to your question, we intended on having a Valentine's splash
Intended.
attached to this event, where the Guinness World Record attempt will be happening indoors, and a Valentine's splash outdoors with an LED, a relaxing environment, music, jokes, dance, games, right? And people will just sit down, chill, kick back, and be watching the attempt. But almost by the time we enter field and came back, we had to tell ourselves the truth. Regardless, there are other things, because we had to actually cancel the Valentine's splash for want of support. There will be vendors still at the event. We have people coming in to give out unending supply of hot chocolate. We'll have a red carpet. We'll have games, right? So it's not just come and listen to interview. There are other things that you can do. You know, while you could step outside, do your red carpet, play your games. There's a game master that will be coming. So there are a lot of other activities attached. Maybe if I decide to go or pull a hill of Basi and I try to do a second attempt, then we can do a splash outside.
Okay. I actually love the whole vibe. Now, Alfred, there's this content that I saw you create, because I think you had the brain behind it. So let's play that particular video. Anyways, while they're getting that ready, I saw the whole chaos behind that particular
Beautiful
content.
chaos.
I saw the whole chaos. All right, I think it's ready. Let's have the video.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience. Our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV.
Yes.
News in your
We'll permit me to say you're the brain behind that particular content. Okay.
Not only him.
Okay, not only him.
Don't mind me.
So I know I was part of it, right? I was here and I saw the whole chaos and how you were able to do that. Now you've made mention of all this. There's not going to be any mistake and just limited time. So what was the point of all those makeup while she was reading? Because when we watch TV, they don't do that in the background. They are not doing all those things happen before then. So why?
Okay, so first off, I want to say this. Behind every crazy idea, there is probably one person that is trying to pull it off. And when it comes to the actual pulling off, there are a lot of people that come together to make it happen. So while I might have been the guy that tried to put in that chaos, right? There were people that were there to make sure the chaos was chaosing. Now from the storytelling, one thing you would know a Nigerian for is that spirit of resilience, especially the Igbo man, the spirit of Huichiri, right? You see it in how he puts in his efforts to work hard in the things that he does in his everyday life too. Generally speaking, as a Nigerian, specifically speaking as an Igbo, right? Like you say, before the TV, yeah, practice. Like you say, before the TV, yeah, practice, and all of those things. While here, there's an amazing thing that is, and all of those things. While here, there's an amazing thing that is helping her pull that off. Is helping her pull that off. Also to show the amazing thing that is helping her pull that off. Also to show the amazing thing that is helping her pull that off at the same time. So that's why you have the makeup artists, you have the camera guys, you have the gaffers, you have everybody. Let's see, even to the daddy that dropped cup. You understand? Every single detail was important. And then you will go on to see the hospital saying she is a healthcare practitioner. It would not make sense for a healthcare practitioner that is doing interview not to show the healthcare aspect. So we had to talk to a hospital and see how we can, get things going. And there were strategic scenes in that hospital scene that was important because we needed to show life. In that hospital scene that was important because we needed to show life. So we need to show that, okay, while she's doing what she's doing, there is this life that particular scene has, especially when he raised his fingers and opened his eyes. The goal was to kind of show that what we are building something that gives life. We're not building something that, we're not trying to do something that just to break a record or win something. It's, like she said, it's not just about that, it's about the state, it's about the people, you understand? So let's motivate people and tell people that no matter where you find yourself, you can make this happen. You can, whatever niche of field you find yourself, you can succeed. And then you would see another scene of someone, a fashion designer. I purposely didn't want him to wear shirts. I wanted them to see the struggle. That's lifetime. Even to because I don't know. There's this thing that I have in my mind about the apprenticeship of the Igbo man or the Igbo tribe, right? And it's that ability to know, or is that knowledge that you're going to spend a certain amount of time to learn this craft. And after this craft, even if you're settled or not settled, you know that this is now your own craft. But people forget that that's duration of time. It's not easy to serve somebody. It's not. So we need to show the hard work it takes to pull out that particular thing in the tailoring stuff. And there's also another aspect that it feels like they are being marginalized, or they are not being paid well, or they are not being looked at as a field, or a field that is, will I say, marketable or something. I don't know the right word to use for it, and that is content creation. People see content creation as less, especially if you're using an iPhone or if you're using an Android to push your content, and then people are like, it's not iPhone videographer, iPhone photographer. We are all out here to make something out of ourselves. So yeah, wanted to show that content creator, wanted to give them hope, wanted to say that regardless of what any other person is saying about your creation or whatever, you can still stand out, you can still make things happen with your content. We also wanted to show that struggling music producer that has not started, that has dropped out from school, that is trying to. For example, there's something that happened recently at, I think, one of the fests in ENUGU here, where I think it was Purple Boy that came out to sing, and they were chanting in Igbo, something like Gawazia or Powazia. You know when like thousands of people you're trying to push yourself, and thousands of people are telling you to go back inside, because they want that celebrity that has gone like Jerry to come out. You understand? And I felt a lot for him, for Purple Boy, and it's just me telling him that bro, keep on doing what you're doing. We wanted to create that thing to show that even upcoming artists, even in the Igbo race, even in the Yoruba race, even in the outer race, whoever is an upcoming artist, you still have a voice. Songs are not done. Songs have not finished. Solomon wrote, David wrote, till date, people are still writing. People that wrote
all right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Alfred and Dr. Chigi. I love the whole spirit, I mean. You see this team guy is actually very good.
Thank you.
I don't know the brain he Maybe the wisdom of Solomon came upon
Maybe
you.
not to David, please.
Okay, David. Thank you so much for having this conversation with me. I had a great time. It was very inspirational. Honestly,
Thank you so
I'm
much.
super proud. I love you.
I love you. Thank you.
It's okay. All right, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow. Follow up all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to always tune in on channel 265 on SLTV. And do not forget, 14th of February being the Valentine's Day, a whole lot is going to be happening at the International Conference Center. A record is going to be broken. So make sure that you are there, right? Enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette. Welcome.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing every...
Just finished the
When the main market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape. From the dream team, we can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is bigger than one person.
This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Right, market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Nigeria and Turkey to fast-track trade, energy, defense ties, says Tinubu. Looming industrial crisis over concessioning of the Akanri-Biam airport. Trump says to de-escalate Minnesota crisis after Alex Pretty shooting. Gaza desperate as Israel aid blocks hits children hardest. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria and Turkey have agreed to fast-track cooperation in trade, energy, and defense to boost jobs, investment, and shared prosperity. Tinubu, who spoke at a joint press conference with the Turkish leader in the course of his state visit to Ankara, stated that his discussions with Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan focused on deepening bilateral relations and delivering tangible economic benefits for citizens of both countries. He said both leaders agreed on the need to expand trade volumes and remove structural barriers limiting business growth between Nigeria and Turkey. The president described the talks as practical and forward-looking, driven by mutual interests and shared regional and global responsibilities.
Effort at terrorism, discuss how we could defeat elements of destabilization, banditry, and horror. We will work together to achieve that. Take it to the bank. You can bet on me that I will be there with you for democracy, freedom.
Turkish President Recep Erdogan says his country will support Nigeria's fight against terrorism, expressing readiness to deepen cooperation in military training and intelligence. Erdogan said that under Tinubu's leadership, Nigeria is taking firm steps against terrorism and that Turkey stands by the Nigerian people in the struggle.
We stand by the friendly people of Nigeria in their fight against terrorism under the leadership of President Tinubu. In fact, today we addressed opportunities for closer cooperation in the fields of military training and intelligence. we stated that we are ready to share our country's significant experience in the fight against terrorism.
Both countries announced the establishment of a joint economy and trade committee to drive the implementation of agreements and attract fresh investments. They also signed 9 bilateral agreements in the areas of diaspora policy, media and communication, higher education, infrastructure development, military and defense, as well as diplomatic training and social development cooperation. Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Bianca Ojukwu, spoke on key aspects of the bilateral engagements.
This meeting gave both countries an opportunity to strengthen, to deepen their bilateral connections, to strengthen various other sectors of cooperation, particularly in defense, in intelligence, sharing in counterterrorism measures. Turkey is committed to Nigeria's fight against terror. The
Despite the trending video that captured the moment President Tinubu stumbled during a welcome ceremony in Ankara, raising concerns about the Nigerian leader, Presidential Advisor Sunday Dare said the president is proceeding with his engagements. The Senate on Tuesday resumed plenary from the Christmas and New Year recess, with a promise to intensify work on pending legislations and other matters of national importance. Welcoming his colleagues back to the chamber, Senate President Godswill Akpabio emphasized the need for urgent legislative interventions to address rising insecurity and hunger across the country. He commended ongoing military cooperation between Nigeria and the United States, while expressing condolences to families who have lost loved ones to insecurity. Akpabio warned that worsening food shortages demand immediate attention, referencing projections that millions of Nigerians could face severe hunger in 2026 if proactive steps are not taken.
The expectations have not diminished. They have grown more urgent. As we return, we are mindful that events did not pause in our absence, neither must our sense of duty pause. In this regard, we commend the continued military collaboration between Nigeria and the United States in the fight against terrorism. Such partnerships reinforce our national security efforts and affirm that Nigeria stands with allies in confronting forces that threaten peace and stability. At the same time, this Senate extends its deepest sympathies to the families who have lost their sons and daughters to insecurity across our dear nation. Their grief reminds us that security is not an abstract concept. It's about lives, homes, and futures that must be protected. So, distinguished colleagues, we must also respond with urgency to the warning by the United Nations that as many as 35 million Nigerians may face hunger this year. This sobering reality demands the doubling of efforts through legislation, oversight, and collaboration to strengthen food security, protect the vulnerable, and ensure that no Nigerian is abandoned to despair.
During the plenary, the Senate President read 3 communications from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, including the increased number of appeal court justices from 70 to 110, clarification of judicial structure and seniority, and the establishment of an alternative dispute resolution center within the Court of Appeal to handle matters that may be settled out of court.
The major amendments proposed in the bill include the following: increase in the number of justices of the Court of Appeal. The bill seeks to increase the number of justices of the Court of Appeal, including the President of the Court, from 70 to 110. B, clarification of judicial structure and seniority. The bill seeks restructure provisions relating to the composition, precedence, and ranking of justices of the Court of Appeal, including the ranking of the President of the Court and the determination of the seniority among justices. Modernization through the introduction of virtual court proceedings. The bill provides for the conduct of proceedings of the Court of Appeal through electronic and audio-visual means. Establishment of Alternative Dispute Resolution ADR Center. The bill seeks to establish an Alternative Dispute Resolution Center within the Court of Appeal to which appellate matters may be referred for settlement. It further empowers the President of the Court of Appeal to issue regulations and practice directions for its effective operation.
In another correspondence, the President requested Senate confirmation of the appointment of Honorable Justice Oyewole Kayode as a Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, while the third communication conveyed the President's request for the Senate's consideration of 24 health sector bills aimed at reforming existing health laws. The Senate subsequently adjourned plenary to January 28, 2026. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, says any worker of the Federal Capital Territory Administration who fails to resume work from Wednesday, January 28th, would face disciplinary action. Wike stated this on Tuesday while briefing journalists at his office in Abuja, shortly after the National Industrial Court in the nation's capital ordered the workers to suspend their ongoing strike. Wike disclosed that his administration has met with the unions and all their grievances have also been tabled. He stated that the security agencies and the FCT management have tried to dialogue with the unions but to no avail, asserting that there is more to it than just their demands. FCTA workers began an indefinite strike last week over authorities' failure to address long-standing labor and welfare demands. The strike has led to the shutdown of activities across major government offices in Abuja. Subsequently, Wike sued the Joint Unions Action Committee over the industrial action. On Tuesday, the National Industrial Court in Abuja ordered the workers to suspend their strike. Delivering the ruling, the presiding judge, Emmanuel Subilim, held that although the matter before the court amounted to a trade dispute, the defendant's right to embark on industrial action was not absolute. He said once a dispute has been referred to the National Industrial Court, any ongoing strike must cease pending the determination of the case. Still to come, Actors Guild to immortalize late actor Junior Pope in ENUGU. Abia State government embarks on urban renewal program and road rehabilitation. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Three major aviation unions have formally rejected the federal government's decision to concession the Akanwi International Airport in ENUGU, raising fears of possible industrial action that could disrupt flight operations nationwide. The three leading aviation unions at the airport say they were sidelined in the process and have officially written to the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, rejecting the deal. One of the union leaders, President Ben Nnabwe, said there was a lack of transparency surrounding the agreement with the concessionaire. Correspondent Christopher Lele, who was at the Akanwi International Airport to witness the protest by the aviation workers, joins us now in the studio to give us an update. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV, Christopher. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here. It's such a great thing to be here with you.
All right, so tell us what exactly happened, at the airport today.
Wow. Today, the airport was, of course, activities were still going on. It's not like the grounded activities. People were still flying and coming in. Everything was normal in the airport. Activities were going on. People need to understand that. According to one of the union leaders, he said it's not a protest, it's a rally. They want to create awareness, formally bring it to the knowledge of the government and everyone that they're rejecting the concession of the government, the deal that they had. According to them, they feel the meetings were shrouded in privacy, in secrecy, without their knowledge. The three leading unions, talk about the ATSAN, the ENUGU, and the APNAN, they all said they are not aware of the engagement. And then, according to them, if you're striking a deal, what happens to the labor union's agenda? Why not carry the unions along so that they can also state their interest? And then they will show that everything is working accordingly. They're not against private partnership, but the trust that is lacked in the process That's the major concern.
So from this rally now, what was their aim, or what were they aiming to achieve with this rally? Is it to take for that concession to be taken back, or what were they gunning for?
The main aim of the rally was to get the attention of the government. They need a sit down, a one-on-one conversation. Let's talk. Let's understand. Put whatever deal you have on the table. Make it transparent. Let both parties see what exactly you're talking about. And if it doesn't favor the aviation workers or the union, then they say, this doesn't work for us. How about we do it this way? Let there be some sort of understanding. It's called memorandum of understanding. They should have this understanding before you exchange power, right? Before the concession. But so far, since that was not done earlier on, that's why they're having the rally, to get their attention, and hopefully they believe that the government will get back to them and they go into a proper conversation and strike a deal.
All right, so from your interaction with the people there, is this rally just holding in ENUGU, or is it something that is being done in other areas as well?
Yeah, it's in ENUGU for a start, whereby we have the heads of other unions, that are also based in Lagos and what have you. They all came to ENUGU to support and be part of the organization, the rally. That also tells that they were not aware as well, because according to the Minister of Aviation, he said this was carried out, in transparency and understanding of the institution, the union. But they are saying this was done behind us. We want everything on the table. Let us see what is going on. So they were not aware. But the artisan union leader made a statement. He said that if from now to 21 days, the government does not get to them, then there will be a total shutdown. A strike will commence from now to 21 days.
Now, when I was watching, when you joined us earlier in Signature Morning, I heard when the person speaking was saying, all in favor, say aye, the ayes have it. Can you tell us what that was about?
That was a very fun moment, because everybody was saying all in favor. If you agree to this, say hi, whatever, and they all agreed. And he said, if you're against, they say nay. Somebody say nay. And he said, no, go back to school. Go back to the school. So to learn more. So they all agreed. They're in unison, agreeing to this. So it's a collective rally. So they did not impose it on anyone. It is for the good of the workers. One of the workers that I interviewed was concerned, because they are saying that this was almost the same thing that happened to NEPA. How they said they are doing concession, and the next minute they lay off staff, and they're trying to avoid things like that. So they also want to air their opinion and be sure that it's in favor of this aviation workers.
Aviation workers,
Yes.
all right. So in 21 days, if their demands are not met, they are planning to go on a strike.
Yes.
Well, that's quite an informative session with you, Christopher. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope you keep us updated on what happens from now till 21 days, so that we know if...
Of course. I am in talk with some of the presidents of the union leaders. Hopefully we'll be getting feedback as time goes by, and our viewers will definitely get exclusive information firsthand.
Of course. Thank you, Christopher, for joining us on Global News.
Yeah.
The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has advised the Edo State government to respect the country's labor laws as regards the recognized leadership of the union in the state. The Edo State Council of the body gave the advice in a statement on Tuesday in Benin City. The statement, signed by the acting caretaker committee chairman of NLC in the state, Professor Monday Ibafe, urged Governor Monday Okpebholo to resist selfish and subterranean pressure that would rob the state government of robust engagement and industrial relations with the legitimate leadership of NLC in the state. The union also cautioned the general public to be wary of any unauthorized person or group of persons masquerading as the acting chairman or leadership of the Edo State Council of the NLC. It said the legitimate leadership of the Edo Council of the NLC is the one led by Professor Monday Igbafen, which was legally constituted by the National Central Working Committee, CWC, of the body. The statement opined that the clarification had become necessary in order not to allow a continuation of deceit aimed at misinforming and misguiding the public and the Edo State government about the true position of the leadership of the NLC in the state. The Abia State government says it has initiated plans for urban renewals of the state in line with the recently unveiled 2025 to 2050 development plan with standardized street naming and house numbering. The Commissioner for Information, Prince Oke Kanu, disclosed this at Government House, Umuahia, while briefing journalists on the outcome of this week's Executive Council meeting, chaired by Governor Alex Oti. Kanu, who said the plan would be championed by the Umuahia Capital Development Authority, the Greater Aba Development Authority, and the Greater Ohafia Development Authority, said the initiative would address the infrastructure program and ensure order and all-round economic growth of the state. The commissioner also stated that the state government would be establishing an industrial policy in the state as part of its strategic move to boost the ease of doing business in the state. Prince Kanu also spoke on the roads recently embarked upon by the state government in about 49 locations across the state.
Of every roads layer go back today, there go back. It's not a particularly long street. It's a strategy about 270 meters length. The second one is the reconstruction of Legacy Road, Zimbodo's local government, phase 1. That's a 1 kilometer road. And the third one is construction of Kena here, Abbey here. The other short stretch, the strategic one, 270 meters length. Part of the direct level works around grade involves not just road construction, but including the silting of some of the major roads in Aba. And when that's done in Aba, we focus on things like many other policies in the state requires quite a lot of work and done with that. We know that our people from time to time have the work of these drains. We will continue to keep drains as we await the ready season. Roads on contract, a total of 31 road projects are presently on contract, and work is going on very well at different locations. And the state government continues to plan towards the full commencement of the electric bus service scheme. It is important to note that the pilot rollout services are running very smoothly as Abians and residents continue to enjoy free bus rides for now. So far, 77,774 persons have benefited from these free bus rides. And to give the report last time we agreed, about 31,304 people thereabouts are enjoying services that commence on the 24th of December. So barely 1 month after, we've gone about 77,000.
Former Director of Army Public Relations, retired Brigadier Brigadier General Sani Kukasheka Usman, has said that officers accused of plotting a coup will be tried by court-martial under civilian administration. Kukasheka Usman, in an interview, stated that the offense was serious and required strict compliance with both military and civilian legal procedures. Kukasheka Usman further explained that under military regulations, serving personnel cannot be tried until their commanders establish that an offense has been committed and due process has been followed. According to him, members of the armed forces are subject to military, civil, and international laws, noting that the Armed Forces Act provides for court-martial in cases involving service members. The retired general also commended the military and the government for following due process in handling the case, urging the public to allow the authorities to complete the legal procedures. Efforts to reposition Enugu State as a major hub for Nigeria's film industry have gained fresh momentum with the decision of the Enugu chapter of the Actors Guild of Nigeria to immortalize late Nollywood actor Junior Pope Odonwodo. This followed the official groundbreaking ceremony for the proposed Junior Pope Nollywood City at Akonike in Enugu East local government area of Enugu State. Correspondent Victoria Kano reports.
The atmosphere in Enugu was one of solemn reflection and renewed determination as members of the Actors Guild of Nigeria gathered to honor the memory and legacy of late Nollywood actor Junior Pope Odonwodo, who passed away on April 10, 2024. The event drew members of the Guild's national executives, veterans, actors, and family of late actor, traditional rulers, and key stakeholders from within and outside the Nigerian film industry. Proceedings began with the traditional breaking of kola nuts and prayers led by the traditional ruler of Akonike, the host community for the proposed Nollywood City project.
The contact here, the relationship here, transaction here, now wisdom in here, and then again, again, into a developer. Organ out question a minute, I will question our recognition so to question the cake crimes. Organ out question our recognition to start about the cake crimes. Pico and Papa and the judge, my poor who's able to.
Addressing guests at the ceremony, the national president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Dr. Emeka Rollers, described the project as a deliberate effort to preserve legacy, expand film production infrastructure, and enhance the welfare of actors and practitioners. He also acknowledged the support of the Enugu State government towards the realization of the project.
Today is not just the beginning of a construction project, it is the beginning of a legacy. It is the planting of a seed that we grew into shelter, opportunity, unity, and remembrance. This project is dedicated to the memory of our brother and colleague, the late Junior Pope Odonwodo, a man whose life embodied discipline, excellence, and deep love for the Nigerian film industry. I wish to sincerely commend the leadership of the Actors Guild of Nigeria Enugu State Chapter for the vision, discipline, and unity that brought this project to life. This leadership is under Prince Brown Ene, and his executives. I also thank our partners, Cool Brains Real Estate, and the people of Akko community, Akonike community, for their trust and cooperation. I want to inform you that we were here last year, few months before we went to South Africa for our creative roundtable, and I met the Igwe, and this conversation continued, and today it has come to reality. On behalf of the National Executive Council of the Actors Guild of Nigeria and the incoming government, I hereby reaffirm our full support for Junior Pope Nollywood City, and I pledge that the Guild will continue to pursue projects that will uplift our members and strengthen the Nigerian creativity industry. Today, we want to say unequivocally that the three sons of Junior Pope, our late member and brother, already has 3 plots of land in this place.
Speaking on behalf of the family, the late actor's wife, Mrs. Jennifer Odowodo, expressed appreciation to the Guild for what she described as a lasting tribute to her husband's dedication and impact within the Nigerian film industry.
I thank the Actors Guild of Nigeria, outgoing president, Mr. Emeka Rolas, and the incoming president as well, because they were the ones that called me here. So I thank them. I also thank every other person that brought up the idea. Thank God for deeming it necessary to honor and immortalize Junior Pope.
The ceremony reached its peak with the official groundbreaking of the Junior Pope Nollywood City, performed by the traditional ruler of Akonike, alongside members of the Guild's National Working Committee.
Actors Guild of Nigeria, National and the ENUGU State Chapter, and the actor community that the Igwe is here. I lay this foundation, Lord, of the Junior Pope Nollywood City, ENUGU, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost.
A special prayer section was later led by the national president of the Guild, focusing on the safety, welfare and well-being of actors and practitioners amid renewed calls for improved standards and protection within the industry. The incoming national president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Abubakar Yakubu, commended the outgoing leadership for what he described as purposeful stewardship, while assuring members of continuity and institutional strengthening.
I made a statement that we have a series of things to make us immortalize him, and today one of them has manifested, and it will continue to grow at the national level. I thank you, without taking much of your time, to my president, thank you, you've done well, and we need your prayers to be able to meet where he stopped. Okay.
A member of the ENUGU State Chapter of the Guild, Dr. Benjamin Emeka, expressed optimism that the project would further strengthen ENUGU State's position as a key center for Nollywood film production in Nigeria.
Today we unveiled the Nollywood estate that will tag Junior Pope City. With this, we believe that Nollywood is going to come back to ENUGU State. Formerly they were here, Nollywood started here and every other places, but ENUGU is the best. But everybody went back to Lagos and Asaba. But with this, everybody's coming back to ENUGU.
With the commencement of the Junior Pope Nollywood City project, stakeholders say the initiative stands as both a tribute to a fallen Nollywood icon and a strategic investment in the long-term growth of Nigeria's film industry. In ENUGU, Victoria Kano, Signature TV News.
Trump promises to de-escalate Minnesota crisis after Alex Pretty shooting. Gaza desperate as Israel aid blocks hits children hardest. These and more on our foreign news.
U.S. President Donald Trump said his administration intends to de-escalate the spiraling crisis in the state of Minnesota after federal agents killed 2 United States citizens, including intensive care nurse Alex Prati, who was shot by 2 Border Patrol officers over the weekend. Top Trump officials, including Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, are under fire from Democrats and a growing number of Republicans over how they responded to Prati's shooting. Prati was filming Border Patrol officers with his phone when he was shot and killed on Saturday. He was also a licensed gun owner with a permit to carry a weapon in public, which he was wearing at the time of the shooting, and which appears to have been confiscated by officers before he was killed. Trump said he still had confidence in Noem despite calls for her resignation. Noem, who oversees both Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and Customs and Border Protection, CBP, responded to the killing by accusing Prati of engaging in domestic terrorism and suggested the ICU nurse had brandished his weapon at Border Patrol agents during an altercation. Noem's remarks preceded any investigation findings and broke with the long-standing protocols of how U.S. officials discuss a civilian shooting by law enforcement. Her characterization of events also conflicted with preliminary video evidence showing that Prati did not take out his weapon at any time while he was tackled and later shot and killed by officers. U.S. forces will conduct a multi-day air exercise in the Middle East as Washington bolsters its military presence in the region amid tensions with Iran. A statement from Lieutenant General Derek France, U.S. Central Command AFCENT commander and Combined Forces Air Component commander, said the exercise would allow airmen to prove they can disperse, operate, and generate combat sorties under demanding conditions. The announcement comes after President Donald Trump warned that an armada is heading toward Iran and threatened possible military action against the regime, which has launched a brutal crackdown against a wave of anti-government protests. The USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group has already arrived, according to a Monday post by Central Command, CENTCOM, which oversees U.S. forces in the Middle East and West and Central Asia. The CENTCOM announcement did not specify the exact location or duration of the drills or what assets will be taking part. The humanitarian situation in Gaza remains dire, with children among those worst affected by shortages of shelter, food, water, and medicine, says the United Nations. Briefing reporters in New York City on Tuesday, UN spokesperson Stefan Dujarric said hundreds of thousands of families across the Strip continue to face urgent needs, despite a modest expansion in aid deliveries. Children remain particularly affected. UN health partners have scaled up basic services, including a catch-up vaccination campaign launched last week. More than 6,000 children under the age of 3 have now received routine immunizations. Daily bread rations are now reaching at least 43% of Gaza's population. Monthly wheat flour distributions reached 1.2 million people this month. However, more than 1 million people still require urgent shelter support during the winter cold and rain, Dujarric said, underscoring the need for longer-term solutions such as home repair toolkits, communal heating spaces, and equipment to remove the vast piles of debris. A plane crash has killed the Deputy Chief Minister of India's Maharashtra state, Ajit Pawar, the country's aviation regulator said. The plane, which took off from Mumbai on Wednesday, crash-landed at the airport in Power's constituency of Baramati, according to the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. 2 members of the prominent politician's staff and 2 crew members were also reported to have been killed. The cause of the crash has not yet been officially confirmed. Flight Radar, an online flight tracking service, said the aircraft was attempting a second approach to Baramati Airport when it crashed. The newspaper said Pawar, the nephew of veteran politician Sharad Pawar, who founded the Nationalist Congress Party (NCP, was on his way to attend a public rally for the Zilla Parishad elections. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said on X the power's untimely demise was very shocking and saddening. Kim Kin-hee, the wife of former President Yoon Suk-yeol, was sentenced to 1 year and 8 months in prison on Wednesday for bribery in just one of 3 criminal trials she is facing. The court found Kim guilty of accepting bribes from the controversial religious sect Unification Church, including a Chanel bag and a Graf diamond necklace. But it found her not guilty of stock manipulation and conspiring with her husband to receive free public opinion polls, citing lack of sufficient evidence and expired statute of limitations, and also cleared her for receiving a second Chanel bag. Prosecutors had estimated that the stocks, bribes, and polls altogether were worth 1.15 billion Korean won. Kim was arrested last August by a special counsel, with prosecutors requesting 15 years in prison for the various crimes the court ruled on Wednesday. And that's the foreign news.
King Kosoko royal family declares Jide Kosoko Oloja of Lagos elect. Wishing people dead in the name of supporting me is evil, Judy Austin warns fans. After watching Aisho Speed's journey, Nigeria is the worst on my own list, Kunle Remi. FG celebrates Toyi Abraham as Ovasabi Auntie hits 1 billion naira in Nigerian cinemas. These and more on the entertainment news with Queeneth Mokonta.
The King Kosoko royal family has announced veteran Nollywood actor and filmmaker Jide Kosoko as the Oloja of Lagos elect, following the death of Chief Adebola Ige on December 23, 2017. Kosoko was formally presented at the Lagos Kosoko Palace in Ereko, Lagos Island, where the Olori-Ebi General, Mrs. Mutiat Ali Balogun, affirmed her selection in line with Palace customs, supported by Deputy Olori-Ebi General Oyindamola Ayepola. The announcement comes amid an ongoing succession dispute. Another branch of the dynasty, the Akinsoya Oloja family, has urged Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to approve the installation of Abiola Oloja Kosoko, whom they claim was duly selected as Oloja-elect on December 12, 2020. After a formal screening process, the family says repeated appeals to the state government since then have yet to yield an installation. Despite the disputes, Jide Kosoko is expected to undergo traditional installation and capping by the Oba of Lagos, Oba Rewanu Akiolu, in accordance with palace and state protocols. A Yaba College of Technology Business Administration graduate, Kosoko began acting in 1964 and remains one of Nigeria's most respected screen veterans. Judy Austin, a Nigerian actress popularly known for her controversial marriage to actor Yul Edochie, has warned her supporters to stop wishing death on people. She gave the warning in an Instagram video on Tuesday while reacting to death flyers in which her fans appeared to be wishing death on some individuals whom they tagged as her opponents. Judy condemned the circulation of disturbing images showing people in caskets accompanied by death wishes, describing the act as heartbreaking and completely unacceptable. She said that such actions do not represent her, stressing that they are neither an expression of love nor support. Judy urged supporters to immediately desist from such conduct, running against defending anyone at the expense of basic human values. Famous Nigerian movie star Kunle Remi has expressed disappointment over what he described as Nigeria's poor showing following the recent visit of popular streamer Aisho Speed. Popular American streamer Aisho Speed visited Nigeria last week following his ongoing Africa tour. Actor Kunle Remi, in a statement shared via his Instagram story, said the experience placed Nigeria, particularly Lagos, at the bottom of his personal assessment, noting that the city was left overly exposed rather than authentically represented. He lamented what he sees as a loss of cultural essence and truth, arguing that genuine Nigerian culture was overshadowed by a focus on nightlife, counterfeit displays, and excessive attention-seeking. According to Remy, the situation reflects a deeper problem of misplaced priorities and a growing disconnect from the country's true cultural values. The Nigeria government has celebrated actress Toyin Abraham after her newly released movie Obasabi Aunty grossed 1 billion naira in Nigerian cinemas. The movie, which was released December 19, 2025, grossed 1 billion naira on Monday. Reacting to Toyin Abraham's achievement, the federal government, through the Nigeria Film Corporation, described the new record as another strong signal of progress for the nation's creative economy. The corporation, through its managing director Ali Nuhu, has praised the achievement, noting that it places Ms. Abraham among a select group of filmmakers whose work successfully combine cultural resonance with strong commercial performance in an increasingly competitive cinema market. According to the statement, Obasabi Aunty exemplifies how locally grounded stories, when well produced and strategically marketed, can attain remarkable reach and influence. The corporation added that the film's success highlights a keen understanding of the Nigerian audience, an effective distribution approach, and the continued growth of cinema going cultural in the country. Nollywood actress Nkechi Blessing has publicly apologized to Big Brother Naija winner Imisi and her fans following criticism over a sensitive question she asked about Imisi's mother during her birthday celebration. In her apology, Nkechi Blessing acknowledged that raising such a personal issue at a celebratory event was inappropriate and hurtful. She expressed remorse for the discomfort her comment caused, especially given the significance of the occasion, and stated that it was never her intention to offend or embarrass the reality's TV star. The actress also extended her apology to Imisi's fans and supporters, taking responsibility for her actions and appealing for understanding. She emphasized the need for empathy and sensitivity when discussing personal matters, particularly in public spaces. Nkechi Blessing concluded by wishing Imisi well and urging the public to promote kindness, respect, and compassion in their interactions.
I sincerely want to apologize to anybody who got offended with the question that I asked Imisi some couple of hours ago at her party. I want to trend in for the wrong reasons this year. So if you find my question offensive, I am sorry. Kindly place in your heart to forgive me. I know I'll make you rich tomorrow. So whoever is dragging me, whoever is fighting me, whoever is abusing me, ejo, ejibure, ejo, edakun, to all the misters, I'm sorry. It wasn't intended. At least you all can testify that when the whole thing was trending, I didn't come out to talk about it. I'm not someone who chased this cloud.
And that's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokonta, Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
When we initially made the promise and the commitment to do things differently, to grow our economy exponentially, to eradicate poverty, to make ENUGU the #1 destination for business and investment, living and tourism, it was thought that this was some part of those political slogans.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention, our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. It's 9:33. We have on the offsite studio in Bearden, Kebbi, Abdurrahman Mohammed Manga. He's the Director General, the Kaura organization. He'll be speaking to us on the topic, the Nigerian youth in democratic governance of the nation. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Abdurrahman, you know, we can all sit here and talk about the importance of youth and youth engagement, you know, in nation building. But then you speak about the Nigerian system and the Nigerian style of governance that largely rewards the older generation over the youthful generation. Then you think through it from the time immemorial, say from the past. We've seen military rulers, you know, the likes of Agui Ronsi, the likes of Murtala Mohammed. Those people were in their 30s when they commanded an army that led a nation. But you don't see that happen today. Why is that?
Well, good morning, viewers. That's a very, very interesting question, and I think is a challenge that we will throw to the youth, and also it's a very challenging issue, particularly now that we see the older ones refusing to go. I think one of these things is I'm going to blame the older generation who refuse to allow the younger ones come up, because we have serious generational stagnation. Stagnation in the sense they have had their time and they still want to retain leadership at all costs. So these things are changing in some parts of the world. You can see in America who are governors, very few people, members of the parliament, most of them are young. And gradually we are getting to have those kind of changes taking place in Nigeria. But truly, if you look at what happened, even during the First Republic, I think we had Sardauna was not more than 30 or so. Tafawa Balewa was 32 or so, I'm not sure. We have Damasan Kano, who was the High Commissioner, who was equivalent to a minister at 25. So I think it's time now the younger people begin to take their rightful places in assuming responsibilities. And we should know that leadership is not given, leadership is taken. So the younger ones should live up to the expectations of assuming the responsibilities, and that is when we can be able to have young people going into important positions. And I must sincerely say, now we are beginning to see some changes, and I believe that those changes within maybe in 2027, God's willing, you will see that a lot of changes taking place, because we have a lot of governors that have decided to engage youths, and that is a revolution. And that, I believe, the younger ones will come back to their rightful places in assuming public places at very tender age. I'm coming from Kebbi. I have about my governor, Dr. Nasser Idris Kaurangwandu, who happens to be a young, youth-friendly governor, who has more than almost 70% or 80% of the commissioners are younger people. So they are probably mentored to assume responsibilities. We have chairmen who are equally young, and they are doing very good. And we have about 6,000 to 7,000 advisors and aides, SAs, that are really in various places, and they are doing well. So that shows that leaders are beginning to give those kind of responsibilities to the younger ones and mentor them to assume responsibilities of leadership.
Over the years for you, do you think the Nigerian government have done things that would largely elevate the youth? Given where we are as a nation and the importance of the youthful development for every sphere of our lives, do you think the government of this nation has really done well? How would you score the government? And what can the government start doing to inculcate the youth in different spheres of our development?
Well, most sincerely, previous governments didn't do as much as what the present government is doing.
Because if you look at what the present president is doing, most of the very sensitive offices have been given to youths, ministers have been given to youths, and that shows that it's a process that they should be properly mentored so that they can assume responsibilities. I believe that gradually, we are about 170 million Nigerian youths. And if we really come up, because it's a double-edged sword, the younger ones need to come up and assume responsibilities, take charge of what is meant to be theirs, not to be engaged, fail. Once you are given a small responsibility from school activities, once you do the right thing, that is when you are graduating to be a leader in public lives. So believe in me, and I believe you, that the government today is trying to do much in trying to create policies and involve youth in various sectors. So with time, Mr. President has done so much and has created a lot of avenues where young people can be able to come and exercise their talents and also deliver Nigeria in various aspects. And I believe that we still need more, and this should also be replicated in virtually all the states of the Federation. We have young governors, and these young governors are also not doing bad. I'll give you an example from my state, who is less than 60, with Dr. Nasir Idris Kauramgwandu. He's doing extremely well. In just 2 years in office, the unprecedented transformation that has taken place in Kebbi has shown that we have young people who have the people at heart. And we go to places like Niger, who is also doing so much in terms of revolution of the agricultural sector, and that is commendable. Go to Katsina, where we have a governor who is also young, and he's doing significantly okay. And this, I can name them on and on again, that the governors now that are young are beginning to revive the past glories of the, that the young people are not too capable of leading Nigeria. I believe that God's willing, after Asiwaju's 8 years, that we are going to have the most youngest president, God's willing, and we hope that president is going to come from Kebbi, and that's my governor.
I mean, just like you were mentioning, youths across Nigeria, they are actually doing well, that are in different positions. I mean, we also have youths who have also, ascended to certain positions, and, so many youths are not really proud of. I mean, some persons will look at, the likes of former governor of Kogi State, Yaya Bello, giving his case with the EFCC and how he tried to maneuver his way out. But, I mean, how is the Nigerian youths going to not make an example of enthroning people who are not even those you can look up to? What do you see in someone and say, well, this person is fit for leadership, this person is not fit for leadership? We can't allow this to happen, because at the end of the day, it always has a way to backfire. Because when these things happen, there's this narrative that goes on board that the youth cannot even take care of themselves.
Well, unfortunately, I want to use the word unfortunately, we have such an example with Yahya Bello, who came in, and we will not say all of it. You cannot generalize because one person is bad and we think everybody is bad. Yahya Bello's case is an exceptional case that Nigerians are not proud of, and the Nigerian youths are not proud of. But nevertheless, we have gotten so many Nigerians as well that have made Nigeria proud in all over their endeavors. So I believe that, once the youths are properly keyed in and properly mentored, not people that will just be taken to positions as God's sons and God's sons, or the so-called favored youths. We have a lot of young people with integrity, with very high moral values, that when given opportunity to serve, I'm sure they will serve Nigerians to the best of their capacity, their abilities. So I think Yahya Bello's case is an unfortunate case, and I believe that Nigerians should begin to look at proper people, younger people with credibility, with pedigree, that have actually served in various capacities before assuming into such offices.
Yeah, so as a Nigerian youth, I mean, it's now almost 2 years we're counting to the next presidential election or circle of elections, and then you wonder whether really the Nigerian youth are ready. We're already seeing the clouds gathering, the political alignments in different states at the federal level. What should the Nigerian youth right now be thinking? What should they be? What should they be aspiring? Who should they be looking up to? Because again, like it or live it, these are circles that would always come, but the youth are always at the receiving end, whether good or bad. What should the Nigerian youth right now be looking out for, going into an election that is very important?
Well, my personal opinion here is we should not derail from the concept of reality. Let us be very focused. Let us look at what is expected of us. Let us be in the right place at the right time. We have people who have failed us in the past, people who have not done well in the past. Now, they have been in previous governments, and for some political reasons, they want to manipulate the Nigerian youth and Nigerians to see themselves as some people that are better than the ones we have. So what we should do is let us continue to support this government, the APC government, and see how we can be able to exhaust their tenure so that the younger ones will automatically take over. Because if you allow yourself as young people to be manipulated, it's like you are now asking those people that are supposed to be expired in 2027 or in 2030 or 31 or so, that they should still have another chance of coming to rule you for another 8 years or thereabout. That is now, they are now coming to marginalize or coming to be on your own chances. So by the time this government is over, I believe the younger people must have been properly mentored to be in the helm of affairs that will take charge. So I think let us give this government a chance to exhaust itself, finish the 8 years they have, then younger people can assume all responsibilities, and that is when the younger people will know what are the things that are expected of them to add or subtract when it comes to governance. I believe that after this tenure of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I tell you with no contradiction that the younger people are going to be in charge of this country. And I believe that most of those people who are their ministers, who are his ministers that are young, who are his governors that are young, are going to be the ones that are going to be presidents, ministers, and governors. And that is an opportunity for the young people to take, instead of beginning to dilly-dally and find themselves in wrong camps and misled by people who feel that they have failed and they want to use the opportunity of 2027 to come back to power.
Why are you so optimistic about the president handing over to a youth by 2031? And why do you think the Nigerian youth should support this government? I mean, if you look at the indices, they are just, not right. I mean, giving the indices under Buhari, a lot of persons would say, speaking of the delivery of democracy and the dividends of democracy, Buhari is scoring better than, Tinubu's first 2 years in office. So why should the youth support this government, giving the very bad indices in terms of economy, in terms of healthcare, in terms of security? I mean, it's not just good enough.
All this you're talking about indices of security, insecurity, health, and what have you, didn't start in this government. We all know we were in the previous government, and the last government had issues too. So he's inheriting issues that he needs to really do more to be able to correct. Most especially like the issue of fuel subsidy. So fuel subsidy was already removed in Buhari's regime, but he inherited it, and today we are suffering the consequence of what he has inherited. So I believe that looking at the ways and manners things are going, I believe gradually Nigeria will be better again. And God's willing, I want to assure you that things will no longer be the same after his tenure.
Another question is, why do you think the president would hand over to a young person? I mean, we had the Buhari who was, old enough. Now we have someone who is, just as old as Buhari himself. Why do you think Tinubu would hand over to a young person?
We will work towards ensuring that the president hands over to a young person. The policies in place are in favor of the young people, and I believe the young people are coming up with a lot of strength to take over this country, God's willing. So many people are in this government that are young, and I know they have all it takes to lead Nigeria. And when the time comes, you find out that the president has no option than to have a younger person that will be the president of Nigeria, God's willing, either from the younger ones that are yet to be in power, or the governors that are still young that are capable to be in power.
All right. I mean, you and I know that we as a nation have this, ethnic divides. The sentiments cut across. I mean, it's even spirals overboard during an election period. How do you advise the Nigerian youth who may be vulnerable to some of these ethnic slurs, as we approach the 2027 cycle of elections?
These are all stage-managed things to make us think about religion, think about ethnicity. When you have those in the villa or those in power, they don't talk about their religion, nor do they talk about where they come from. So as far as I'm concerned, Nigerian youths should be focused. Nigerian youths should be determined to be in charge. Nigerian youth should shun violence of ethnicity and religion and take charge of Nigeria, because we don't have any other place like Nigeria. When you leave the shores of Nigeria, you are never seen as a Yoruba man or a Hausa man or an Igbo man. You are seen as a Nigerian. So not until when we all assume to take charge as Nigerians, we will find it difficult. And I'm happy with the way things are happening now, that Nigerian youths are beginning to realize and understand that Nigeria is not about religion, nor about ethnicity. It's about common goals and common needs of the Nigerian people. So with this, I believe, I'm sure, and I'm optimistic that it will never be business as usual again. And we are preaching that, and we are advocating with all sense of responsibilities that Nigerian youths should begin to think as one family, as brothers and sisters, not to be divided across political, religious, or tribal lines for some people's selfish interests. And I believe that these things are becoming stories, becoming issues of the past, God's willing.
Right. The president's son has been, very, very prominent, Sheikh Tinubu, in this last 2 years in the president's office. I mean, a lot of people are saying that he should lead a youth, team. I mean, he's someone that the youth see as an opportunity to rally around him and probably just create something that would basically lead us to some sort of, greatness. Some persons are even touting him to become the next governor of Lagos State. Do you think that he has made a good example of himself as a youth in this administration, as a son of the president?
Let me tell you something. I don't know why people are so keen and are disturbed about Sheikh Tinubu's pedigree. He's apart from being the son of the president, he's educated. He has his own integrity. He has done so much in touching lives of people, and he has even extended his hands of fellowship to all over the country in time to touch the lives of the common man. So if other presidents, we have some other presidents that have, Joe Biden, his son has been supportive. The last president, I think, was it Clinton or so, his son has been supportive. So what happens if Sheikh Tinubu is supporting his father? There's nothing wrong in that. And that could be even a medium for the youths to have a soft landing in terms of keying into governance and giving responsibilities so that they can be able to deliver. And as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing bad in Sheikh Tinubu becoming the governor of Lagos State if he has what it takes. It's not about his father, it's about him. And as long as the people of Lagos are interested in Sheikh Tinubu, so be it. And as Sheikh Tinubu, I'll give him my vote if I should be a Lagosian. And that's nothing bad about that. Because now we have somebody who has decided not to be in a shell. The last government, we never saw his son, and his son can be able to do something. The last time the governor, the Sheikh Tinubu, during the Ramadan, he was all over trying to at least extend his gesture of the Ramadan, breaking fast with his Muslim brothers and giving palliatives. So that is something that is commendable, and I want to commend the president's son for at least coming out to touch the lives of the Nigerian youths. And that shows that he has all it takes to assume leadership responsibilities. So if this is what the president's son wants to be or wants to do, why not? I don't think there's anything wrong about that.
Right. I mean, so many persons, just like you said, yes, say, look, he's a man that is on his own. He's his president's son, that's it. But again, on the merit of who he is, he can actually aspire to become anything he wants to become. But again, a few persons have raised questions about, the recent happening with the NANS president, where it was alleged that he tried to bribe the NANS president to take the structures of the NANS, but it was refused. And the NANS president went ahead to say that he was stripped naked on the orders of the president's son. And some say that it's not a good sign to be a youth leader, and not to talk about a governor of a state.
I'm happy that you use the word allegation. He's alleged. So not until he's proven guilty, it's an allegation. And we have just heard from the NANS leader. We've not heard from his own side of the story. So it would be wrong for us to take conclusion or to take side as to what the NANS leadership is saying. I believe that if somebody comes out to say, I have done something, okay, it's for me to now give my own side of the story so that at least you can balance the story. So now we have just one-sided story. It's left for us to wait for us to hear the other side of the story before we conclude. But for as long as I believe he has all it takes to be in leadership position, and that's my stand as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, given what we have faced, as a nation, given what we have received, do you think that our leaders are deliberate in entrenching poverty? Because again, people say that sometimes political leaders in Africa use poverty as a weapon to subjugate the Nigerian youth. So when they make you poor, and then during the election, they tend to pour a lot of monies on the street in order for them to buy you into accepting them in power. Do you agree that these are what African leaders do, in Nigeria inclusive, and how should the youth overcome that type of temptation?
Well, first and foremost, I must sincerely tell you with all sense of responsibility that Nigerian youths are privileged to have a lot of policies in their favor. And the government is so concerned about their well-being, and it's just for us to take advantage of those policies and use them in the right direction. I'll give you an instance with the Kebbi State government, who has done so much in trying to improve education. So in terms of scholarship, he gives scholarship as at when due, including those in the diaspora. He has brought agriculture to the doorstep by bringing power tillers in thousands, fertilizers in thousands of tons, borehole water, solar-powered boreholes in thousands to boost agriculture and what have you. He has done so much ensuring security in our land so that we can be able to go to farm. He has brought in a lot of activities, including his wives, in doing so many, skill acquisition programs to be able to improve the lives of the women and the youths in our state. And so also, so many governors are doing that. So if policies like this can be brought by a governor or by a government, then it's for the now youths to take advantage of such policies to improve on their lives. So people should not look at, for example, government cannot be there to do everything, but government can only make enabling environment for you to be able to do what is expected of you to do. So I believe we should take advantage of those opportunities and do the right thing at the right time so that at least we can improve our lives. Coming into the federal government issue, we're just about to go into the youth confab, and this is an open door policy that Mr. President has given for young people to come and sit down and articulate their positions, articulate what they feel they need to do or what they feel the future of Nigeria should look like, so that can be used as a template to be able to operate or to help the Nigerian youths. And he has done so many issues in terms of, alleviations, so that the younger people can key in and take advantage of such policies so that they can be able to improve. It's not easy for you to, we all know that this problem we have, some of the problems we have, they are global problems. Global problems in the sense we are not expecting Nigeria to be indifferent. But they need to improve, they need to do more, and we want them to do more so that Nigerians can at least be, to some extent, supported in seeing how life can be better. So I am telling you this, that not until the younger people assume responsibility, take charge of their destiny, we will not get there. And for example, I kept on telling my younger colleagues that leadership is not given, leadership is taken. So if we want to be leaders of tomorrow, we should assume responsibilities and take charge of our destiny so that we have no reason not to be the leaders. We have seen that happening in some part of the country, part of the world, and we have seen in Africa, the things are changing in some countries where younger people are taking charge of their destiny. So if we feel that the country is not doing enough, then what are we doing to ensure that we assume responsibilities to do the right thing? It's no more about when during the electioneering period, 95% of the returning officers, the polling clerks, the agents, the what have you, are all young people, including those working with the INEC. So if you now do the right thing, definitely you tend to be in the right position. So Nigerian youths, if they feel whatever, they should wake up and assume responsibilities, then they will now be given their responsibilities.
Absolutely. Rahman Mohammed Manga, absolutely wonderful discussion with you, Director General of the Kara Organization. Many thanks for your time and your analysis. I mean, it's just one interesting topic that we are all passionate.
When we initially made the promise and the commitment to do things differently, to grow our economy exponentially, to eradicate poverty, to make ENUGU the #1 destination for business and investment, living and tourism. It was thought that this was some part of those political slogans.
We are local.
The international community is observing every.
Just finished the When the main market is in chaos, people are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We're highlighting the topic empowering the vulnerable in Nigeria. Chika Uju is a veteran journalist and, of course, a humanitarian. She joined us via Zoom this morning. Good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Sorry for the whole thing.
All right. So, tell us who these vulnerable people are and why it's important to cater to them.
Actually, vulnerable people are adults, that are very comfortable in their own skin or color. And they do not wear any mask. But unfortunately, they are being insulted by the weak who cannot even identify themselves.
Okay, so why you think it's important to cater to them?
Why I think it's important to cater for them is because they are human beings like you and I. They should be given sense of belonging. They should be accommodated because they are equally God's creature.
Okay, so from your standpoint, do you think that the government is doing enough in terms of catering to them, at least to the extent of providing the basics that they would need to at least fend for themselves?
Actually, to the best of my knowledge, the government is not doing enough to assist the vulnerable. They have not done anything much. They have been neglected, and it's not giving us joy. Myself in particular, as a woman and as a human being. So in other states, in other countries, they are being taken care of. But where you and I come from is a different ball game altogether. And it's not good.
Okay, so if you were, for instance, going to adopt what other countries do in Nigeria, to what extent do you think that can work? I mean, we've had several, programs before in Nigeria, poverty alleviation programs, right from even the military era up until this moment. But we still have people who are still vulnerable, who don't have access to the basics of life. What do you think that we can adopt with what is happening across the world?
Actually, the government of the day tried to make them have that sense of belonging, but those representing them have not been able to do much. You will see them acquiring what belongs to those they are better off than. You will see them sharing it among themselves, their families. And it's wrong. So the only thing we can do is to create a committee and make sure that the vulnerable amongst them are co-opted in that committee for them to have a voice, for them to know what is being given to them, how it's being shared, how it's being allocated. I believe by doing so, it will enhance most of their problems.
Many people would say creating another committee. I mean, isn't that what has caused the problem so far? I mean, if we have had several poverty alleviation up until now, in fact, we still have the number of unemployed people. We still have people who... Okay, go ahead,
sorry,
please.
the right people have not been co-opted into the committee. We still have wolves under the sheep clothes. The right people, when you put the right people around, tap in a round hole, you will see things working out. We still have people who do not have human feelings in managing the affairs of the vulnerable, even managing the affairs of, the society. They should dig deep and, get to the root of all this. They know it. When you're talking about the vulnerable, we are talking about those who cannot be able, who do not have the powers of their own. The adult, the low income, the disabled. But you see somebody, a flat, human being, coming, bearing that, all in the name, to have what belongs to the lower class. Who does that?
It's only people that with that conscience that, go into that such practice, and it's not helping the society. Neither is it helping the vulnerable people, adults in our midst.
What role do you think education plays in alleviating poverty and even helping with the vulnerable population?
Education is the key. Those of them who wants to be enlightened, who wants to be educated, who wants to attend, tertiary institution, secondary institution, primary institution, should be given that opportunity to do so, should be empowered to do so. And by the time they're able to acquire it, they will be on their feet to take any challenges that comes across them. So if governments can invest more in their education, it will enhance their life, in my own thinking.
So many persons think that the most vulnerable people in the society are mostly women and children. Do you agree to this point? Do you think there are actually there are other people who are considered vulnerable people?
There are others, men inclusive, not only women and children. But you can only say that women and children are the weaker, side of it. And, they receive all manner of abuse.
Right, so...
when not checked.
So in terms of helping out with these, knowing that the numbers are actually more on women and children, how do you think that collaborative effort between the private sector and the public sector would be able to assist people, especially those in the rural areas, in order to be able to be better for whatever it is that they're out to do?
They should be allocated to a good environment where they can be looked after, where can they be checked on regularly. The communities, the private sector, the government, it's our duty to do that for them, because they don't have that strength, just like we do. When somebody is about to rape you or having carnal knowledge with you or something like that, you can always be able to run away, but then they cannot. When somebody wants to hit you with a machete, you can be able to run away, but they cannot. So it is our duty to checkmate them, to be by their side, check them hourly. Even if it means every second, they need that attention from us.
For you, what are the most important strategies in empowering women, especially in the rural areas?
Come again, please.
What for you is the most strategy or the best strategy in empowering women? Say, for instance, if government decides that they want to empower women in rural areas, what do you think that they should be looking at? How do you think they can go about it?
Skill acquisition. Skill acquisition.
What type of skill?
Depending on what they can be able to do. If it means, tailoring, which they call fashion and designing now, or having, a hairdressing salon, or weaving, depending on what they want, even trading, they can be empowered in a small scale aspect of it. It's not only the government, to do it. Individuals can, private sectors can, because it's a collective exercise, and we don't need to allow the government to do it alone. But government should have upper hand. And the moment such is being done, you will see them having more lives. We are putting smiles into their lives, and those that have bad intentions of terminating their lives, you see them coming back to fold, interacting with us.
Right. Interesting, really. I mean, I'm just thinking to myself, what do you think might be the barriers or obstacles that the vulnerable people might be facing in assessing some of these skill acquisition programs, this know-how? Do you think that they may probably have barriers or obstacle in it?
Yeah, there will be an obstacle if they are not well checkmated. There will be an obstacle. So whatever they are being given to, there must be people to monitor them, to monitor their exercises, to monitor their living, to monitor whatever they do. Like I said earlier on, they are the weaker, creature due to the kind of a situation they find themselves. So
right.
they need to be monitored.
We know of several NGOs that are involved in helping vulnerable people. I mean, we could say that the government really hasn't adequately done well, but do you think that the actions of some of these NGOs are also helping, and to what extent? Because some of these NGOs also receive a lot of, support from international donor agencies, and sometimes these agencies don't really cascade these resources down to the vulnerable people. So I'm wondering, do you think that the role of the NGO right now, it's helping matter at all?
They are not. Some of them are just using the vulnerable to enrich themselves. We all know that. I know that, you do. And they don't have conscience. That's why they are doing that. And they forget that it's a judgment day at the end of the day. So most of the NGOs we have, some of them, they don't even care. All they want is that money. Maybe they will just give out peanuts to those people. Then the rest, you see them building mansions, riding beautiful cars, wearing gold and silver, living the downtrodden. It's not good. They are not doing well.
So how do you think that these NGOs can be checkmated?
That is the thing. And when I talk about parental committee or having this, you see that the one that have already been created, what did they do? If I were the donors, I would like to send my team, delegate some of my team to go and see what this person is actually doing with whatever we donated to enhance the life of the downtrodden, of the vulnerable. But the moment the money is being given, they won't care, they won't bother to monitor it. They need to be monitored. I have one, I need to be monitored. You can't report to pay Peter. No one with good conscience does that. We lack fear of God. Honestly, that is our problem. We lack fear of God. But we bear this and that night, day. But we keep on cheating on those who are better off than. It doesn't give me joy. So a lot should be done by the donors. They should have monitoring on this, monitoring on that. And anyone who fails to do it right, that his or her NGO or whatever should be closed, should shut down. If they can do it that way, then the society will be sanitized.
All right. So, sometimes when poverty alleviation programs are created, there's usually a target, of the numbers of people who should be able to have gained from it at the end of it. Do you think that these poverty alleviation programs that government has embarked upon have solved the problem of poverty? If you were to advise on how some of these poverty alleviation programs that reach out to the vulnerable, how do you think it should be done so that it could actually get to the people that it's meant for? And then the third leg of this question is the fact that some people who are vulnerable are also, they don't think, some don't have interests in, say for instance, a government is doing a skill acquisition program. You see a few of them, getting involved or wanting to even take themselves away from the situation that they have found themselves. Do you also think that that is a problem?
Let me answer your first question before I go to that. Let me shock you a bit. About 3 years ago or 4, one of the politicians who was sick was visited by myself and some of my colleagues. And while we were there, alerts came in. He smiled. He called one of us and said, "Oh, look, oh, I did my bed now. This alert is still the combo." We then asked him, "What alert?" He said it was initiated during good luck. How can a man like that be receiving such money? His name was included, that of his family were included. They were receiving 30,000 naira, made for the poor, made for the downtrodden, because they were in power. They decided to, include their names to the list submitted during Jonathan's, administration. I was shocked to my marrow. That was the day, even though I'm a politician, that was the day I detested some of the politicians in my state. Coming to the second question you asked, yes, some of them may not like to join because they are being used. They are being used. You can't tell me that you're helping me and so amount was given to you to give to me to solve my problem. Instead of you doing it in the right way, you decide to give me peanut. Then I will come and kill you under the sun. Have you seen them doing the empowerment? You will see those vulnerable people under the sun, under the rain. At the end of the day, nothing. Then the press will cover them. I spent so and so. I spent so and so. Oh my God, who is fooling who? Human beings lack conscience. Somehow we are wicked to our fellow human beings. Mostly the downtrodden, the low-income earners, the disabled. My dear brother, if we keep on talking about this, I may start shedding tears because I have seen it and I have seen it. It is not good. So we don't need to blame them because on several occasions, they were there, but at the end of the day, they were being shortchanged. So you don't expect them to continue. The worst thing that will happen to anybody in this world is to hate yourself, is to, reject yourself when others have rejected you. No, you dare not do that. You move on.
Interesting. So does it mean that this community-based program by the government really doesn't work? Do you know of any, empowerment program that has actually worked? And do you think it can be scaled nationally? Because I mean, if you look left, right, and center, if the governors are not doing something, the local governments are doing something, and then the federal government are also doing something, but then the vulnerable people keeps, increasing.
Complaining. Increasing.
Yeah, so, but
yeah, because they are not the architect of their problems, are they? So why wouldn't they increase? We give birth every day, just as people die every day. So we are not going to portion blame on them that they are always on the increase side. What we should talk about is, what is being given to them by the government? Is it actually getting to them? What is it being given to them by the donors? Is it actually getting to them? Has it enhanced their problem? Or, when 1,000 is being given to them, then you decide to give them 1 kobo. What will the 1 kobo do for them? In a situation, we are into now. Can 1 kobo do anything for you, solve any problem for you? Let's call a spade by its name. Those government placed there to look after these people, they are the problem and not the government. And if I were the government, the moment that list is being submitted to me, I will, screen it. Even if it takes me the whole month to do the investigation, to know if this actually that person deserves it, I will do it. You don't need to rush something because so many people normally queue in order to enrich themselves. You see them shining. Wear the best weaver, best jewelry, best car, live in a very comfortable place. Yet that person they are supposed to represent, just dying out there, cannot even afford, a meal in a day. Government should do something. Donors should as well do something. If they are threatening, monitoring this, monitoring that, let there be people with conscience. I'm not saying, even in the house of the Lord, there are people that have no conscience, but there are people that fears God. If they can be able to get at those people to stand for those we are better off than, I believe there will be a lot of changes and the increase will reduce, I believe. They need to be occupied, they need to be equipped. But those people that we are giving those things to get to the vulnerable have failed to deliver. They have failed to deliver.
Again, it comes down to the vulnerable, right? I mean, like it or live it, the vulnerable has to also pick the pieces. If we have some of these programs that have refused to cascade towards them, they also have a responsibility to even try to engage the society or even to do whatever they can to, help themselves. Because even when the program comes, you would have to get these vulnerable people to tend to accept them. So I'm just thinking, is there a way you think that these are words now going to those who are vulnerable? Is there a way you think that sometimes also it's about mindset, setting the right mindset and doing things that can help your situation from where you are? Do you think that, they also have a responsibility, to themselves to a point? Because, I mean, if you look at all of the programs, I'm thinking through this from way from 1995. The poverty alleviation programs that government upon government have done, by this time, for crying out loud, we wouldn't be here. But the numbers keeps increasing in terms of the vulnerability. But now, switching it a little bit, do you think that, there's a role that the vulnerable should also play in also helping themselves?
Yeah, a lot of roles. One, they should have a voice. As a journalist, maybe one of these days you invite one of them to interview them, or few. At least two, a male and female. Then you hear from them. I'm not talking about those, that, their brothers or sisters have just, placed in a mansion. That's not the vulnerable I'm talking about. I'm talking about the vulnerable, the downtrodden. Interview them and you hear from them. Hear from the horse's mouth. They should have a voice. And once in a while, we journalists, we should hear from them. Because most of the time, they are being cheated. They are being hurt down. Don't talk. If you talk, this will happen, that will happen. No. So by the time they have a voice, they will be able to explain things by themselves, the way they are being treated by the government, by the community or private sectors. Hearing from them, I believe, will help things to get better. So we need to hear from them. We need to interview them by giving them that sense of, belonging. Let us hear from them. Let the society hear from them. We can't be defending them. Let them defend themselves. They need a voice to say it the way it is. Because most of the time you see them shedding tears. Most of the time they don't even have a place to, lay their head. Most of the time they can't even feed twice in a day. They can't even clothe themselves. And most of the time you see somebody that is able, using them to beg money, then at the end of the day, they will go and count for that person. Peanuts will be given to him or her that did that exercise. So I think I suggest you invite them to your program, interview them, let's hear from them, and know where to start healing, the healing.
All right. Thank you so much, Chika Uju, for your time on the program this morning, speaking to the plight of the downtrodden and empowering the vulnerable groups out of Nigeria. I was also going to ask you, but just on the last line, if you know of any specific program that has succeeded with pulling people out of a vulnerability into being better for it. If you have anyone that will know anyone, whether it's local government, state, or even at the federal. Do you know of anyone?
I don't know, because they're all mixtures. They're all mixtures. Calling journalists to come and cover them. Wow. Don't put words into my mouth.
Wow. Chika Uju, many thanks. I appreciate you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
All right.
When we initially made the promise and the commitment to do things differently, to grow our economy exponentially, to eradicate poverty, to make ENUGU the #1 destination for business and investment, living and tourism, it was thought that this was some part of those political slogans.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
When we initially made the promise and the commitment to do things differently, to grow our economy exponentially, to eradicate poverty, to make ENUGU the #1 destination for business and investment, living and tourism, it was thought that this was some part of those political slogans.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to another exciting episode of Gender Perspectives. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olo, as always, bringing you conversations that matter. And today we'll be talking about women and the role they play in peace and security. Now, when we talk about peace and security, I mean, it's often discussed in terms of borders and armies, negotiations, but rarely through the experiences and voices of women. And yet, across the world, women are at the front lines of conflict and peace building, bearing unique burdens while also leading efforts to heal divided communities. Well, we'll explore the challenges women face, the roles they play, and why inclusive peace is not just, women's issue, but a global priority. But first, let's take a break and we'll be back shortly.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
To understand why women, peace, and security matters, we must look beyond policies and global commitments and look at the everyday experiences of women, particularly Nigerian women. Now, from communities affected by conflict and insecurity to households facing economic hardship, women often carry the heaviest burden, yet their voices are the least heard in decisions that affect their lives. So let's look at the background report that reflects these issues. It examines the challenges women face, including insecurity, displacement, limited access to justice, and exclusion from peace and decision-making processes. Amplifying their voices and investing in inclusive solutions can strengthen peace, security, and development across Nigeria.
The Women, Peace and Security WPS agenda is a global policy framework that recognizes the distinct experiences, roles, and contributions of women and girls in situations of conflict and post-conflict recovery. It emerged from decades of advocacy by women's movements and civil society organizations, who highlighted that traditional approaches to peace and security consistently overlooked gendered impacts of war and excluded women from decision-making processes. The WPS agenda fundamentally challenges the idea that security is gender-neutral and instead asserts that sustainable peace is inseparable from gender equality. The formal foundation of the WPS agenda was laid with the adoption of United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, UNSCR 1325, in October 2000. This was a landmark moment. For the first time, the UN Security Council acknowledged that armed conflict affects women and men differently and that women's participation is essential to conflict prevention, resolution, and peace building. The resolution was influenced by lessons from conflicts in the Balkans, Rwanda, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, where women were disproportionately affected by violence yet played critical, often informal, roles in peace efforts. UNSCR 1325 rests on 4 interconnected pillars. Participation, increasing women's meaningful involvement in peace processes and decision-making. Protection, safeguarding women and girls from gender-based and sexual violence. Prevention, preventing conflict and violence, including sexual violence, through gender-sensitive approaches. Relief and recovery, ensuring women's needs and capacities are addressed in post-conflict reconstruction. Since 2000, the Security Council has adopted 10 additional resolutions that collectively expand and operationalize the WPS agenda. These include resolutions on sexual violence in conflict, such as UNSCR 1820 and 1888, Women's Leadership and Economic Empowerment, UNSCR 2122, Youth and Peace Building in UNSCR 2250, and the link between gender equality and sustaining peace, UNSCR 2242. Together, these resolutions form a comprehensive normative framework. Armed conflict affects women, men, boys, and girls differently due to pre-existing gender inequalities. Women and girls are often at heightened risk of sexual and gender-based violence, including rape, forced marriage, sexual slavery, and trafficking. Such violence is frequently used as a tactic of war to terrorize populations, destabilize communities, and destroy social cohesion. Beyond direct violence, conflict exacerbates structural inequalities. Women are more likely to experience displacement, loss of livelihoods, food insecurity, and barriers to healthcare and education. As men are killed, detained, or conscripted, women often become primary heads of households, assuming new responsibilities without corresponding access to resources or political power. These realities underscore why gender-blind security policies fail to fully address the consequences of war. At the same time, the WPS agenda emphasizes that women are not only victims. They act as combatants, peace negotiators, community leaders, humanitarian workers, and human rights defenders. Recognizing women solely through a lens of vulnerability obscures their agency and limits the effectiveness of peace-building efforts. A central premise of the WPS agenda is that women's participation leads to better peace outcomes. Research consistently shows that peace agreements are more likely to be reached and more likely to endure when women are involved. Women often bring different priorities to negotiations, including social justice, community reconciliation, education, and health, issues that are critical for long-term stability. Despite this evidence, women remain significantly underrepresented in formal peace processes. Globally, women constitute a small minority of peace negotiators, mediators, and signatories to peace agreements. Barriers to participation include entrenched patriarchal norms, security risks, limited access to political networks, and lack of resources. The WPS agenda calls not only for women's presence but for meaningful participation, meaning women must have real influence rather than symbolic representation. One of the most visible aspects of the WPS agenda is its focus on conflict-related sexual violence. The UN has increasingly recognized such violence as a threat to international peace and security, rather than merely a humanitarian or social issue. This shift reframes sexual violence as a strategic crime that requires accountability, prevention, and justice. Efforts under the WPS framework include strengthening legal mechanisms to prosecute perpetrators, supporting survivors through medical and psychosocial services, and addressing stigma that often silences victims. However, impunity remains widespread, and survivors frequently face social exclusion, economic hardship, and ongoing trauma long after conflicts formally end. National Action Plans, NAPs, on women, peace and security. These plans outline how states will implement WPS commitments domestically and internationally, including through defense, diplomacy, development, and humanitarian action. As of today, more than 100 countries have adopted NAPs, though their quality, funding, and impact vary widely. Regional organizations such as the African Union, European Union, and NATO have also integrated WPS principles into their security frameworks. Civil society organizations, particularly women's grassroots groups, play a critical role in monitoring implementation advocating for accountability, and delivering services at the community level. Despite its normative strength, the WPS agenda faces significant challenges. Implementation gaps remain large, funding for women-led peace initiatives is limited, and women human rights defenders continue to face threats and reprisals. Critics argue that the agenda is sometimes reduced to a checkbox exercise, focusing on numerical representation rather than transformative change. There are also calls to broaden the WPS framework to better address intersecting forms of inequality, including race, class, disability, age, and sexual orientation. Additionally, feminist scholars and activists caution against the militarization of the agenda, warning that integrating women into security institutions without questioning militarism itself may reinforce existing power structures. The Women, Peace and Security agenda represents a profound shift in how peace and security are understood and pursued. It asserts that sustainable peace is not possible without gender equality and that women's rights, leadership, and protection are central, not peripheral, to global security. While significant progress has been made in establishing international norms and legal frameworks, the challenge now lies in translating commitments into concrete, inclusive, and transformative action. Ultimately, the WPS agenda is not only about adding women to existing systems, but about reshaping those systems to better reflect the realities of conflict and the needs of all people. Its success depends on political will, adequate resources, and continued advocacy to ensure that women's voices are heard where decisions about war and peace are made.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV. Welcome back. Now, to help us unpack these realities and explore what meaningful change looks like, we're joined by Dr. Brenda Akanisi. She is the Young Doctors Forum Coordinator, Medical Women Association of Nigeria, ENUGU State. She's here to share her thoughts on this topic. You're welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You're such a sweet and lively lady. I'm so happy that you came on this program, honestly.
It's good to be here.
Yeah, and a lot of people will be wondering, this one that a medical doctor is coming to talk about, you know, peace and security. But I mean, like,
it's part of, okay, let me also say this, I'm a lifestyle medicine physician, and part of our 6 pillars, one of our 6 pillars is stress management. So of course, when you have insecurity, that's part of stress. Do you understand? So I think having a doctor to talk about it is not completely off, but we can probably bring some health perspective towards the whole issue.
Yes, and of course, I mean, you're a woman, so at least you can resonate with how it feels to be a woman in, you know, an area that is quite conflict and, you know, violence prone. So let's get into the conversation of today. I can't wait to start. Okay, let's talk about peace and security. Now, when you hear peace and security, like, what does that mean to you, you know, like in the context and in the, you know, the environment that you find yourself?
Okay, so let me, currently, if you're in Nigeria, we do know there's a lot of insecurity challenges. So I would define it not in context to just the current situation, but just generally like security and peace. So when somebody is secure, it means you feel safe. It means, like, you know, and when you're safe, that means you're at peace, right? And that peace means what? Tranquility, you're calm, and that means you're able to function better. So let me put it this way. Let's say you come into the clinic to see me, and I'm all edgy and anxious and all that. You will believe within you that I can't give you the best service. True or false?
Of course.
So that means I need a level of security around me and a level of peace, calmness around me to be able to bring out the best version of me. So regardless of your gender, everybody needs security. Everybody needs that level of calmness to be able to function and bring out their best. So I know we're going to focus on women on this episode, but I just know insecurity is something that affects. So when somebody doesn't feel safe, right, that means you're now insecure. Because I just want us to know these terminologies because we'll be using it interchangeably. And another thing also, we also want to say, okay, why are we talking about women? Because they're part of the vulnerable group. And you say, but not just women, children as well, the elderly people. So when we say vulnerable group, we're talking about women, children, and the elderly ones, right? So I think by the time you ask me more questions, we'll dive into
Yeah,
it.
I was actually getting to ask you about women, because when we talk about women, with regards to peace and security,
Yes.
I mean, it's going to be like, where do women come into the equation
Sort
of
of.
peace and security? So, I mean, in your opinion, like, where do you see women in this conversation?
Okay, I see us in like two aspects, right? So the first aspect is security as it pertains our environment, right? So now, within our environment, women are prone to more domestic violence. So we're talking about intimate partner violence. We're talking about physical abuse, emotional abuse, financial abuse. Because let's say when a woman gets married, her husband can decide to say, you don't have to work. You're not going to work. And she has no say in the matter because we're taught to just be submissive. Rarely would you see a woman telling her husband, don't work, and he will listen to that. So the minute she obeys that instruction, she's now left in an economically insecurity position. Now, the second one, besides the domestic violence, we'll now move on to sexual harassment and sexual assault, right? And women are more prone to it. So we're talking about, let's say, harassment in the workplace. Most of the time, it is women that are being harassed constantly, which now makes them feel very insecure. So when they're coming to work, they're looking over their shoulders like, okay, who's going to harass me today? Who's not going to harass me today? So of course, she's not going to, bring her best foot forward. Another thing, because we're living in the digital space, another major concern is cyberbullying and cyber attack. And I want to emphasize on this because it's affecting the younger ones. So we're talking about our adolescent females. Because at this phase, they're very conscious of their looks. They're beginning to develop their sexual organs and all. And these kids tend to come online to maybe, do content creation and all. And if she doesn't have a sound mental mind or a sound self-esteem, it can easily be affected. And she can now feel insecure about herself. Like somebody may drop a comment, see your face, see these people where they here. Oh, you're not on point. Your outfit is not on point. And little comments like that can get to her over time. And whether or not it translates to a lot of the cosmetic surgery we see nowadays is another topic for discussion. But you can just see how this affects our gender just within our home and the community. Now, if you want to now talk about insecurity on the general perspective, we'll talk about, now this is the main issue that is happening.
Yes.
So we want to talk about insurgents, we want to talk about terrorism, we want to talk about kidnapping, and you also have like ethnic violence, we have religious violence. So they also talk about communal violence. They will also have organized crime, that's where you have the theft, the armed robbery and all that. Now, if a woman is found in the midst of any of this violence, because like I said earlier, she's part of the vulnerable group, she is not equipped to be able to defend herself. Now, compared to our male counterparts, are we weaker physically? Yes. So part of the discussion during the show will also be, okay, how can you equip these women? Now they'll know, okay, these are the challenges they face. Okay, how can you equip these women to be like, okay, you're in an environment whereby you're maybe like, what's the word now? A species that may be targeted. So how do we prepare you for the real world out there, right? And now if you want to come and say men are affected, let's say in terms of the insurgents and all that, if let's say there's a war that happens, who is going to fight for us? Now we do have women who are in the armed forces and stuff like that, but of course you cannot compare the ratio. So of course we have more of our men going to the battlefield. So now the mortality, which is the death rate, may be high among that gender, the male. But now if you want to look at the wider effect, is more among women. Because let's say now her husband goes to war, he doesn't come back. She's left to deal with the economic implication of that. She's left to deal with the loneliness of that. Let's say she has 6 children. So imagine her being a single mother to 6 children. So you can imagine the economic implication on her the burden, the emotional burden, psychological burden, the financial burden to be able to raise those 6 children on her own, right? Now, is she prone to sexual assault? Most likely, because she may want to find ways of how she can fend for her kids and stuff like that. So if you go to most of the war-torn areas, that is why you see the incidence of sexual assault or violence being much higher.
Yeah.
Because there's nobody to protect these women, because maybe their husbands have gone out to defend the country and they're left behind unprotected. And now some males see that and take advantage of that and want to now, impose themselves on these women. Sometimes the women give in because they're like, okay, at least I can get some benefits out of it, which is not the best. But I just want us to see this on a bigger perspective, like see our gender needs to be properly informed and educated about the threats that we face when there's social unrest, and we need to be more giving more tips on how to cope with it. So that is why I'll say always make sure you're economically empowered, because you don't know tomorrow. Your husband may be the breadwinner and he goes out there and he doesn't come back. Yeah. But if you know you're financially capable, there's some things that won't be of concern to you. Yes, the emotional aspect will be there. Okay, you're missing your partner, which you do life together with, but at least you know your children are set for the future because you hold your own, you hold ground. You
Exactly.
You get
before we go to, because you're already giving one of the solutions or one of the things that can make it better. But now you've spoken about, I love that you touched on, the other aspect that most people won't think about when it comes to peace and security. Like you mentioned the whole cyber bullying thing and some other aspects. But then let's look at the health, because you're a doctor, so that's a no-brainer. I would like you to, what would you say are also, what's the medical aspect of all of this when it comes to like the health, sanitation, the environment, and particularly for young girls, adolescents, people who are still growing and trying to get used to their bodies and things like that?
Okay, so when we come, so basically like it was the impact of this insecurity on us generally, but in, specifically for women. Now, as I was driving down here, a thought just came to my head. I said sometimes if these women who are prone to who live in the violent prone area, and let's say you have to run away, there's an attack on your community and you have to quickly, run. And let's say that is the time of your monthly cycle. Just imagine you're running somewhere, the last thing you want to think of is picking menstrual, products to keep yourself clean and all that. And you're just wondering how would they cope? When this is something that is a physiologic thing that has to occur. So just think of the hygiene during that period is not maximum at all, because normally during menstrual flow, we tell people have your bath twice, make sure you change your pad every 4 hours. How can you be telling that kind of person in that place that you should be changing it? Do you get? And now the reason why we'll tell you to maintain that good menstrual hygiene is because of the risk of infection. So that means one, she's already exposed towards getting an infection just by being female. There's nothing has even happened though. Now another aspect of her getting infection is when I talk about the sexual assault. So let's say now somebody who attacks her has an STI, and guess what? She's going to get it. Now let's say that assault leads to, or let me say sexual abuse leads to unwanted pregnancy. What do you think she's going to do to that pregnancy? Your guess is as good as mine. She probably may keep it or may not keep it. Now let's say if it was an adolescent and underage that was sexually abused, we also talk about the complication relating to the pregnancy, because she's underage, complication relating to the birth of the child. Now in an area that is prone to insecurity, do you think she'll be going for antenatal checkup? Let's just say this is normal pregnancy. We should be going for antenatal checkup. The fear myself will not even make you leave your house, say you want to go to a clinic to go and get any help. So that's why people should see the brother. The other day there was a webinar I was on, and it was talking about insurance, and one of the coordinators for one of the northern states said, we can't really measure insurance in my state because nobody is going to the hospital. It's only when it's that critical or that bad that people say, nobody can manage it in the house, because you're scared of, if you come out of your house, will I be attacked, will I be taken and all. So you can see, so that is some of the physical impacts it can have, right? And that's besides the normal physical harm, maybe from attack, if somebody hits you with any object and you sustain an injury, and if that injury is not managed properly, you can bleed to death, or the wound can get infected and stuff like that. Now, another big one that I want to dwell on is the mental impact. Because it's so broad. Now, let's say there's insecurity. Number one thing is to feel anxious and feel fear. Let me give you a typical example. One of my friends was meant to go to her village this period. I think her parents told her to come over. They were meant to do her family stuff. And she told me she wasn't going to go. And I asked her why. She said, no, her mind is not accepting this. You and I both know why her mind wasn't accepting it.
Yeah, of course.
Fear. Anxiety. This is somebody that I'm sure she would have been excited to go see her parents and all, but the fear alone kept her confined to her house. Funny enough, she was even meant to go to her husband's village. I think she told her husband, please visit. I'm not going anywhere. Please, let's just stay in our house. So I'm just trying to say the anxiety it builds, the fear it builds, right? Before you know it, it leads to depression. Because you start getting paranoid. You're finicky. So anything you see seems like a threat to you. You start getting obnoxious for no reason. Now, let's say if you've actually encountered like the trauma of the insecurity, let's say you saw it firsthand. So you're going to have post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, this post-traumatic stress disorder can be two ways. Let's say you're married to a man who is a security personnel who goes maybe into a war zone or whatever, and he comes back. He's going to forever live with that trauma. And before you know it, he might take out some of those on you. So as a woman, you have to still be his safe place, but yet you're still dealing with the battles that he brought back unknowingly, right? Now that is you just being a wife. Now you personally experiencing it, you will also have your trauma that comes with it, because you saw somebody being maltreated or stuff like that. You will feel it, right? Now, before you know it, you're not prone to use substance because you want to numb the pain, you want to max it, you want to deal with it. So you see she becomes an alcoholic. If you have more money to afford the bigger things that can make you hallucinate and forget your sorrow, you go into that. And the minute you go into such substance and that gives you temporary pleasure, before you know it, it's difficult for you to come out of it. And that's, we now have another issue. Because with drug abuse comes a lot of health challenge. That's another journey on its own. And before you know it, the person will start self-harming. Suicidal thoughts will set in. So you probably see them trying to hurt themselves and stuff like that, either with a blade or a knife, when they feel it's just unbearable. Because the truth about it is sometimes with the hallucination, you start hearing voices telling you, oh, you're worthless, you don't feel, you're not, what are you doing in this life? What are you contributing? Before you know it, it leads to suicide. And if the first attempt doesn't work, second attempt, third attempt, the person dies, and at the end of the day, so something that just could have been curbed, like insecurity, has led to all these, and we've now gotten to the point of death. So it's not something that I think people should take lightly. And when we talk about death, besides the death form, maybe the side effects of the insecurity, now the insecurity, and let's say somebody loses their life in the process, right? I tell people, like, you can check the internet and see the statistics of insecurity currently in Nigeria. I don't want to personally state it. But then, to you, let's say people in the media space is a number. You come and give figures, oh, this set of people who died, this number of people who died is a number. You're just reading numbers. But I say to somebody, that was a father. To somebody, that was a mother. To somebody, that was a sister. That was a mentor, that was a mentee. To somebody, that was just a human being. So let's not just, so sometimes people say, but it's just 9 people now, it's just 10 people. No, to you, it's just a figure. But to somebody, that was their all, that was their breadwinner, that was their beginning. And you just take that life away and it means nothing. And we just carry on our business like, it didn't affect me, so let's just keep reading the numbers. So I think there should be a level of thoughtfulness and intentionality that we need to sit down sometimes and ask ourselves, how can we help in our own little way to bring about a change with the whole insecurity issues currently happening in Nigeria?
Now I'm going to ask you about that, but then speaking on this medical aspect, now we know that in all these prone areas, like now in Nigeria, we have a lot of IDP camps.
Yes.
And most of these IDP camps, I believe, have some form of first aid group or some like medical health team, whatever. How do you see this impacting? Because I sometimes I wonder how the health team, they're even able to deliver services to the people in the IDP camps, seeing just the environment and how the place is looking like. So what would you say about, or do you think those ones are adequate enough to even take care of, the people that are there?
Okay, in terms of health care, let me say health personnel now. There's a shortage because of our Jackpa.
Yeah.
So, besides the IDP, normal hospital, there's shortage. Not to talk of even the IDP. And now, so you can imagine the incentive that the doctor will leave the comfort of city, the comfort of AC blasting him or her, and now go to IDP. And so that's why you see a lot of foreign aids and all that. Now, of course, incentive propels people to do stuff. So somebody, let's say if you're paying somebody maybe 100,000 in a normal teaching hospital setting, and you're willing to pay the person maybe 200 if he goes to IDP. Oh yes, the person is going to move because of the money, because he say, okay, you know what, let me just do this for 6 months, gather money, and do maybe even gather the money to Jackpa. You never know.
That's another angle to it.
But besides the incentive, there are also some people who personally like to practice in such places. I was discussing with a male colleague. He trained in psychiatry, and he said to me that he always wanted to work in a rural place, like, the interior of the villages. And I'm like, guy, what's the problem? He said he has always been his passion. He just feels that's where his services is needed. So you can see this kind of person, incentive or no incentive, if the opportunity presents himself, he's willing to go there. Now, there's some people who just naturally have that personality of empathy and concern, and the money is not the motivating factor. They just want to go there and bring about a change and be like, okay, these people need services. I'm going to go there and provide services to them. But I will just say this, as the health personnel are going there to provide services, please, they should, I don't want to sound a bit selfish, just protecting my own, will I say, colleagues, but I'll just say there should be a level of, to keep them safe. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Keep them safe, because these people have the option of staying in a place that's comfortable, but they choose to go there and bring about healthcare in those camps. Because when you're in the camp, the mosquito is not going to fly and say, it's camp, we're not going to bite these people. You understand? The mosquito that bites somebody in the camp is still the mosquito that's biting somebody outside the camp. So are they going to be like diseases like malaria and stuff like that, maybe gastroenteritis from the poor hygiene around? Do you get? Also, there's going to be issues like malnutrition, because how much food is each person getting in the ID? Because you're at the mercy of donation. You don't have the ability to maybe plant your own food and stuff like that. So you're at the mercy of the contribution people make to be able to feed. So all those issues, we know that they need medical attention. So that is why medical personnel will still be on ground. But I'll just say, as they're on ground, to make sure they give care, they should be kept safe while doing that.
Exactly. Now, you spoke about, the mental aspect of it. And that is one aspect that generally as a country, I think we don't really take that part seriously.
Yeah.
The part of, the anxiety, stress. I think you mentioned stress earlier on. And most people don't take it seriously. Why do you think that it's so overlooked to the point where it's not really seen as a big deal, even when we're not in, conflict-prone areas,
okay.
Or when you've experienced such conflict and maybe you're out of that place? It doesn't seem like it's taken quite seriously. Why is it so?
I would say it's a cultural issue. It's a cultural factor, because let me put it this way. Let's say you come and tell somebody you're depressed. They'll say, what's wrong with you? My friend, will you get yourself together? Or when you say you're depressed, they'll say, I mean, say hunger never slap you. You get, so yes. in our environment, we feel like you shouldn't be depressed. When you're depressed, that means you're jobless. You don't have anything to do. That's why you're depressed, you get. But things are changing, if I'm going to be honest, because I did work in a psychiatric hospital for a year, and things are changing. And the knowledge is increasing. People are more knowledgeable about, okay, there's mental health challenge. Don't wait till the person starts tearing the clothes. That's where, before is when the person tears the clothes, this is mental problem. No. But people don't understand when you're anxious, that's a mental challenge. Mild depression, because depression is classified into like 3, so you have the mild, moderate, and severe. So when it's really severe, when it's really bad, that's when you start having manic episodes and the person starts tearing the cloth and just looking unkept. But people don't understand that when somebody, let's say, let me put it this way, some women have, after giving birth, they feel low mood. Sometimes they don't want to pick up their child. They feel oh, this child is the cause of my problem and all that. Some people say, come and, maybe you're telling some people, like let's say your mother figures, like this is the problem. Some people tell you, you should be thankful to God now. You're so ungrateful. God has blessed you and all that, but she can't help it. People don't understand that the way you have hypertension, the way you have diabetes, mental illness is as real as that. But because it's not something you can measure, like with blood pressure, you can use your SFIG and it's high. Sugar, you can use glucometer and it's high. But mental illness, because it's not something we can see plainly, except maybe an expert assesses you, then he now says, no, there's an underlying issue here. So because we don't see, we think, oh, this person is just being extra or whatever. I would just say culture made us not to talk about it, but thankfully, a lot of people are dropping that ideology behind, and people are beginning to realize, okay, see their challenges and you can seek help. And let me tell you, sometimes when I have some clients and they come to the hospital and they're complaining about all the symptoms and stuff like that, most of the time it's just a mental challenge. We've run all the tests, everything is good. What I just do, sometimes I Google, I type in what I think is wrong with them, and I show them, I say, when you go home, just read it. Sometimes in the clinic, some of them will open and read it, and you can see this like, yeah, I have everything. Like people who have anxiety disorder, so they just look at it like, I have everything. Because another thing with anxiety disorder, sometimes when you have an acute, like a panic attack, you think it's actually a heart attack. So the symptoms are similar. So sometimes they will actually think, oh no, doctor, there's actually a problem, but you've run all the tests. Then when they now realize, okay, this is a mental challenge, and you now institute the right therapy, you see them getting better. And it's such a beautiful thing for them to come back, and you see them looking brighter and happier, healthier, because they got the right management, not because they were hiding under the cultural aspect or religious aspect. Because there's some people who feel like, okay, no, if I say it, do you understand what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I get that.
You get. But for me, I'm a Christian. I say it boldly. I tell people this. There's a reason why you need to name something. When you name it, you can shame it and we can address it. You living in the night is not going to make it go away. You saying it's not there, it's not going to the thing will now carry his leg and bag and say, okay, bye-bye you. Yeah. When you address it, when you come and tell us the symptoms, and we can say, okay, this is what most likely it is, we'll run some tests, we can prove it, then we know how to manage it. And guess what? You have a name to take it to God in prayer, say, God, this is the thing they said, and you can name it. So when you're coming back to give that testimony, you can say, I had this and I was cured from this. Do you get? So I think let's not let environments play a huge role in denying us access to good health.
Right, so now let's talk about the place of women when it comes to actually handling these issues. Okay. Now, how would you say that women, we talk so much about, inclusion.
Yeah.
But in issues or in rooms where conversations around peace and security are, and women are usually underrepresented, and we know our problem. So we know how to best present our problem. Why do you think we still have that lacuna?
You know, I'm laughing because I'm just laughing because I'm like, they haven't even allowed us in some rooms where it's health issue that affect us. And it's still the opposite gender talking about it. Is it security? They want to let you inside the meeting talk about it. So, no, of course, now it's, will I say, in all fairness, I would say more doors are opening for women to enter the room to talk about things, right? More doors. Now, we also cannot be in denial that men are in the helm of affairs. So most of the, will I say, positions are handled by men. But I would say conversations like this brings awareness, like, okay, you know what, the next meeting we have, let's bring some women into the room, let's get their perspective, because we may not be seeing things through their eyes. Do you get? So that is the whole point of media, to sensitize people, sensitize the public, people who are decision makers, policy makers, to say, you know what, there's a team of 15 people and they're all men. No, why? Take out some men. Take 5 men out, bring 5 women inside so that we can see. So I don't even believe, besides the security and peace talk, in every conversation, always make sure women are represented, because they bring a different perspective, they bring a different side to things, because the way insecurity affects a man will be different from the way it affects me. A man, despite the fact, can know there's an issue, there's an insecurity threat outside, he will brave it, because nature has taught him to be the man, to be a protector. He will brave it, but his head is calculative. Like, okay, if this happens, now he has the physical strength to fight off whatever he may encounter on the way. Now, a woman is not trained like that from from the environment to like be more proactive when it comes to responding to security threats and all that. So she stays behind the man. I'm sure even if you watch some movies, when there's a sound,
of course,
she'll just go and hide behind the man. You get?
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to say right now, we can bring a different perspective and say, in as much as we hide behind the man, but there's some things we can say at his back that he's not saying. So that's what I'm saying. So if you want to make sure, as he's walking in front, she's manning the back. So you can see, for us to make sure the whole environment is secure, we need somebody to look in front and somebody to look at the back. So women should be allowed to come into the room and discuss about security and peace matters.
Yeah, so you were mentioning earlier about being economically independent as one of the ways to help women, particularly in situations like this.
Yeah.
Do you think that there are other things that can be done to like help the situation and just to prepare women? Because I mean, you never can tell when your location could be a conflict-prone area.
So I would say now, media, people should listen attentively. So good thing this conversation, it's a bit funny to have this conversation at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
But maybe it's something that, we cannot deny this thing is happening. So let's stop. You know how the ostrich, you put his head inside the ground, I think because I cannot say anything else is happening. No, we need to get past that phase and realize, see something happening. We need to stick out that neck there. In fact, like an ostrich, stretch it further to see beyond. So what I'll say is this: educate women about security threats, security challenges, and how to curb it. So I would say, when women have gatherings, do you understand? Like, in church, women have gatherings, and almost also association have the women wing of that association. Like, I represent the medical women, do you understand? Despite the fact we have a bigger, medical body. I would say when they have gatherings like that, a security personnel can come and educate them on security measures to take, security tips they can, deploy. If it means you teaching somebody how do you defend yourself, even just a one-on-one face-off with somebody who wants to try to take advantage of you sexually, how do you protect yourself? Do you understand? Is there, let's say, if you're going to do a long, maybe out-of-state travel, is there a way you should dress in case there's any incident? So I would just like to say, people who are in the security agency should be able to educate the public better and go into groups. So it's not just one thing to come and say on TV, maybe somebody, the PRO of one of the agencies will come and talk one thing. No, go to some of their meetings, engage them, let them ask you questions, demonstrate some things to them so that they can learn. And there's something about when you feel, there's something knowledge does to you. I don't know if you know it. There's a way you know something, you just feel empowered. I see that sometimes some of the clients will see, let's say you're telling somebody, okay, hypertension, this is why you take these drugs and all that. By the time the person understands the classes of drugs you're giving the person and how it works, there's something about the knowledge that just made the person, okay, that means I can manage this thing. Then he goes and knows how to take the medication. So the same way with information, when you equip these people on, these are security tips you can take, security measures, then they become more equipped. Now also, I also say to curb this thing, get the youths employed. Because whoever is committing these crimes are not it's flesh.
Yeah, they're not ghosts.
Do you understand? There is no way you're gainfully employed. Somebody wants to distract you, you will go the other way. It's when you wake up in the morning, you don't have scope for that day. Somebody come and say, let's go and cause wahala, you will move with the person. But if you have where you're going to knock suit, look fresh and go, and even if it's to take selfie and say hashtag work for the day I've started, you get, even if you're going one place to go and clock in, you get, you will look forward to that. So engage the youths. So the education comes in educating people on security tips, women, then also making sure people get educated to be able to secure good jobs. So that, in my own little way, then also the security agencies equip them. There's a lot of technology right now, so equip them so that they go there, defend the country, and they defend the country with so much backing that they know, like, you know what, we have will I say, the brain power, and now we're not getting the physical backup, which is improved technology, able to help us protect the citizens and the country as a whole. And I think this week was Armed Forces Remembrance Day. So shout out to all the people who protect us daily, who go out there. Because it's not easy. Sometimes I don't know if you wonder when you see checkpoints and you ask yourself, people have been standing under this one for how long? But guess what? When you pass those checkpoints, mentally you feel safe. So we also need to appreciate those men who stand there daily. So I'm just trying to say, the fact that they are there makes you feel, okay, I feel waka pass. You get. So I'm just trying to say, we as a whole, community, government, everybody, we can do better to just improve the security issues in the country.
Yeah. Now, speaking of acknowledging the military and the people that stand on the road, what about in communities, of course? Do you think that women in their own little way in all these communities, do you think that they also contribute to peace or trying to keep some form of safety in those communities?
Yes, I'm saying that with so much yes. Like, yes, when you say put exclamation mark, like 3 points, just for emphasis.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm saying yes, let's say if you have a communal clash, or let's say religious issues or ethnic issues, right? Every man comes from a home. Either he respects his mother, he respects his wife, or for the sake of his daughter. So you can see I'm just listing the female species he has in his household.
Yes.
And imagine, let's say he wants to go to the neighboring village and want to cause some buhaha, and his daughter comes and pulls his cloth and says, Daddy, can't we find peace? Is there any... If he has a source for the daughter, he will rethink it. If he has a source for his mother who tells him, my son, is it necessary to go to this village, and can't you men gather and see how a peace can be reached? Maybe you are disputing about a land or something. So there is, I tell people, there is one person a man listens to. There's one female a man listens to his life. Either his mother or his wife. There's just that one person. And imagine if that person talks to him intently. So let's say now Mr. A is being spoken to by his mother or wife. Mr. B is being spoken to. And they come out together and say, you know what, these women are telling us, let's seek peace. Because men, their ego, they want to come and do, you know, they want to do, they own the jungle, lions.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. So you need that subtle side to calm them down and say, you know what, we know you can fight. We know, oh, you're kings, you're the Odogus, and you can go there and win. But at this point in time, we need our chalugoness to come out.
I think that's a good one.
We need the fear of their chalugoness to come out with the softness and say, not everything has to be about war. Even Queen Esther in the Bible, what did she do? Did she bring about peace?
She did.
You get? So I'm just trying to tell, as women, we have the power. But how do we use it? Not you go and instigate your husband. Hey, that village, yes, you people should go there. Maybe I was in the farm the other day, they came to attack me. So I'm just trying to say there's a way to use your soft voice behind closed doors, and you can bring about a change. So yes, I do strongly believe that women, when it has to do with communal issues, ethnical issues, religious issues, so even let's say religious issues, conflicts we have, and let's say we're not stirring things up. Let's say, oh, we have two major religions in the country, and one factor is like, you know what, let's not repay hate with hate. Let's keep showing love. The other time, the opposite, and let's say I'm with a woman from the opposite faith, and maybe say we're sitting and having a conversation. Sometimes you bond over things that are feminine. We bond over maybe shopping, buying stuff, buying clothes or buying fabrics, and just little conversations. You now realize, okay, this person is not so different from me. So in that way, let's say tomorrow now, husband wants to harm, you know, somebody, she'll be like, is it necessary? So in that way, she's dousing the violence that could have stirred up if there was nobody to come and put, they said the quiet, what the proverb says something, the quiet was, it drives out wrath or something like that.
Yeah,
so when you speak softly and quietly, it douses the situation. So yes, women, my gender,
I think you should speak to. I think now you should speak to women in particular.
So I would say my gender, we have a role to bring about to develop an environment for more peace talks to be had. So don't go behind and instigate. I would say, as the mothers we have the heart to nurture. That's something that we have in us naturally. So let's keep nurturing peace in anywhere we find ourselves in. I think that's what I want to say.
Well, Dr. Bren, I think that's a good way to close this
Are we done?
conversation. Actually, I'm sure you didn't know that the time has gone. But yeah, thank you so much for being a part of this conversation. I love hearing your perspective. It's so refreshing to hear, and you're just so lively about it. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
All right, Gender Perspective will be back shortly. Do stay with us.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Well, we've heard from Dr. Brenda, and as conversations around women, peace, and security continue, there are still many assumptions and misconceptions that shape how we see women's roles in conflict and peace building. Now, these myths often downplay women's experiences, often limit their participation, and slow down real progress. And so in this next segment, Myths and Facts, we separate perception from reality, addressing common beliefs about Nigerian women, peace and security, and highlighting the facts that tell a different story. So let's take a look at the myths and facts.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, as we come to the end of today's conversation, one message is clear. Women are not just victims of conflict and insecurity. They are also powerful contributors to peace, resilience, and national stability. The experiences of Nigerian women remind us that lasting peace begins when their voices are heard, their rights are protected, and their leadership is recognized. And the way forward, of course, requires collective action from communities, institutions, and policymakers to ensure that women are included in shaping the peace and security agenda. Well, with that, we've come to the end of today's episode of Gender Perspectives. I hope you enjoyed this. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. See you next week.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello and thanks for joining us. I am Dean Martin Obiora here. Today we have the pleasure of the Governor of Abia State, Dr. Okeze Ibazu. Your Excellency, glad to have you on our program.
Thank you very much, Ian.
But let me start by asking, you've been here for a while. Would you want to share with me how it has been, what the challenges have been, and of course, what the achievements have also been?
Well, thank you very much. We're here for about 30 months. And I would say that what we met was in a larger extent what we expected. Because when we took over in 2015, we knew that this country was undergoing very serious recession. So what it meant was that finances were going to be scarce. And we also knew that we also having serious security issues here and not only in Abia State, across Nigeria. So tension was part of it. And leading a state under that circumstance presented problems of financing and then problems of social mobilization. Because our strategy is to ensure that we engage the people properly. That is why today no governor speaks to people as many times as we do. We often subject ourselves to phone-in programs through radio, TV, as well as town hall meetings, meeting with students, meeting with pensioners, meeting with workers, meeting with politicians across the board. The idea is to see if we can mobilize the people to see what we see and probably get their buy-in into our strategy. So having this background, we decided to run a research-based government. A government that would do thorough and deep analysis of issues, looking at the peculiarities of our state, Abia, because what works here may not work in Abia. What works in Port Harcourt may not necessarily work here. And that led us to formulate our pillars of development, and also we came up with the enablers, things we think can
can drive those pillars. You know, at the apex of it all, we're looking at how to create better life for our people, make our people happier, and provide for them a platform on which they can develop and grow. We were also mindful of certain parameters. One, that the GDP of our bank is slightly higher than the GDP national average. Our people are not necessarily driven by white-collar jobs. Therefore, if you provide necessary inputs, electricity, good roads, security, you can be sure that the average American can fend for himself. So it was on this understanding that we laid out our agenda to pursue development through the 5 pillars: agriculture, trade and commerce, which is also related to small and medium scale enterprises, education, and then oil and gas. If you notice, usually look at education as an enabler, not as a pillar. But for us, it's also a pillar as well as an enabler, because the greatest asset we have in Nigeria is our people. So we must fashion out the kind of education we want to work in sync with our developmental strategy. That is why education for us is technical education. Our interest is to create people that can use their hands, which is in consonance with the things that people can do better than other people. So leading a state in time of recession comes from prioritization of whatever thing anybody wants to do. If you want to do roads, you prioritize them, because you never plan to do all the kind of roads you want to do. So why are you choosing A over B? And then you must be able to find parameters to help you decide your pillars and how to drive them, draw a pathway. So in agriculture, why are we interested in agriculture? And then, are we going into agriculture to do everything? Or can we narrow what we do to 3 or 4 or 5 things which we have corporate advantage over other states? So these were some of the research-based findings that led us into the pillars and the strategies to move them forward. Then in terms of challenges, yes, our greatest challenge has been that we would have loved to do much more than what we are doing now. And we are humble enough to admit that we've not done everything. But we are also excited to say that we are not very well easy. We've moved from point A to point B. But the greatest challenge is belief, buy-in of people. It's not only in our state, in Nigeria at all. That is why when people talk about the structure, I think about the bigger picture in terms of the structure. The structure has to start in the United States. Nigerians don't live in this country. So this country belongs to nobody else. So I don't want an Abia that belongs to nobody. I want an Abia that can be owned by other people.
They have a sense of belonging.
Exactly.
Okay. Do you think that when some people say that you are not doing enough, do you think they affect you in your life?
No. But many people who speak are ignorant. And again, they are lazy to learn. Or they are on their high horse. Those are the 3 classes of them. They are on their high horse. Because some people think that they have exclusive rights to knowledge. It's either they do it. Imagine a fellow politician saying that this state worked so hard to come into the good books of World Bank. We have to invite World Bank to come. We do allergic our corporate governance structure, look at our bookkeeping, and then look at our relationship with fellow agencies and things. And we are in a position where they think we are qualified for some long-term loans like that. States are either going to the bond market or the stock market for bond, or of course looking at the government agencies to help. But the politician will say, no, don't release the money now. Release it when I come. Because I am the person who knows how to spend it. So that is the height of self-interest. And they mandate advertising. But there are a few things which speak for us. And that is my job. One is that, can anybody show me what other state within the economic bracket of Zambia that has kept 3 grade A contractors working since the past 30 months? Does it not tell a story about the mindset of the government? Despite the fact that our resources are lean, despite the fact that we are passing through recession, yet we had the courage to keep Signaturetv in Aba, Arab contractors in Dubai, and Chinese and that is still flying in Aba. Can anybody deny the fact that that flyover is the first ever in Abia State? There's no flyover for it. Can anybody deny the fact that in continuing a 34-kilometer road with my predecessor, and now launching a bridge on that road, that we can effectively put a light on the fact that there is no short route to Tarocho? Because today, it will take you 4 hours to go to Tarocho, but this administration has ensured that in 1 hour 30 minutes we can get Tarocho. These are visible and tangible achievements that nobody can deny.
I'd like to key into the road infrastructure that you're talking about. I was in Aba, and I don't live here, but if you pass through Aba, I mean, a lot of us come to Aba for one thing or the other, you can't forget the road they call Fox Road. And today I saw some work going on there. But what interested me more was the drainage system that I saw. Are you isolating that kind of intervention? Are you leaving it only in Aba or on Fox Road? Is it going to address the flooding challenges of Aba and other neighboring communities?
Thank you very much. This administration is running on a well thought out and laid down science-based strategy. And that is what led to our decision to ensure, it's a policy as well, that roads in Aba and most roads in Abia going forward must come with end-to-end drainage. I speak to some issues that has some bad spots or bad roads that have defeated so many interventions in the past. In the past 60 years, that's a short bypass of the express called Omni Drive. This Omni Drive had never survived one crisis, one crisis. Because each time it is done, because there is no drainage, and the problem was, where do you take the water runoff from that road? So when we came on that road, what we did was, first of all, to go look for a place where the water will make a landfall. And we found somewhere 400 meters away, 0.4 kilometers away from the road. So we decided to first of all do the drainage, 0.4 kilometers, to come and harvest the water that is running off the road we are doing that. Now, for the first time in 16 years, Omni have survived two races without a bottle, and it's still going strong. And our expectation is that that road will leave the last part of this administration. On Fox Road, we had a spot called the Fogra, or Ukumango. Here again, for 16 years, that spot called Ukumango defeated all solutions. Year in, year out, interventions will come, and then by the next year it will go. That is why when we talk about Fox Road, I tend to spend more time talking about the rigor and industry we have deployed beneath the soil, more than what you can see. If we were minded to just do asphalt on the road and then go to another, I would have left Fox Road more than 6%. But we needed to do underground channeling 6.5 kilometers to the river. And then to ensure that water is pumped to the river from Ifobra, which is the Denny Basin. Aba is at the top of Abia, but within Aba, one of the lowest points is that Ifobra. So flood, stormwater runoffs, all of them end up, even from Port Harcourt Road, from Amoma Road, end up in Ifobra. The entire area of the community. But people built up this Ifobra. And Ifobra became lost capacity to contain stormwater. And then whenever there was an overflow, people would run away from their houses. We counted over 70 houses that were abandoned. Some were 3-story buildings, and people were living at the third floor as if it was first floor, using a ladder to climb straight to the third floor. The first and second floor submerged. So we had to get Signaturetv on that job, working hand in hand with World Bank plan, and even insisted within Signaturetv that they give us a site engineer from Netherlands who are about the best in underground and stormwater management. And today we have piped, channeled 6.5 kilometers, and we brought in 3 pumps from Germany, 1 submersible that we have fitted and mounted in that pond, and then 2 other intermittent pumps along the course of 6.5 kilometers to pump overflow to water side. So for me, it's not about political experience, because I can't do get political mileage by me, because these are facts we can only talk about when we see at the late. The trader in the area just wants the black substance of it. Let that happen. He will live for a while, and then the rain will come, and then he will start riding again. But we have to do all that because the quality of job you deliver today speaks to the psyche of your investor. Because if I'm going to plant 5 billion naira investment in Aba and I make business, I will look at the quality of infrastructure. If it is such that it will disappear in 1 year, then I will know that I don't really have roads to convert the goods which are produced. So today, there is an end-to-end drainage plan on Fox Road. In the next few days, we will be laying asphalt on that, and I'm sure that Ukuman, Ifobra, Amikone, all of them have been consigned to the dustbin of history of things that were intractable in our state, in Aba. This is true everywhere. If you come to Aba Road, you know why I don't have Aba, where Arab contractors is intervening. You will see an end-to-end drainage and an entirely different strategy to combat the wetland that has defied all remedies, even from the time of the military. People try to do it with cement in the neighborhood. They try to do it with all kinds of things. But anybody who goes near that construction site, he puts his chest and go. For some people, I had a critic say, oh, they're spending too much time on Aba. And my response was, well, I know you are used to buy, just put something on the surface, let it be a black substance and you walk away. win your election only for people to cry after and you take all the money. I would rather give people something that can satisfy my conscience that I have done a good job, and that's what I'm. So if it takes 1 year, if it takes 2 years, so be it. But let the people know that once I get off the road, nobody comes to that road to do anything between that next 2 years. Finally, speaking about the economics of Abia tomorrow, if you have to borrow money in 2023 to do palliative on a road that was constructed in 2018, which is a recipe, you have set out a vicious circle for poverty. Because the state is now spending again on an item that it has spent heavily on just a few years back. So let it be that these roads will appeal this administration so that in time to come, future administration will focus on other things and not the roads that Ibaz did. Finally, today is a policy that we require you to drainage end to end. You see where that water will run up to. You do it properly before you can become flash floods. This was also what led us to pioneer cement pavement technology in this part of Nigeria. We started the rigid pavements in 2015. Some of my days, roads commission, the first 100 days, were rigid paved roads, meaning that you had to do 9-inch concrete with metal mesh in between, and then asphalt on it before, of course, drainage. So, doing that also, we were looking at roads that can give us 40 years, 30 years on that.
Let's deal with roads. Outside of that, I don't mind. I really have much as you're doing in Aba, I don't mind. Yes, I'm talking about roads.
Yes. We have a project of 10 kilometers per of road.
How much of it has been delivered?
Well, we'll be ready to commission 6 of roads in the next 2 months.
10 kilometers?
Yes.
Every local government?
Every local government. We are doing everybody. We are doing, as I speak, 5 kilometers internal roads in Ohafia, because Ohafia is considered the third city in Abia. We have Aba and Ohafia. And then, but the remarkable thing is that most of the roads we are doing in Abia North are actually longer roads. The bend the bridge is easily more than 20 kilometers. But if you do some 5 kilometer interventions in Aba, you will do so many. We are doing the road to Boro by another grade A contractor called Plenty, which everybody knows. We are doing the road to Ba. And we are doing roads in ENUGU as well as Signaturetv. So all parts of Abia are involved in what we are doing. But we don't need to apologize to anybody that we are laying emphasis in Aba. Because Aba is a cash cow. If you want to speak to our idea going forward, we must retool Aba. Aba is beyond Abia. Aba is at the confluence of the entire Southeast and South. And 25 million people come around Aba to do business. So we can't abandon Aba for politics or anything. It is economically expedient, it is good thinking, and it is the right thing to do. So we continue to mainstream Aba for the promise it holds for our state, speaking in economic terms.
Okay. Anyone that has followed your activities in the last several months will discover that Aba is, that you're passionate about Aba. You've done a lot of trade fairs, even within and outside Abia, to bring attention to Aba. How far have you succeeded?
how have you moved Aba from what it was when you took over and what it is today in terms of investment and interest by people that have money to spend?
Well, thank you very much. Once again, I talk about running a research-based movement. When we're looking at the strategy to promote small and medium-scale enterprises, small and medium-scale manufacturing, or trade and commerce as a pillar of this administration, we had options either to begin to pursue energy, which is provision of power, which of course you know is not entirely in the hands of the states to do. But we had geometrics, and we've gone to Afrexim Bank. I led a team to guide them to see if we can get funding for geometrics to come what is doing. But beyond that, one could say, why didn't you give money to the traders or to the shoemakers or whatever? Once again, that is the responsibility of Bank of Industry. So we said, at what point on this pathway, along this journey, along this route, do we intervene for the greatest impact? And we decided to do promotion of made in Aba goods. Once again, as I'm saying this everywhere, the story about made in Aba is not about the geography, it's not about per se. That is our effort to recognize the ingenuity of the average Nigerian youth, that we have capacity and capability to create things with our hands. And we are now like parents who wake up in the morning to condemn a small greeting card that our 2-year-old son has scribbled on paper. It may not look perfect, it may not look like what you buy in the shop. But common sense and wisdom underscores the fact that you need to pat that child on the back and say, well, also, you will do better tomorrow. And this is the basis for our Medina. We knew and we saw that if we run a robust campaign about Medina, of course, not just patronizing them because it's from Abia, patronizing them because it has good quality, patronizing them because they are unique and they are uncommon. There are things you can't find everywhere. So we decided to intervene at that point so that as we do that, other things will begin to follow. We have done that consistently for 30 months now. And today, Aba traders, Aba shoemakers have competed side by side with the best in a fashion show in New York. What you get directly from that is that today, if you ask me my first achievement, I'll say that if you go to Ariana today, all the shoes, all the shirts, all the dresses have inscription, probably Abia, probably Aba, probably Nigeria. So I have restored the confidence of those people who used to yesterday stamp made in China. It is not an easy thing to do. The other one is that which we were looking for, power and electricity, we have drawn the attention of the federal government to the plight of the Aba manufacturing. That we have areas in our area today that are enjoying uninterrupted power supply for the past 6 weeks, courtesy of the federal agency in charge of rural power production. If we did not do that campaign, we wouldn't have attracted that attention. The Vice President of this country has visited Aba twice. And you remember the executive orders that says, before you patronize China, India, or elsewhere, please try and see if Aba people could do it.
Yes, you know, we've talked about the kind of, I think, psychological boost that you've given to Aba and to the traders in Aba. But let me go to the hard work. Is there a plan to provide them with the kind of finance they need or a kind of subsidy? Because I have a friend of mine who does that kind of business, shoe manufacturing, clothes, and what have you. And they say that sometimes the cost
they use to come out with their products is much, much higher than someone going to China and importing it. So is there a thought out plan by government to help them with finance and make it easier for them to do what they're doing?
Yeah, I will seize this opportunity to say two things before I dovetail to your question. Talking about part of what the impact of what we have done is that for the first time, and there is no other state in this country that has the advert of any of his projects running on CNN without that state paying. Ford Foundation has put the Made in Abia, Made in Aba enterprise on the global map by running several weeks of advert on CNN without the state paying. Now, so the Aba sees that the world is now looking at us. Beyond that, we have attracted in direct sense more than 1.2 billion naira to the artisan, those people who are making those shoes. Because when they produce 50,000 pairs of shoes for Nigerian wage, if one pair is 10,000, it's 500 million. This state government paid them for the absent bags with which we conducted our election to cover all units, 3,000 plus units in Abia. So 60% of our outlay for that election was consumed by artisans in Aba and Abia State. So, but if someone is complaining that the cost of producing one pair of shoes in Aba is perhaps costlier than importing it from China, that is what it should be. It should cost 5 times. Because these are actually handmade. If you want your name to be written on those shoes, your name will be written. They are not mass produced. But we are going to mass production. And what we need to encourage mass production is not to give them money. Yes, they have come face to face with back of industry and they know the conditions and the conditionalities for accessing back of industry. And as I speak in the days ahead, that will be made available for them. But our interest is to begin automation of the process. So that if you ask me as the chief marketing officer of Medina, how long does it take to make 1,000 pairs of shoes? I'll tell you 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month. So we are building capacity starting with 100 youths. The first batch of 30 will be leaving first country to China to try their hands on the automation process and how to use machinery to produce shoes. By the time they return to Abia, we'll be ready with the first line automated shoe production line in our state.
Okay, let's look at agriculture, which you talked a little bit about when we started. You run a research-based administration. How do you want to tackle the challenges posed by agriculture in the state, or how are you tackling it?
Okay, a good place to start is to also inform you that baseline research indicates that we have the most fertile soil in the world, but we don't have enough land. Abia is one state where everything can grow. If you throw away a mango seed from the window, you can be sure that you get a mango tree. Now, the only way to go is to deploy science and technology, because we must think about vertical farming, greenhouse, and other things. And then we carefully choose the crops we are going to run fast. Cassava, oil palm, cocoa, cashew, some rice. Because we cannot claim that we will do everything and be able to give attention to all kinds of things. But there are certain programs that are unique to us. If you go to oil palm, our strategy is to ensure first that we cover up all the acreage already acquired by one of our capacity, that's so many farm settlements. Yeah. One at Guru, the other one at Hamene, some at Bosse, and one at Rwanda. Unfortunately, we don't be able to cover the entire land area acquired as at that time. So we're saying a good place to start is to start from below before you move to here. Now that we have acquired this acreage of land, let us cultivate them to full capacity. In order to cultivate them, you need not to use the wild side, but this exotic species called tenara. And then buying tenara from NIFO or sourcing it from elsewhere would have provided a limited step to our agenda. So we decided to proliferate tenara species. We targeted 7 million in 4 years, and as I speak, I'm sure that we have well over 2 million or 2.5 million in our nurseries across Ghana. So, first, we have achieved the raw material for proliferation of oil palm in Ghana. We know that by the time we cultivate the acreage already acquired, we will even also begin to have problem of where to place the excess oil palm seedlings, assuming we are able to reach our target of 7 million. And we decided to come up with another device that today, if you want flower, let the flower be back. Of course, these are not going to be very tall trees. They are going to be short trees you can harvest standing on your feet. And they are beautiful, all lush green, if you have them in your premises. In fact, common sense indicates today that as the world population is increasing and the land area is constricted, our flowers should become cash crops so that you don't waste your time planting trees that do not yield anything. So our road divides, our caps, all are going to be done with oil palm tree. But in addition to that, we have a program to replace all the old wild type trees with exotic trees, stand for stand. Again, we have worked out the economics of oil palm business. If you have 3 plots of land fully cultivated with the tenara species, you can be sure of an income, annual income of between 4 and 5 million naira. And if you have an annual income of between 4 and 5 million, if you divide that times 48 or 4 times 12, you'll be able to know how much you earn in a month, which we think is higher than the salary of the average particular point. This is our way of luring our people to begin to look at oil palm business. But again, how do you value check? Because I have told federal government to give us licenses through their Bear Investment Company to begin to prospect and use our marginal oil fields in Abia. That is our agenda in oil and gas. Now, if that is given, I will not sell Abia crude oil. If you come to buy crude oil from Abia, I'll ask you what you are going to do with it. Do it here. After all, there is something they call this converse advantage according to nearness to raw material. Since there is raw material, we are building the factory here. Why should they take a So I will do that. So what we are saying is that we must value chain, just like we could value chain crude oil. And we have mapped out an agri-industrial area around the park, where all kinds of agri-businesses, all kinds of oil mill, all kinds of cassava processing machinery to give us starch, the machinery to use the starch produced from cassava for noodles. It's a technology we are getting from Argentina. So we have all this talk. So cashew, we are doing it with the private sector person, and his mandate is to proliferate cashew in all the countries. This year, we cultivated enough rice to feed government because we were buying so much government offers to give to people as part of disbursement. Though we also bought from elsewhere. But if we had wanted to source all our rice from our people, we have easily it. Today we have 2 functioning rice mills, and we are going to make sure that our farmers will take part in another state finances. So for us in agriculture, we are doing the red markets, but there are things that are unique to us. Mushroom farming gives you between 50, 60 or 70,000 every day for cultivating mushroom in half pot of land. Everyone is now doing mushroom farming because they saw it first in that state. The concept of poultry village is also unique to Abia, and the federal government is copying it presently, where all the variables about poultry farming, feeds, processing, veterinary services, all of them will be held constant by government in a cluster. So all the potential poultry farmer, the young youth that wants to come into poultry farm will do is to just come and identify the pen. But the chicken, he will take care and block hours and do things there. If you don't say, we will continue to feed the chicken. We will do the vaccinations at the appropriate time, just to ensure that we don't throw away the baby at the back. Whenever he resurfaces, we will now do the mark on the board and say, this inputs we have done, this is the output from the cell, and then you can take your change. If you want to do a kind of business, which I pray nobody does. So these are some of the things that are unique to us in terms of information.
Your Excellency, your state was one of those identified by the Nigerian Labour Congress as not up to date with salaries and wages and pensions. And we've had people complain about not getting their salaries as and when due. What exactly are the challenges, and what are you doing to ensure that this kind of complaints don't come every month?
Well, thank you very much. It depends on when the Nigerian Labour Congress.
About 2 months ago.
We have MDAs, regular ministries. We also have some government parastatals and agencies that generate revenue. But the background to it all is that when I came, the salary weight bill was around 2.6 to 2.7 billion. And I remember I received allocation of 1.6, 1.7 billion at some point. So when you have an allocation of 1.5 billion, I just think it will be of 2.6. What do you do? So this government devises 2 strategies. First, to see why. We had option of right sizing, which is to sack workers, or the other one that looks like it, paying workers a certain percentage of their salary, which I think is not right. But present-day wisdom probably is trying to prove me wrong in that instance. That it probably the workers would have preferred a certain percentage of their salary. But the one we did was to ask workers to bring BVN. And by checking the BVN of every worker, or some workers, we were able to drive down the wage from about 2.6 to 2.1 or 2 billion. Something like that. And then, even at that, it was still higher than what we were getting at that time. Another important fact is that among all the states in the southeast, Abia pays more than Ebonyi, more than Anambra, more than Imo, more than Enugu. And even in terms of some workers, my permanent secretaries earn about twice what some permanent secretaries earn elsewhere. I like it. I don't mind. But the problem is that if you want omelette, you have to crack egg. And money is not born by trees. There are only 4 sources of revenue for every government. It's either you get your allocation, or you generate it internally, or you borrow, or you have donor agencies assisting you. Borrowing and donor agency inflows cannot be targeted at salary. So it is either you generate internally or you depend on government allocation for salary. Therefore, we've been trying to shore up our IG, and sometimes we manage to get up to 1 million. But that wasn't also sufficient to bear the cost of salary. Lagos State generates about 30 billion. Yeah, and some people will sit on top in the comfort of bed and say, why are you not generating like Lagos? Or why are you not generating 9 billion every month like Rivers? And you ask yourself, how many, since Abia is an oil system, you've spent 2 days or 3 in our space here. Have you seen one signboard written by Shell? Shell Company Limited, this is our head office. Shell is not here, Chevron is not here, but they like our oil. And that is part of our battle, which I have taken to the locations where they are doing business in the West. So, long story short, our inflows are not strong enough to bear the weight of salary will be living. However, there is no governor that loves his workers more than myself, and I have evidence to prove that. The evidence is that the last party club we received, I had courage to give my workers 100% of the money. We received 5.7 billion, and I gave them 5.7 billion. So he who gives you 100% of what he owes has demonstrated to you that he loves you. It is not lip service, it is not propaganda, it's not another person sitting here will not be willing to give 100% of what he has to workers. But that I did. As a show of my confidence and my relationship with them, that every month we go to market, whatever God lays in my hand, I present to you, despite the fact that you guys are less than 5% of the population of the state. And I also have to put my name behind some projects.
But they can't continue this way.
Yes.
The Paris Club money won't come all the time.
Exactly.
So what are you going to do?
The thing to do is to show up with regulated revenue. Here again, it comes back to the workers. Because all the revenue yielding agencies, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Commerce, and all those, must learn that if you eat your egg, you can't have a chicken. And that is why in 2018 we are coming with an entirely new revenue management regimen, which will be driven by private sector initiative. And my plea is that every worker key into that initiative. Because if all the directors, all the people who issue licenses and approvals to agents, even when government says not issue, you go ahead and issue. Government says not appoint this agent, you appoint. And you say, give me, pay in this amount of money to government coffers, bring a bigger chunk to somewhere. As you do that, you will not have a chicken, you are eating the egg. So it involves the commitment of everybody. If our revenue, our new revenue agenda regimen kicks off in 2018, we expect that by the end of 2018 we should be closing it up enough money to pay. So if I can pay salary through the target revenue, no worker will be owed. No worker will be owed. I only started instance with the Paris Club that he who can give 100% of Paris Club can give 100% of Nigeria. So, but it is not as bad as people think. 70% of our workers that work in the various ministries Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Works, all that. They are in receipt of their December salary as I speak somewhere. And then for some parastatals of government establishments like Abia State University, they are also up to date in salary because they are also fiscally prudent. They collect revenue by way of school fees, levies, and all that. And what we do is to match it with a subvention. The wisdom is that I can't determine for the Vice Chancellor who to employ and who not to employ. If the Vice Chancellor decides to go and bring a Wole Soyinka to be teaching GS English 101, he should be able to pay Wole Soyinka in dollars. So they run the school, and they should strike a balance between their workforce and their inflow, knowing how much school the government is going to subvent them with. For my polytechnic, I have a little issue because at the point they had 42 accounts, and I said you must close these accounts. You cannot run 42 accounts and expect me to be bearing the brunt of your fiscal rascality. Again, you can't have 100 people employed in the school canteen, which is supposed to be pay as you eat, pay as you go. All of us were students. If you come to the cafeteria and you want to eat 10 pieces of meat, it's your father's money. So if you have 100 workers that are pensionable working in canteen and they washing plates, what are they doing there? Or looking at the amount of the students as they eat, or counting the box of garlic as they swallow. So there are certain reforms we insist you do before we can know where. So they have started the process of retooling their management first by closing their accounts and all that. So it is a process. It is not a destination. Before now, pensioners were going cap in hand, begging some treasurers to pay them their pension. But today, our reform had gone into pension payment so that the man that is enjoying his vacation in his son's house in Lagos receives a lot that his pension is paid. So we are doing automation, we are bringing SARS-CoV to bear, we are doing fingerprinting for workers. At the end of the day, we will chase down ghost workers. Remember, we saved over 400-500 billion by asking for BVA. So the process of pushing down our wage bill every month to a realistic wage bill is ongoing. While we are reforming our idea to grow in such a way that a balance of the two efforts, downward trend here, upward trend here, will get us to a point where we can, in the next few months, be able to pay our salary without even having to rely on that. But it is a task which everybody wants to put out. Beyond that, I think it is beyond politics. People politicizing it as if they are coming with their money from outside to pay. Whereas there is no magic in Voodoo. It is just to use the workers as cannon fodder to drive their selfish agenda. And I will leave my workers with an ENUGU proverb that says, if you say that your father has tried to pay you your fees, despite the fact that it is responsibility, then he can even take you to do the doctorate degree. But if every day you remain insatiable, you remain insensitive to the situation, knowing fully well that it is putting you in school, there are 9 other siblings that are not going to school, that depend on the roof in the house, which your dad is also having burden of doing, and then you want to be going in an air-conditioned car to school and balance, and you can't see the plight of other people and see the environment, can't even see the sincerity of your father trying to meet your needs. Then you told him about that.
The teachers and the MBAs, what is the situation with them as of today?
I think the primary school teachers are 3 months. And secondary school teachers is about 4 months. But we are yet to disburse this present value reform. And we are giving workers to 2 people. So by the time we disburse this, I think we will come very close to using the gap. But I want to also say that we have conducted local government elections. Payment of local government workers and their teachers is not the only. The only thing I did is that I said you can't go from the bank because the aggregate load of every local government is placed on the shoulder of the states to pay at the end of the day. And time was 16 years ago or 10 years ago when a certain local government was owing 2 years' salary and almost 200 million. So we don't want to go back to that round. And we're saying you have to also help us show up your IGR so that you can meet your obligations and responsibilities. Having said that, I think that after the disbursement of this 3.2 billion, we'll be very close to closing the gap. And I dare say, on the scale of states that are paying salary in Nigeria, you can't count 5 states. You can't count 6 states without much. You can't count.
Okay, let's look at health, education. I also know that education is dear to your heart, but you still find that a lot of, especially in the primary school, well, I don't know, I think there's a thin line between whether it's local government, whether it's state government and all that, but the important thing is that these schools are in other states. How are you making the quality of education better in terms of infrastructure for these schools and then in terms of the quality of education that the children are getting access to?
As a matter of fact, we discovered that the education is like the computer. What you put in is what you get. The teacher can only do as much as what he or she has capacity to do. So the teacher can't give what he or she does not have. And we know that for the past 3 years, Abia State has maintained the first position with the Presidential Council exams. And for us to sustain that, we need to start intervening at the level of retraining our primary school teachers. Primary education is foundational and fundamental. But education starts before primary education. What we call pre-primary or preschool age, when the child begins to perceive and recognize things and make intelligent recognitions and match objects and make meaning out of, So we are trying to see if we can raise primary school teachers that are comparable to primary school teachers everywhere. And we decided to seek help and seek human capacity resource from outside Nigeria. We got some Australians. October 18 this year, they graduated 700 primary school teachers who have been taught from classroom management through to ICT compliance and all that. In addition to the regular running the regular curriculum. And the idea is that first we move to the next step, which is to institutionalize this initiative by establishing a primary school teachers continuing education center that will be dedicated to taking in our primary school teachers on a regular basis, training them and training. In 2018, our target is to have pupils in primary 3 that can at least be able to type their name of their teacher, their subjects, and log off. Because presently, as I speak, you still have a huge problem about a child sitting in front of a computer. They still think it's a device for learning. It's a device to build up. They're not supposed to touch it. Whereas, these are the tools that they need to be able to be competitive schools to make sure that our primary school teachers are trained and trained. One, their self-worth as primary school teachers is restored. They will know that even America has primary school teachers. And primary school teachers have one head, 2 ears, just like they do in Abia. And this interaction, this interface, is what has led to the establishment of Abia Primary School Teachers Education Center. And beyond that, we are also intervening on infrastructure. The past 30 months we've been here, I've not been able to sanction one private school. The reason is that I need to have a good example of a school. That is why we are building our model schools. 4 of them for starters, and then we are renovating over 300 school blocks and classrooms. But the vision in education for us in Abia is to create academic environments around our schools. We no longer want schools that we serve as teaching halls in the day, and then meeting halls in the evening, and soccer arena for people who enjoy soccer for the weekends. Because these lead to dilapidation of the school premises, buildings, infrastructure, and most importantly, any environment you use for a purpose other than the purpose is dedicated to, it will be like you want to convert a disco hall to a church. When you come in the morning, you'll be battling with cigarette stumps, with whiff of whiskey and beer. So we want academic environment where teachers will live beside them, hostel for students, laboratories, libraries, security, and a standby unit. So that we have a semblance of what schools used to look like before. If you remember the former ecosystem created by churches, where the priests will be superintending over the church in one part of the huge compound, and then also sees when the headmaster is returning and when he is going out, and which teachers close out of the gate. There was some level of supervision, some ambience created as a result of the moral institution, the church, and the secular institution for education, the school. So we are trying to create that ambience in our school system. And within the next 6 months, Abia State government will begin a systematic crackdown on substandard schools based on the example that our model schools have created. So that if you want to ask for license to operate a school in Abia, we refer you to one of our model schools. Beyond that, if the products of our primary schools are good, I will assure you that the students for secondary education will be equally, because we are deriving them from our effort in the primary school. Our emphasis in Abia is in technical education, and we are routing our technical schools, the Boys Trade Center here, and the one at Ahofia. The idea is to see if we can build manpower to feed our polytechnic and the upcoming engineering school in Absu, especially based on the fact that we have been acknowledged in Nigeria as the hotbed or the capital of SME and small scale manufacturing in this country. So we must find technically minded people to work in those shoe industries that will come, work in the garment industries, and also repair them. And we will provide equipment to drive them going forward. So this is the way we are thinking for today and tomorrow.
Well, Your Excellency, I wish we had more time. But your last word, and what would be the message? Not just because Abia has become an international state, especially with your continuous gospel about patronage for Abba and products. So what's your message to the world, and what's your message to
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, aviation unions reject federal government's ENUGU airport concession plan. Federal government set to engage military retirees to strengthen national security. South Sudan launches offensive against opposition forces. And region on watch as India declares Nipah virus outbreak contained. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria's aviation sector may be heading for fresh turbulence, this time not in the skies but underground. Three major aviation unions have formally rejected the federal government's decision to concession the Akanu Ibiam International Airport in ENUGU, raising fears of possible industrial action that could disrupt flight operations nationwide. Correspondent Christopher Lele was at the Akanu Ibiam International Airport to witness the rally by the aviation workers, reports.
Currently at the ENUGU airport, right here, ENUGU International Airport, where we have the aviation unions having their protest, or shall I say, some sort of meeting with themselves, creating awareness regarding the concession that was carried out without the knowledge, according to them, of the three leading union leaders. We're talking about the ASAN, the NOATE, and ANAP. All the presidents of these unions are here telling the people that they're not aware of the concession.
Tension is mounting among aviation workers and the federal government over the concession of the Akanu Ibiam International Airport, ENUGU. The three leading aviation unions, Transport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, the National Union of Air Transport Employees, and the Association of Nigerian Aviation Professionals, said they were sidelined in the process and have officially written to the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, rejecting the deal. The protesting aviation workers displayed different placards with various inscriptions chanting solidarity songs as they rallied through the airport to create awareness. One of the union leaders, Ben Nnabwe, stated that the reason for the rally is that the government did not carry them along. According to him, the concession lacked the transparency required in such an agreement.
Because we had the news that ENUGU Airport have been concessioned. And in the Infrastructure Regulatory Commission, it's written that you cannot sell the airport or concession the airport without addressing the labor issues. And we, as the leadership of the labor unions in aviation, have to come and let the workers know that we have not finished our talk. So if we have not finished our talk, it means that the concession comes short of what the law says.
For the president of the Association of Transport Services Senior Staff Association, John Ogbe, the essence of the rally is to sensitize the people about labor union issues that were not included in the agreement.
In reaction to the recently signed concession agreement for ENUGU Airport, these are the representatives of workers with the leadership of the union, of the three unions of aviation industry, staging this workers rally. It's not a protest, it's a rally, to sensitize people that the process of signing the agreement, the labor issues that were supposed to be included in the listing was not done. And the union at that point was sidestepped and were not carried along. As unions, we are critical stakeholder in the industry. The unions are the oil that you use to drive the activities of the airport. As critical stakeholders, if they are not carried along, there's fear. The fears are germane because there are labor issues are at stake.
Ogbe threatened that the unions will grant all aviation activities in the country if the government fails to sign an agreement with the workers' union in 21 days.
ENUGU fan workers we have drawn a mandate that we are going to consummate this MOU, and we are giving government 21 days from today. 21 days from when? 21 days from when? Solidarity!
An aviation worker, Joseph Ali, fears that if the concession happens without the intervention of the aviation unions, many aviation workers may be out of job.
It affects us a lot. Even with the issue of saying, giving a certain condition, they're not going to touch our workers, they're not going to do this, it's just in a basket. They just want to go and put it inside the this thing. It has not come out on a white and a black paper. They have not written anything. This is not the only places that government is needed to be concession that they'll be concessioning. You find out that at the end of concessioning, they will give you about 2 or 3 days or 3 weeks. At the end of the day, they will tell you that every staff is laid off. It has happened in NEPA. It has happened in other parastatals that is for government. And where the NEPA staff today, is that NEPA in Nigeria? There is none. You want to come and use this very one in order to claim a lip service that you want to do something for government, a private ownership. Why not go and build your own and give it a private ownership in order for them to manage for you? That is so the fate of all of us here is not being captured by anybody. They don't represent us; they represent their pockets. They represent their pockets. It's a shambolic way of doing things. They are not ready to represent us. They are representing their pockets.
For now, the unions say they are awaiting an official response from the ministry, but have warned that operational disruptions could follow if their concerns are ignored. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
The leadership of the Nigeria Labour Congress has sent a solidarity message to striking workers in the Federal Capital Territory Administration for the industrial court order that they should suspend the strike action. Statement by the Acting General Secretary of NLC, Benson Opa, urged workers not to let their hearts be broken, noting that a court ruling cannot weaken the resolve of already aggrieved workers. Statement faulted the court for failing to examine the allegations brought forward by the workers, including claims of non-remittances of the National Housing Fund and pension deductions, describing the ruling as surprising and distasteful. Statement puts to notice organizations and individuals violating the provisions of the Pension Fund Act and the National Housing Fund Act, warning that such violations would lead to serious engagement with the NLC. The statement also called on workers and NLC organs to remain on high alert in light of recent development. Justice Emmanuel Subilem had on Tuesday ordered workers of the FCTA to suspend their ongoing industrial action pending the hearing and determination of the originating summons. The Anambra State government has directed traders in 12 additional markets to resume full business activities on Mondays, warning that non-compliance could result in temporary closure of the markets. This follows an earlier directive on Tuesday for the one-week closure of NHR main market due to the traders' refusal to open on Mondays, a move described by the government as disrupting economic activities. The new markets affected by the directive include Ochanja's Central Market, Bridgehead Market, Awaru Main Market, Building Materials Market, Ogidi, Agbedo Auto Spare Parts Market, Newi, and New Auto and Motorcycle Spare Parts Market, Newi. Also affected by the directive are the Fairly Used Motorcycle Spare Parts Market, Newi, New Auto Spare Parts Market, and more Main Market, Old Mercedes-Benz Spare Parts Dealers Market, and more Old Motor Spare Parts Market, Obosi, and Electrical Dealers International Market, Obosi. Statement signed by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Trade and Markets, Everest Uba, instructed the market leaders to open for business on Mondays in compliance with Governor Chukwuma Soludo's executive order aimed at restoring normal economic activity in the state. Senator explained, government monitoring teams are expected to conduct random inspections and in markets found non-compliant may face temporary closure for 1 month. Meanwhile, Governor Soludo has scheduled a meeting with market leaders on Thursday, January 29, at the International Convention Center in Oka to discuss the mandate sit-at-home policy and market operations. As political activities begin to gather momentum ahead of Nigeria's 2027 general elections, attention is shifting to internal party dynamics, court rulings, and strategic alliances that could shape the contest. From leadership tussles to zoning debates and unresolved presidential ambitions, political watchers say the race is gradually taking shape. Political correspondent Quincy Rowland reports.
As the political atmosphere gets more intense ahead of the 2027 general election, various political parties are bracing up for what appears to be one of the hotly contested elections in Nigeria. Recent court judgments, especially those involving the Labour Party leadership, which pronounced the Nene de Usman faction as the authentic one, the declaration that the tenure of Samuel Anyanwu has come to an end, may help to restore some level of sanity in the parties, even as some issues still await judicial pronouncements. For the ruling All Progressive Congress, the issue of whether Shatima Mustafa regains his slot as running mate for Bola Tinubu or whether the party settles for a Muslim-Christian ticket has become a major talking point for political watchers. And for the African Democratic Congress, ADC, the wait for who will fly the party's flag among top contenders, namely Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar and Rotimi Amechi, remains unresolved, keeping the followers in endless wait. But for the ENUGU State Chairman of the ADC, Stella Chukuma, the issue must have been discussed before the chieftains agreed to work together, saying the matter will be resolved at the appropriate time.
Coming together, persons with different backgrounds, different political backgrounds, different experience, and different followership, all coming together now under one umbrella to restore power. So it's not magic. It's something that you are seeing, and it is real, not just in Enugu State, at the national level. ADC is poised to take over power.
Chukuma, however, believes that going by the principle of equity, justice and fairness, the ticket should go to the Southeast and former Anambra Governor Peter Obi. He said that Obi's promise to serve for only one term is a factor that should work in favor.
If I have my say, or if I'm at the level where decisions are being taken, I would recommend that the presidency be zoned not only to the south, but to the southeast. And the candidate or the aspirant, the presidential aspirant from the Eastern Bloc, has said he's going to do one term. He said that he's not going to exceed one term, knowing that, and for crying out loud, the then president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, he said he was going to do one term, and he took one term, stabilized politics in South Africa. And even when they were calling him to come and do it again, he said, no, I have agreement with my people. So I believe too that if for any chance the Peter Obi gets that ticket, he's going to keep by his words, and he will do one term.
And talking about Enugu politics, Chukuma stated that 70% of Enugu people are eager to see a change in the administration in view of the suffering the people have been subjected to.
I can tell you that about 70% of the population does not want the present government in power. I can tell you with every atom of this and that. We don't want them. You go to the grassroots. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter what they hype. But when you go down to the grassroots, the deed registration they are making now, there is nothing they are not using now to entice the people to come and register with them. But you see them still saying, no, we don't want to register.
And as the countdown continues, expectations are that the governments that will emerge in 2027, whether through the renewal of mandate or change of government, will deliver better quality governance to the people. Political observers, however, believe that the Independent National Electoral Commission has a great role to play to ensure that the will of the people prevails and that those who enjoy the support of the people emerge victorious at the end of the day. In ENUGU, Queensley Rowland, Signature TV News.
President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria and Turkey have agreed to fast-track cooperation in trade, energy and defense to boost jobs, investment and shared prosperity. Tinubu spoke at a joint press conference with a Turkish leader in the course of his state visit to Ankara, stated that his discussions with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan focused on deepening bilateral relations and delivering tangible economic benefits for citizens of both countries. The President described the talks as practical and forward-looking, driven by mutual interest and shared regional and global responsibilities.
Effort at terrorism, discuss how we could defeat elements of destabilization, banditry, and horror. We will work together to achieve that. Take it to the bank. You can bet on me that I will be there with you for democracy, freedom.
Turkish President Recep Erdogan says his country will support Nigeria's fight against terrorism, expressing readiness to deepen cooperation in military training and intelligence. Erdogan said that under Tinubu's leadership, Nigeria has taken firm steps against terrorism and that Turkey stands by the Nigerian people in the struggle.
We stand by the friendly people of Nigeria in their fight against terrorism under the leadership of President Tinubu. In fact, today we addressed opportunities for closer cooperation in the fields of military training and intelligence. We stated that we are ready to share our country's significant experience in the fight against terrorism.
Both countries announced the establishment of a joint economy and trade committee to drive the implementation of agreements and attract fresh investments. They also signed 9 bilateral agreements in the areas of diaspora policy, media and communication, higher education, infrastructure development, military and defense, as well as diplomatic training and social development cooperation. Minister of State for Foreign Affairs Bianca Ojukwu spoke on key aspects of bilateral engagements.
This meeting gave both countries an opportunity to strengthen, to deepen their bilateral connections, to strengthen various other sectors of cooperation, particularly in defense, in intelligence, sharing in counterterrorism measures. Turkey is committed to Nigeria's fight against terror.
Despite the trending video that captured the moment, President Tinubu stumbled during a welcome ceremony in Ankara, raising concerns about Nigerian leader. Presidential advisor Sani Dare said the president is proceeding with his engagements. Still to come, Actors Guild to immortalize late actor Junior Pope in ENUGU. Tinubu condoles Super Eagles captain Ndidi over father's death. Stay with us.
When we initially made the promise and the commitment to do things differently, to grow our economy exponentially, to eradicate poverty, to make ENUGU the #1 destination for business and investment, living and tourism, it was thought that this was some part of those political slots.
The federal government is set to engage retired military personnel to reclaim ungoverned spaces and strengthen national security. This followed the inauguration of an 18-member committee by the Minister of Defense, retired General Christopher Musa, on reclaiming and governing spaces for economic viability and the reposition of an Nigerian Legion Corps of commissionaires and veterans at the Ministry of Defense in Abuja. The minister, who was represented by the Permanent Secretary Richard Penlamgawa, said the repositioning of the Nigerian Legion was part of a broader government commitment to ensure that veterans who have served the nation with honor are empowered to live dignified and productive lives after service. The minister described the initiative as a deliberate and strategic policy intervention designed to address long-standing structural and operational challenges that have limited the contribution of the defense community to national development. The Abia State government says it has initiated plans for urban renewals of the state in line with the recently unveiled 2025 to 2050 development plan with standardized street naming and house numberings. Commissioner for Information Prince Oke Kano disclosed this at Government House, Umuahia, while briefing journalists on the outcome of this week's Executive Council meeting chaired by Governor Alex Oti. Kano said a plan will be championed by the Umuahia Capital Development Authority, the Greater Aba Development Authority, and the Greater Ohafia Development Authority, said the initiative would address the infrastructure program and ensure order and all-round economic growth of the state. Prince Kano also spoke on roads recently embarked upon by the state government in about 49 locations across the state.
Of every roads layer go back today, yeah, it's not a particularly long street. It's a strategy about 270 meters. The second one is the reconstruction of Legacy Lane Road, Local Government, phase 1. That's a 1 kilometer road. And the third one is construction of Kena here, Abbey Game. The other short stretch is the strategic one, 270 meters length. Part of the direct level works are ongoing. Involves not just road construction, but laying the silting of some of the major roads in Aba. And when that's done in Aba, we focus on things like many other parts in the state requires quite a lot of work and done in that. When you know that our people from time to time have a work of these drains, we will continue to keep drains as we are waiting ready season. Roads on contract, a total of 31 road projects are presently on contract, and work is going on very well at different locations. So, and the state government continues to march towards the full commencement of the electric bus service scheme. It is important to note that the pilot rollout services are running very smoothly. As Abians and residents continue to enjoy free bus rides for now. So far, 77,774 persons have been benefited from these free bus rides. And to give you a organized and we agree, about 31,304 people thereabout are enjoying services that commence on the 24th of December. So barely 1 month after, we've gone about 7,000.
Efforts to reposition Enugu State as a major hub for Nigeria's film industry have gained fresh momentum with the decision of Enugu's chapter of the Actors Guild of Nigeria to immortalize late Nollywood actor Junior Pope Odonwodo. This followed the official groundbreaking ceremony for the proposed Junior Pope Nollywood City at Akonike in the Enugu East local government area of Enugu State. Correspondent Victoria Kanu reports.
The atmosphere in Enugu was one of solemn reflection and renewed determination as members of the Actors Guild of Nigeria gathered to honor the memory and legacy of late Nollywood actor Junior Pope Odonwodo, who passed away on April 10, 2024. The event drew members of the Guild's national executives, veterans, actors and family of late actor, traditional rulers and key stakeholders from within and outside the Nigerian film industry. Proceedings began with the traditional breaking of kola nuts and prayers led by the traditional ruler of Akonike, the host community for the proposed Nollywood City project. Addressing guests at the ceremony, the national president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Dr. Emeka Rollas, described the project as a deliberate effort to preserve legacy, expand film production infrastructure, and enhance the welfare of actors and practitioners. He also acknowledged the support of the ENUGU state government towards the realization of the project.
Today is not just the beginning of a construction project, it is the beginning of a legacy. It is the planting of a seed that will grow into shelter, opportunity, unity, and remembrance. This project is dedicated to the memory of our brother and colleague, the late Junior Pope Odowodo, a man whose life embodied discipline, excellence, and deep love for the Nigerian film industry. On behalf of the National Executive Council of the Actors Guild of Nigeria and the incoming government, I hereby reaffirm our full support for Junior Pope Nollywood City, and I pledge that the Guild will continue to pursue projects that will uplift our members and strengthen the Nigerian creativity industry. Today, we want to say unequivocally that the three sons of Junior Pope, our late member and brother, already has 3 plots of land in this place.
Speaking on behalf of the family, the late actor's wife, Mrs. Jennifer Odowodo, expressed appreciation to the Guild for what she described as a lasting tribute to her husband's dedication and impact within the Nigerian film industry.
I thank the Actors Guild of Nigeria, outgoing president, Mr. Emeka Rollas, and the incoming president as well, because they were the ones that called me here. So I thank them. I also thank every other person that brought up the idea. Thank God for deeming it necessary to honor and immortalize Junior Pope.
The ceremony reached its peak with the official groundbreaking of the Junior Pope Nollywood City, performed by the traditional ruler of Akonike, alongside members of the Guild's National Working Committee.
Actors Guild of Nigeria, National and the ENUGU State Chapter, and the actor community that the ENUGU is here. I lay this foundation, Lord, of the Junior Pope Nollywood City, ENUGU, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost.
A special prayer section was later led by the national president of the Guild, focusing on the safety, welfare, and well-being of actors and practitioners amid renewed calls for improved standards and protection within the industry. The incoming national president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Abubakar Yakubu, commended the outgoing leadership for what he described as purposeful stewardship, while assuring members of continuity and institutional strengthening.
I made a statement that we have a series of things to make us immortalize him, and today, one of them has manifested, and it will continue to grow at the national level.
A member of the ENUGU State Chapter of the Guild, Dr. Benjamin Emeka, expressed optimism that the project would further strengthen ENUGU State's position as a key center for Nollywood film production in Nigeria.
Today we unveiled the Nollywood estate that we tag Junior Pope City. With this, we believe that Nollywood is going to come back to ENUGU State.
With the commencement of the Junior Pope Nollywood City project, stakeholders say the initiative stands as both a tribute to a fallen Nollywood icon and a strategic investment in the long-term growth of Nigeria's film industry. In ENUGU, Victoria Kano, Signature TV News.
Next is business news.
The federal government has taken steps towards resolving an estimated 4 trillion naira power sector debt backlog. Government has also issued a 501 billion naira inaugural bond under the Presidential Power Sector Debt Reduction Program, reducing 100% subscription from pension funds, banks, asset managers, and other investors. A Tuesday statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Energy, Oluvahin Jain, noted that the development marked a significant step towards dissolving legacy debts, restoring liquidity, and strengthening confidence in the Nigerian electricity supply industry. The program, championed by President Bola Tinubu, is designed to address long-standing payment arrears owed to power generation companies. The Nigerian naira has hit a record high of 1,400 naira against the US dollar at the official market during the midweek trading session. The currency maintained the appreciation trend seen since the start of the week in the Nigerian foreign exchange markets. Data released by the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the local currency appreciated by 1.26% on Tuesday as the dollar was quoted at 1,401.22 kobo, presenting a gain of 17.73 naira compared with 1,418.95 naira recorded on Monday. Tuesday national grid collapse has been traced to a voltage disturbance at the Gombe transmission substation. A statement issued by the system operator on Tuesday while providing update on repair and restoration efforts seems that the incident did not amount to a total system collapse, contrary to reports by some social media organizations. According to the statement, the disturbance originated from the Gombe transmission substation before spreading to other parts of the network. The collapse marked the second grid disturbance recorded in 2026. Boa Cement PLC has unveiled plans to construct a state-of-the-art 3 million ton per annum cement line in Sokoto in a $240 million project that reflects the company's commitment to scaling production capacity and supporting West Africa's infrastructure ambition. The new facility, to be delivered in partnership with Chinese engineering and construction firm CBMI, will bring Boa Cement total annual production to 20 million tons upon completion, reinforcing its position as a dominant player in Nigerian cement market. The agreement built on a 15-year partnership between the two companies, during which CBMI executed projects amounting to 14 million tons of cement production capacity across Boa's Obu and Sokoto factories. This is business news in Global News. Nasiru Usman reporting for Signature TV News.
South Sudan launches offensive against opposition forces. Regional watch as India declares Nipah virus outbreak contained.
South Sudan's army, following territorial losses in recent weeks, has announced a major military operation against opposition forces, raising fears for civilian safety. In a statement on Sunday, Army spokesman Lu Ruai Koang said Operation Enduring Peace would commence as he ordered civilians to evacuate 3 counties in Jonglei State immediately. He directed aid groups to leave within 48 hours. Koang told the Associated Press news agency on Monday that the operation aims to recapture towns recently seized by opposition forces and re-establish law and order. However, this came days after a senior army commander was filmed urging his troops to kill civilians and destroy property in the Jonglei offensive, drawing rebuke from the United Nations and others. That 5-year civil war was waged largely along ethnic lines, killing an estimated 400,000 people. Speaking to dampen alarm in the region, Indian officials have declared that an outbreak of the deadly Nipah virus has been contained. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare said late on Tuesday that it had assured timely containment as it confirmed 2 cases in West Bengal state. Several Asian countries have introduced screening procedures for travelers arriving from India. The ministry said 196 contacts linked to the confirmed cases had been identified, traced, monitored, and tested, with all tests for the virus negative. It said the statement was intended to clarify speculative and incorrect figures in the media. The zoonotic Nipah virus, first identified during the 1990s outbreak in Malaysia, spreads through fruit bats, pigs, and human-to-human contact. There is no vaccine to treat the virus, which can cause raging fevers, convulsions, and vomiting. The only treatment is supportive care to control complications and keep patients comfortable. The virus has an estimated death rate between 40 to 75%, according to the World Health Organization, making it far more deadly than the coronavirus. A Russian air attack has killed 2 people in Kyiv region Bilohorodska community, and a drone attack killed another person in central Ukraine's Dnipropetrovsk region, according to local authorities. The deadly attacks came overnight on Wednesday, just hours after a deadly drone attack on a commuter train in northeastern Ukraine's Kharkiv, an incident denounced as terrorism by President Volodymyr Zelensky, who put the number of people on that train at 200. Also on Wednesday, 3 people were injured in a Russian drone attack on port infrastructure in the southern region of Odessa, according to Governor Ole Kiper. In the capital, Kyiv, a 17-story residential building was hit, causing minor damage to the roof and damaging windows on the upper floors. Several residential buildings in Kyiv remain without power due to earlier Russian attacks on the country's energy grid. Russia attacked Ukraine overnight with an Iskander-M ballistic missile and 146 drones, 103 of them neutralized by air defenses. Hungarian prosecutors have charged Budapest Mayor Gergely Karácsony over his role in arranging last year's gay pride march in the capital city, which attracted hundreds of thousands of people despite a ban. The district prosecutor's office proposed that the court impose a fine on the defendant in a summary judgment without a trial. Since returning to power in 2010, Prime Minister Viktor Orban has been tightening his grip over the country and has targeted groups advocating for human rights. Orban's conservative government has also pushed for legislation promoting traditional family values and steadily rolled back LGBTQ rights. In 2025, his Fidesz party amended laws and the constitution to ban the annual Pride March, drawing protests from critics and the European Union. After the ban was imposed last year, Budapest City Hall stepped in to co-organize the annual event to try to sidestep the regulations, but police still issued their objections, and Orban warned organizers and attendees of legal consequences. On Wednesday, Karácsony reacted to the charges by saying he went from a proud suspect to a proud defendant. In a separate post, the European Greens said the party stands with Karácsony, who is a member of Dialogue, the Greens party affiliate in Hungary. And that's the foreign news.
President Bola Tinubu has sent a condolence message to the captain of the Super Eagles, Wilfred Ndidi, at the passing of his father, Sunday Ndidi. Nigerian international footballer who plays for Turkish Super League club Besiktas lost his father, Sunday Ndidi, in a ghastly road accident in Umunede near Abo, Delta State, on Tuesday. A condolence message to the family, signed by his media aide, Bayo ENUGU, on Wednesday, President Tinubu said he was deeply saddened by the tragic death of Sunday Ndidi. Tinubu will noted the strong bond which Wilfred Ndidi shared with his father as a mentor and guide in his remarkable career as an exceptional footballer, Pray that God Almighty will comfort the family and grant eternal repose to the soul of the departed. For more on sports news, over to Princess Ken Achoma.
Egypt undermined their dominance at the 2025 African Men's Handball Championship with a crushing 48-22 victory over Nigeria at the BK Arena in Kigali on Tuesday, a result that eliminated the Green Arrows from semi-final contention and ended their hopes of immediate qualification for the 2027 World Championship. The defending champions were in control from the opening exchanges, racing into a commanding 24-10 lead by halftime before matching that tally in the second period to complete a comprehensive win. Egypt finished with 63 total shots, converting 48, while Nigeria scored 22 from 51 attempts. Egypt's superiority was reflected clearly in the numbers as they recorded an overall shooting efficiency of 76% compared with Nigeria's 43%, while their dominance from range proved decisive, converting 70% of their 9-meter attempts against Nigeria's 27%. From the close range, Egypt repeatedly punished defensive lapses, scoring 20 near goals and 14 from the wings, as Nigeria struggled to stem the flow despite matching their opponents from 6 meters and at the 7-meter line. The result confirmed Egypt's perfect record in Group 1, finishing the main round with 3 wins from 3 matches, 131 goals scored, 78 conceded, and a goal difference of plus 53 to top the group with 6 points. Nigeria's Super Falcons will begin their build-up to the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations by competing in a 4-nation West African tournament scheduled to hold in Abidjan later this month. The team has confirmed confirmation in the invitational competition, which is organized by the West African Football Union B and will run from February 27th to March 7th, 2026 in Ivory Coast. The tournament will feature 4 teams that have all qualified for WAFCON 2026, with hosts Ivory Coast joined by Nigeria, Ghana, and Senegal. The mini-tournament is expected to serve as a final competitive test for the teams, ending just 10 days before the start of the WAFCON finals in Morocco. The continental showpiece will be staged from March 17th to April 3rd, 2026. It is understood that head coach Justin Madugu has already submitted a provincial squad list, which is expected to be released through official channels in the coming days. At WAFCON 2026, Nigeria have been drawn in Group C alongside Zambia, Egypt, and debutants Malawi. The 2026 edition will be staged across 4 venues in Rabat, Casablanca, and Fez, with the 4 semi-finalists securing automatic qualification for the 2027 Women's World Cup. The chairman of El Nasser, Abdullah El Majed, has said that their top man, Cristiano Ronaldo, does not own a share at the club. He said this while clarifying Ronaldo's role in the Saudi Pro League. Ronaldo decided to join the Saudi Pro League in January 2023 after he left Manchester United in 2022. After that, many famous players like Neymar Jr., Karim Benzema, and N'Golo Kante moved to different clubs in Saudi Arabia, which made more people interested in the league. In an interview reported by Sportskeda, El Majed talked about how the 5-time Ballon d'Or winner has made an impact beyond the football field. Cristiano Ronaldo has scored 110 goals and given 22 assists in 126 matches for the team. Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen completed their first laps of the Barcelona shakedown before Isaac Hedger crashed his Red Bull on a rain-affected second day. With Formula One's teams able to choose to run on any 3 of the 5 days at the behind-closed-doors test at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, only Ferrari and Red Bull opted to participate on the rainy Tuesday. Red Bull's slightly surprising decision to participate, having already managed a strong day of running on Monday, backfired as Hedger crashed at turn 14 in the final hour of the day, damaging the rear wing and suspension of the RB22. The perils of the conditions were further highlighted as Hamilton ran into the gravel of his first outing at the event, but the 7-time world champion avoided causing any significant damage to his Ferrari. Red Bull principal Laurent Marquez said it was a very tricky condition that afternoon. He said it was unfortunate that it's finished that way, but then it is part of the game. The Italian had won the first two sides of the quarterfinal matches, but was down a break in the third when he was forced to break. Novak Djokovic advances to Australian Open semi-finals after Lorenzo Musetti retires due to injury. The Italian had won the first two sets of their quarterfinal match, but was down a break in the third when he was forced to